meet up to a lot of my friends that are looking for different things. Wine tasting, movies, book club, meet a lot of new people, a lot of new friends, and it will make you more social.
What is a chess dynasty? Unceasing dominance, move after move, again and again and again.
We have a resignation, we have history.
He is the 5-time FIDE World Chess Champion.
But a chess dynasty can also be cruel. It forces most to defer their dreams until next time. If there is a next time.
It's losing.
Oh my God, did he just blow?
Yeah, he did.
I'm blown away. The game is over.
As the chess world turns to Kazakhstan, the Magnus Carlsen dynasty is set to close. The FIDE World Championship is finally up for grabs. For two chess superstars lying in wait, until next time is now. Jan Nepomniachtchi has methodically done what he needed to do to get another shot at the title. The pressure to seize the moment this time rests heavily upon him.
Wait! He just took panic. He panicked. I told you I didn't like the position.
My goodness, the position is getting very, very bad for black.
Ding Liren knows firsthand what the end of this dynasty means. An unexpected chance to make history. Can China's best turn his good fortune into eternal fame?
10 seconds, one more move remains.
Whoa! He made a move with 4 seconds on the clock, and there's a draw agreed, but what a match we have.
The legacy of this championship spans across centuries. It reads from the names of chess giants. For the first time in a decade, a new name will raise the trophy and be etched into chess history. It's the 2023 FIDE World Championship. Whose name will next be called champion?
The finish line is in sight as 6 games remain to crown the 17th chess world champion, and it's all happening in the city of Astana, Kazakhstan. Outside it's beautiful, but this is where it's getting extremely tense. This is the fish tank, the glass room of the St. Regis Hotel. In just a few minutes, the challengers Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren will walk out and take their places for Game 9. Welcome everyone, the action starts now. I'm your host for the day, International Master Tanya Sachdev, and I'm so thrilled to be joined once again by my good friend, Grandmaster Robert Hess, and the one and only former World Championship challenger, Super Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana. Welcome guys, such a pleasure to have you here with us, Fabi. First off, how are you doing and where are you joining us from?
Thanks, Tanya. I'm doing great. I'm joining from Madrid. And I've been following all the games closely. I've been watching you guys, enjoying the commentary, and I'm glad to be joining.
We're so happy to have you here with us, Fabi. Robert, such a dramatic day 8. In this World Championship match, it's hard to predict anything. Are we going to have more of the same unpredictable action today?
Oh, for sure. There is drama in Astana. You can't help but know that. And for Ding Liren, he didn't lose yesterday. That's a good sign, but he did struggle. It was an up and down game. We'll see if his nerves are in check.
So many twists and turns in Game 8. It ended peacefully, but the game itself was anything but. And with that, the 4 white win streak was halted at the World Championship match. And currently, Jan Nepomniachtchi leads with a 1-point margin, the smallest of margins. He's at 4.5 points. The first player to reach 7.5 will become world champion. Fabi, Game 8, so many twists and turns, big opportunity missed. How big a miss was it for Ding to let that one slip?
I think it was absolutely huge, and I think this is saying a lot because of all the excitement and drama we've seen in this match so far. But for me, Game 8 was the most unpredictable, the most exciting, and even the most dramatic, despite it being a draw. Because we saw the opening fight was so intense, the twists and turns, and we couldn't predict, was Ding going to win, was Jan going to escape? It was so close to a win, and even at the end I was wondering, will Jan suddenly win this game? There were a lot of emotions for both players, for all the people watching as well. It was a super exciting game.
Yeah, excuse me, losing my voice. That's how exciting it was yesterday in Game 8. The players, I mean, they have to be super nervous at this stage because the World Championship title is within sight. But the players have to just get back at it. It's a new day. The past is the past. We'll see what happens in Game 9.
Yes, it really could have gone anyway. That Game 8, super exciting stuff we witnessed. Players missed opportunity, twists and turns, some bluff there. Luck on Jan's side, as he said it, to survive that one. A huge missed opportunity there by Ding to level the score. But the drama was not only over the board. We saw rumors of a leaked preparation, which was very dramatic at the press conference. And we've got Mike Klein with an update on that.
Thanks, guys. And could it really be possible that one of the few games not to produce a winner actually produced the most drama of the match? That's exactly what happened. Drama on the board and drama off the board. Let's first talk about the game. Grandmaster Ding Liren with some sparkling opening preparation, and he found himself in a winning position for the second straight game. But just like in round 7, he failed to convert. He did hold the draw, but thanks to a Jan Nepomniachtchi sort of desperado, he got back in the match. Ding, running low on time also for the second straight game, could not navigate the complications before the first time control. Ding could not find a way to escape the checks and so did not play the critical move, queen takes rook. The game resulted in a draw, but there was news off the board. It looks like some opening preparation may have been leaked online. There are several games found that greatly resemble the exact moves of the World Championship. So the question lingered all day. Were these training games played by Ding Liren and his team? I got to ask Ding that question exactly at the press conference.
I don't know which game you refer.
Were any training games played online that you can remember that resemble games played here at the World Championship?
I don't know.
Well, there you have it. Unsurprisingly, very little revealed by Grandmaster Ding Liren, and his team's radio silence continued down the hallway when I asked his main second, Grandmaster Richard Rapport, about the day's events, and he said he's not allowed to talk to anybody outside of his team. I said to Richard, does that mean no comment? And he said to me, I'm not even allowed to say that. What's going to happen in round 9? Will Team Ding be able to recover from this possible leak of information and from not being able to convert his second straight winning position? We will definitely want to see what happens. For chess.com, this is Mike Klein inside the playing hall in Astana, Kazakhstan.
Thank you so much for that, Mike. In this World Championship, expect the unexpected. Fabi, while watching that press conference, I had a deja vu moment of the 2018 World Championship match. Right after your game, you walked into a press conference and were asked about that video leak. Having been on that stage, have to answer those questions right after a tense game, I want to get your take on this. What was going on in Ding's mind, and how do you make of how he handled it?
Yeah, watching that yesterday, it brought back a lot of familiar feelings and memories from 2018. And after the game in 2018, I was immediately met by one of my seconds at that match, Christian, and he told me something that, like, there's a video leak. We only had basically like 30 seconds before the press conference. He was like, there's a video leak. They're going to ask you some questions. Just say no comment to everything, which is what I did. And I didn't even know what had happened, what was going on, basically. I just said no comment. And he was in a complete panic. I was less so in a panic. I didn't feel like it was such a dramatic moment. That's also how I feel here. It's not like it's more dramatic from the side than probably for the people involved. And I don't think it will have a huge impact on the match, but it is still extremely exciting to see all this, this insight into what the players were looking at and what they were analyzing and how they were playing training games. Yeah, it's an interesting thing, but I don't think it'll have a strong impact on the match.
Well, it could have an impact not just on Ding Liren, but on the man we see on the screen in front of us, Jan Nepomniachtchi. It's kind of awkward for him and his camp because you don't know without exact confirmation what they were looking at. You don't know, is that what I'm going to expect the next few rounds? Or are they going to scrap that and play something new altogether? And let's not forget, these are fierce competitors. They want to win over the board. Nobody wants to score a win because they feel like leaked preparation happened. So I feel like for Jan Nepomniachtchi, he also will have to focus on just the things that are going to happen on the board today.
Yes, and indeed, Robert, he does start with the white pieces. Game 9, a very critical game. Jan leads the match with a point, and our team at the Chess.com Stats took out these odds for Jan to win the World Championship match based on a Game 9 outcome. If Jan wins today with white, he's almost a 94% favorite to take the World Championship match going into the last 5 games with a 2-point lead. If it ends in a draw, it's almost a 78% favorite. Fabi, if Jan was to take this with the white pieces today, would that be a nail in the coffin for Ding?
I think it very nearly would be. And it's not only about the score, which would be pretty bad for Ding, but also because of the trend. Like the trend of the last 2 games was really in Jan's favor. First, getting a win out of a position which was a little bit dubious and very safe for Ding. And then Ding being completely winning yesterday in multiple ways. It was completely out of Jan's control, and he also wasn't able to convert that. And so if we see the trend continue in Jan's favor, I think that we might start to see the contours of a Jan victory. if there's a draw, I think that is actually a very good result for Ding for today. I think it's good to stop the bleeding, stop the negative emotions, and be able to focus on the rest of the games in terms of how I'm going to get back into the match and get some winning chances.
Yeah, and we heard Ding say yesterday in the post-game interview, I have a bunch of white pieces remaining. So he is relying on the first move advantage with the black pieces he needs to stabilize. And I do think a loss today would be a backbreaker. I think his match would be over. I know there would be games remaining, but he cannot afford to lose today to Jan Nepomniachtchi. I don't think his emotions will hold up. And I just speaking from the chess itself, he would be down 2 games with not many remaining. He would not have very good chances. As you see his eyes staring at me, I feel like he's talking to us. He's willing himself back into this match.
Yes, and Robert, the empty glass room isn't empty anymore as the two challengers are ready to start game 9. The most tensed moments getting into a game just before the start of it. Once it happens, once the first moves are played, it calms down for the players. But of course, the big question for Ding with Black will be to keep everything under control. It will be an absolute disaster to go into the next rest day with a 2-point deficit for the Chinese superstar. Now, in the match so far, Ding has been a little shaky with Black, especially the first couple of Blacks that he got, starting with the King's Pawn opening. First question, Fabi. Are we expecting Yan to start with the King's Pawn opening? Is 1e4 going to happen today?
I feel like it's a smart choice for Jan for a few reasons. First of all, because Ding was playing the Marshall, and it looked like Jan was getting chances in every Marshall game that they had. And in the one game where Jan was playing d4, he didn't really get many opening chances, and that was actually one of the least bloody games and the least full of content games that we had. And Ding's last game, he played the French. So this is posing a difficult question to Ding. Do you want to continue with the French, but now I know your intentions, so I can try to be better prepared and press you theoretically there? Do you want to go back to your Marshall, or do you want to deviate again? And then you're going into territory you might not be familiar with as much as we know Ding is a Marshall player, so that's his most safe territory. Does he want to go for something crazy like a Najdorf? We saw some of those training games were actually in Najdorfs. Does he want to play something super solid like a Berlin? But it's a difficult question for Ding, so that's why I think Jan should be posing that question.
And I think
Robert,
I think we've seen Ding. He likes to be a moving target in this match. He keeps changing his openings, and what he'll play today is a big question. But I do not think we'll see a repeat of the French defense.
Ooh, yeah, that's a hot take because was French a 1-game opening? It got him a great position out of the opening, the middle game, the kind of middle game that Ding enjoys playing. But will he repeat it, or will he play something completely random? He has been the one who's been bringing in all the opening surprises so far. Sort of struggled to equalize by replying with 1e5. Well, we've got the opening move, and the guest has decided to start with the King's Pawn. Will Yan even bother to put the pawn back, or will he just press the clock here? We've seen that happen before at a World Championship match, Robert.
Yeah, I mean, it's been funny. Yesterday, the first move was e4 for Ding, but he took that back. I think Jan is going to play e4. As Fabiano said, he should stick to what's working for him. It's his tried and true opening, and it has been giving him success.
Wow. And for Ding coming out of that game 8, knowing that he's trailing the match, knowing that he missed the big opportunity, we've seen him at the press conference, the drama surrounding it. Fabi, what do you think is his mindset coming into this game 9 and handshakes? Fabi, take it away.
I think the French would be an interesting choice for Ding because Jan would not repeat the same third move that he played last time because it led to no advantage. But we see e4, e5. Now here's the question. Are we going to see another anti-Marshall, or are we going to see Berlin? I think that a Berlin would be a really smart choice by Ding.
Oh, just to shut it down, just to get a solid position. You want to keep everything under control with Black. Robert, do you agree? Are you expecting a Berlin here?
I think for Jan, it's a great choice. And I think for Ding Liren, he wants combative games, but he doesn't want to take too much risk. He is going to rely on having the white pieces. It's an important game to stabilize. So I think the Berlin would be a great choice. And there he is going for it, is Ding. And we'll see what Jan has to play because, what does he want? Does he want to give some life to the position, or does he just want to force things into territory where we're playing for 2 results, but the likely result is a draw?
This is an unpleasant surprise for Jan. But I'm wondering, why didn't Ding do this earlier in the match? Because rather than struggling in some anti-martial lines, why don't you pose this difficult question to your opponent at the start, and then maybe you even discourage him from playing e4 in later games if he can't, break down this defense, which is pretty much unbreakable, for the last, since Kramnik used it against Kasparov. Now it's been 22 years. Completely unbreakable defense. I think Jan, if he wants to get chances, I don't think he's going to go for the endgame. I think d3. It's also a more natural choice for his style. But then the question is, d3, bishop c5, is he going to take on c6? Is he going to play some other lines? He's thinking now, but for sure he has something planned, because you have to have some plan for the Berlin. It's the most popular defense at the top level.
Awesome call by you there, Fabi, predicting a Berlin choice by Dingler and for the first time in the match. And an even more awesome insight there, that how important the timing of preparation is, the opening that you reveal at what situation during the match. Should Ding have gone for the first few games with Black with the Berlin, or revealed his martial plans early on? Well, it did backfire early on, and now he just wants to stabilize. And we see an anti-martial choice by Jan Nepomniachtchi. Robert, are you surprised, or is this something that you were expecting?
No, I think it makes perfect sense, because the end games are so well studied, and they're not really Jan Nepomniachtchi's style. That's what Fabi was hinting at. That Jan, he prefers to have some chances in the position, some life. And Fabi called this perfectly. We are seeing this bishop c5 move played, a more aggressive line than putting your bishop on a less active square, and c3. So far, it's a very solid start for these two players, but I do think already a slight advantage, not in the position, but in terms of psychological battle for Ding Liren. He clearly caught Jan a little bit off guard there, because Jan, when he is familiar territory, when he knows what he wants to play, he plays instantly. He paused, and I think that he is going to continue to pause to try to figure out if he can get an edge here.
Yeah, I think this will be a very interesting moment after Jan Castles, which he played, because now Ding has a choice. I think he'll play rather quickly. D5 is considered the most solid way for Black to try to equalize. And he does indeed go for d5, although d6 also a fine move. And here I think probably Jan will play knight b to d2, because I don't think e takes d5 really gives white much hope compared to knight b d2. And this was actually how Timur Rajabov beat Hikaru Nakamura in the candidates which qualified both of these players for this World Championship match. And so this is a very, very positional, very slow line. Usually Black takes on e4 at some moment, and then plays a5 or queen e7 or some slow moves, and white is also sort of trying to maneuver either playing a3 and b4 or a4 and rook e1 and queen c2 and all these sort of typical moves. But I think Ding is pausing here. He might not take on e4. He might play the move a5, which is also a possibility. It's a bit sharper because it allows bishop takes c. Okay, he does take. So we're going to see a very solid game for both players.
And to me, that just looks exactly what we were expecting. A very solid approach by Ding to make sure that things don't get too messy, too chaotic out of the opening. And even though Jan perhaps wasn't expecting the Berlin to be the opening of choice today, but he couldn't have been that surprised, right? Given the match situation, it is an opening that at the very top level, at all levels, is considered one of the most solid approaches by Black to shut down all play for white. So Jan Nepomniachtchi is definitely prepared to a certain point about how to handle it, even if it is on a particular day that he's taken by surprise. Berlin, he's got to know what to do.
Yeah, I think this is a good choice from Jan in general, because the thing about this variation is that you can't really analyze it so directly, because it's so non-concrete and both sides have a lot of moves. And there is some positional poison there. There's a lot of ways that Black can get outplayed. So usually in practice, although the computer will tell you that in a million ways Black is equalizing here, in practice, it's usually proven very difficult for players to find the right path. And I suspect we'll see Ding play a5 here. The idea is simply to stop b4. And you're not really concerned too much about bishop takes c6 followed by knight takes e5. But it's not the only move. Very often, because the position is so slow, we very often see these maneuvers like queen to e7 followed by knight to b8 or knight to d8. And then trying to get c6 and maneuver the knight around in some fashion, like knight b8, putting the knight on d7, basically because the knight on c6 is restricted by the pawn on c3. It has no future there. So it usually wants to get out of that square. And Hikaru chose an approach involving a5 followed by knight to a7, basically just going back and forth with the knight. So it's a very subtle type of position, players maneuvering for a long time. But it's difficult to analyze.
Yes, and indeed, as you're mentioning, Ding slows down at the moment. He is perhaps considering all these options, and you said that there can be positional poison in these positions. Berlin, of course, is famously known for just how solid an approach it is. But Fabi, can you just expand on what are these positional details that Black actually needs to watch out for long term?
Well, long term, white will probably be looking for pressure on the queen side, and very often some sort of expansion on the queen side. So white would like to get the move b4 in because it forces the bishop to an uncomfortable square, either d6 where it's less active, b6 where it's potentially getting harassed by either a4 or knight c4. So that's why usually black is trying to prevent that move b4. And again, after a5, white has different approaches. One is to play a4, just to try to fix the queen side, and a knight on c4 at some point in the future will be an annoying piece. That's the thing. The reason for white's tiny bit of an advantage here is because white's knight on d2 has a lot more prospects than the knight on c6. The knight on c4, the knight going from d2 to c4, will be attacking black's pawns, and the knight on c6, it usually has to go away from that c6 square because it actually doesn't do anything there. It's both vulnerable to bishop takes c6, and it's not attacking anything. So the other approach for white is to play at some point, instead of a4, a3, and try to prepare that b4 slowly, because you have to get the rook away from a1, and it's not going to be immediately that you can play b4 because of that sort of stare down of the rooks on the a file. But Ding is thinking here, I'm a bit surprised because it's like one of the main lines of the anti-Berlin. It's one of the ways that white is trying to test black in modern chess. And I'm surprised that I'm sure he knows something about the position, but still surprised that he is doing it so slowly. So a5, we see it's kind of to be expected for the modern theory. And now the question is for Jan.
I was going to say, Fabi, I think it's important for everybody because they're taught that you can remove a knight on c6 to win a pawn on e5, but I think there's just way too much in these lines. It's, you look at the engine analysis that bishop takes c6, pawn takes c6, knight takes e5 is not what you want to do here, even if at first the engine says it's all right for white. I mean, we don't see it drop at all, but take us through it. I mean, you've played these positions before. What's it like when you are spotting bishop a6 and the bishops are going to be very strong?
Yeah, this is just a theoretical position, and it's kind of, I think, turning into equality. So it's not that it's a better approach for white than, let's say, a4. It's not that it's a worse approach, but it's a more direct approach, and theory kind of figured these lines out already. So that's why white is avoiding it. I think, did Jan play a4? Yeah, this is following the game Rajabov Nakamura from the candidates, as well as many, many other games. And I think Queen e7 is very natural. Like you basically want to get that knight away from c6, but you can't immediately because e5 was hanging. So you're also dealing with any potential bishop takes c6 because now that would no longer win a pawn, and it doubles the c pawns, but that's not as important a detail as the bishop pair, especially that light squared bishop going to a6 and maybe to d3. So bishop c6 is not on the cards. White usually plays like queen c2 or some such move like that. And then h3 moves the rook from f1 and tries to slowly maneuver. Bishop drops back to f1, knight to c4, and so on.
Wow. And after a4, we see Ding. Well, not a very big thing, but he plays the move queen e7. So, as you were pointing out, a very logical move. And he gets up and leaves. And Fabi, we will, of course, deep dive further into this Berlin position. But it's so amazing that we have you here with us because you've sort of been on this stage, right? You've played a world championship match. And your insights into everything that goes into it is just invaluable. The one thing I want to ask you about at this point is that uh, Ding and Nepo, they've played each other a bunch of times, but it just feels like a completely different dynamic this time. Ding, who we've seen struggle a little bit with confidence, the tension, the moments that with time scrambles, with him sometimes faltering with his nerves in those critical moments. How different a stage is the World Championship match for a player compared to playing any other elite event?
Yeah, you can't really compare it at all. The feelings you have, the pressure, everything that is at stake. For me, it hit me in the first game. That's where I felt it the most, and eventually I kind of uh, felt my way into the match emotionally. Like I felt more comfortable, and I felt more like I was just playing chess and not, fighting for a world championship, which is I think the mode you want to be in. You just want to feel like you're playing your normal game. For these guys, I don't know their emotions, but we can judge by the amount of decisive games and all the crazy stuff that's been going on that they are feeling it. They're feeling a lot of emotions, and especially Ding. I mean, he was very upfront about that, and I think to his credit, and also which was greatly insightful for all the fans watching, that he was feeling very emotional at the start of the match, and it was probably the reason why we saw that second game totally uncharacteristic uh, loss by his standards. Then it started to feel like he was getting into it more, but we're still seeing this back and forth, and I think that takes its toll. It's like, when you play a chess tournament, but especially when you play a really high stakes match like this, it's like those little bits of trauma, and they eat at your soul every time you make a big mistake, every time you miss a chance, every time you lose a game, especially. It's like it takes a blow to your ego, to your confidence. Likewise, every win feels like you're on top of the world. So all those emotions, they take their toll, and it's probably best to avoid those emotional swings for let's say your mental health during the match. But yeah, I can't imagine what these guys are feeling right now.
Yeah, it's a very different environment, as you're saying. Every player who takes part in the World Championship, echoes that sentiment. You, of course, were the challenger in 2018, and it does have a different feel this year, right? We have not just no Magnus Carlsen, but many more decisive games than we're used to. You're part of the problem, Fabi. You had 12 draws in your World Championship match, but in all seriousness, I mean, this does seem like a totally different event, a totally different match than the ones we have seen in previous years. And I guess I'm curious what you think is the difference maker between these two, because we're not used to seeing so many decisive games, especially 4 white wins in a row. So is it just the nerves are high, or is it because this is an even matchup on paper? Both sides feel like they have legitimate chances to be world champion, which Jan maybe didn't feel back in 2021 against Magnus.
Yeah, I think these guys are definitely very evenly matched, and I felt that before the match, it was clear from their ratings, it was clear generally from their chess. If you've played both of them, you know that they have their strengths, they have their weaknesses, but they are very dangerous and very strong and pretty evenly matched. And in terms of, I've seen things in this match that like I'm super impressed by, and things um, that it feels like the players, are not at their best as well. I'm super impressed by how many winning chances they create, because it's so tough at this level to create winning chances. Every top player, every grandmaster will, I think, echo that sentiment that you're playing a guy like Anish, for example, or you're playing a guy like Levon, and you have to break them down in every stage of the game. First, you have to get chances from the opening, and then you have to outplay them, and then you have to finish them off, which is very often one of the most difficult parts. And these guys are doing it game after game, that they're creating chances from the opening, very often choosing fighting variations, not always converting them, but very often converting those chances. But I also feel like it is part because their defense has not been up to par. When they get bad positions, usually they fall apart. There's 2 exceptions, I think. One was the first game where Ding got a bad position but held it, and the other exception was yesterday where Jan got a losing position but held it. But besides that, they haven't really been up to the task defensively. So there's a lot of good and bad in terms of their, when they're looking at their own play, thinking I can be confident about some things, but I can also be worried about some things.
And Ding there going into a bit of a think right now. He did decide to play the Berlin, and we see him taking a pause at this moment. And Fabi, while you were discussing these details, I took a look at the database that I have on this opening, and it seems like the most popular move right now is actually a knight retreat, the knight going back to b8. And I'm trying to understand, why is that the top move here, or the most played move at this position, and is this something uh, that you're familiar with?
Yeah, so I think that I mentioned this retreat was a possibility in various positions, especially in this one. Black just wants to play c6 and basically copy white, because we see structure is symmetrical, but the only difference is the placement. Only significant difference is the placement of the knights on d2 and c6. So if that knight goes back to b8, because on c6 it wasn't doing very much, then black plays c6 and then knight b to d7. Then the knight is basically, in the same positions that white is in. I think, and I might be wrong, but I think that Nakamura played knight to a7 instead of knight to b8, and I think knight to d8 is also a valid move, with the idea of one day getting the knight to e6. But theoretically, I think this is the main move, and I think usually white plays h3 here, although rook to e1, rook to d1, I think are also possibilities, but they allow knight to g4, and I feel like h3 is the main move, and c6 and bishop drops back. It's one of those positions that's very close to level. It's very close to symmetrical, but white is a small development advantage. So white can look to the future with a little bit more confidence. But to convert this advantage into anything, you have to, both be super precise and outplay your opponent for the next, 30, 40 moves, basically. It's not easy. And I don't know what I expect here. Maybe h3. At least it's a very logical looking move because you prepare rook moves and then knight g4 will not be an option anymore, and then white's knight can either drop to f1 or bishop can drop to f1, and black very often will play c6 soon in these types of positions.
Yeah, and I feel like h3 makes perfect sense, stopping the knight jump, and we see Jan play rook to e1. Now, this is the move I was going to say, because sometimes knight g4 is just met by the rook sliding up to the e2 square. And it's a weird way to defend for everybody watching, but this happens in many different positions in the Italian game, for example. So Jan is not afraid. He's going forward with your plans, Fabi, of putting either bishop back to f1 after the move c6, or the knight. We often see that knight jump forward after taking a step back. So the big question I have is, whose style is this position more in? Because Jan, we typically consider him a player who likes the flair of the game. He likes aggressive chess. But he has shown a tendency in recent years, after winning the first candidates and then the second, that when he's ahead, he slows things down and has no problem doing so.
Yeah, I think of Jan as like an aggressive positional player. So he's definitely playing for the initiative, but he does usually do it in a positional manner. Like these kinds of slow positions, I think they play to his strength. And when it comes to pure calculation, I actually think that Ding probably is outperforming him somewhat. Not because Jan can't calculate very well, but because I think Ding usually, and I will say usually because of course players have their good and bad days, but usually Ding will be a bit more disciplined in his calculations. Like for me, Ding is just basically like when you look at an ideal player who can calculate, Ding is let's say your model. And Jan has maybe like more goes for the natural feel of the game. But I try to avoid these like sweeping generalizations about players because of course they're good at all sorts of things. It's not like they have their one specialty or anything.
Fabi, you mentioned a really interesting point. One of the big strengths of Ding being his ability to calculate like a complete machine, a complete beast when it comes to calculation. And I think that was one of the more surprising moments that we had when he missed the opportunity to just calculate and decide in game 8 to pick up that rook, finish the game on the spot. Was that an uncharacteristic miss once again because of the map situation, the stage, the tension, this belief in Jan's demeanor of just being so confident on the board?
Yeah, I think it was basically just psychological, and it was actually connected a bit to the previous game before that, where Ding hesitated a lot at a moment, got into devastating time trouble, and lost the game hugely because of the time trouble. And I think that he probably made a vow to himself: I will not get into time trouble. Although, as we saw, he did get down to 4 seconds again, and he didn't feel like something should have told him this is a critical moment. Calculate this to a draw or to a win, because it's very straightforward. And I think it is actually a huge miss, although, of course, we see that it's a long line and a difficult line to calculate, but it's a straightforward line. And when we think about it, it was basically black had only moves on each move. So it was something that you give this as a puzzle, as like a straightforward calculation puzzle, and not as something where like you have to spend 20 minutes, but one where I think you can figure out all the details in 5 minutes if it's given to you as a puzzle. So the only difficulty there is having the discipline, first of all, not to trust your opponent, not to panic, and to finish your calculation with an evaluation, which means that in this case, the evaluation either has to be winning or drawing. There are no other possibilities. You don't stop and say this is a slight advantage for someone, obviously, because you're either up a rook or it's perpetual check. So I think he could have taken that to the end. I think that this was mostly a psychological mistake on his part.
Yeah, I completely agree, and that's kind of what I was saying yesterday was you miss things. Everyone misses things, but the fact that he only spent 3-4 minutes on that decision what was alarming to me, because had game 7 not happened, he would have tried to calculate that to the end. He only had about 8-9 moves to make towards time control, and in that series he would have made all of them, so he could have calculated to the end. As you're saying, Fabi, he's such a brilliant calculator, such a brilliant player, but something has felt off. I think something really hurt him after that game 7 loss, and he's not immune to the comments that people make about him freezing, and people like athletes, any professional sees that or hears about it or thinks about it, but I think he needs to put that all aside, and he has a good start in this game. He has spent a little bit more time than Jan has, but we're already at move 11. Black's position looks very stable, and Jan also is thinking. So that's, I think, good news for Dingley Ren, as he just wants to stabilize here with the black pieces.
Yeah, I want to dwell a little bit on the point of like why these guys, players of this level, make mistakes, and I think it's not because it's beyond their ability. Like 99% of the time, they could figure this out on a good day, on a good moment. Pretty much everything they could figure out in chess. Like there's a few things that are beyond human understanding. Things that a human just can't figure out. But almost all the mistakes that these guys will make, that even Magnus will make, are just because of moments of weakness, not because it's beyond their capabilities, but just because they had a moment of weakness. And I think that yesterday was an example of that. And like one little finesse about the variation yesterday, the rook that he could have taken, it culminated basically in this king march to e5. But when I was analyzing it, I realized that he actually had 2 paths to victory at that moment. After bishop to d3 and knight to d6, he could have gone forward with the king. You guys were exploring that variation where the king goes forward and then backwards and only moves and white wins. But the king could have also gone backwards. So he actually had a choice. If he had gotten to that position, he would have realized that white actually has an abundance of winning paths. Well, not an abundance, but 2 of them, which is more than enough. So yeah, that moment yesterday is a very critical one for this match for sure.
Yeah. And I just want to take this point a little forward, what you and Robert were mentioning about the psychological aspect of game 7 and how that had its reverberations in game 8. I also feel we speak about things, vulnerability, how candid he's been. He's been a little shaky on confidence, but it also showed a lot of strength from Ding to even recover from what happened in game 7. It's so easy to collapse from that moment in a world championship match where you've just frozen, where you have this complete meltdown on the board. But he comes back the next day, right, with the white pieces. He plays out this opening that does create a mess on the board. He gets his chances. He actually played a really strong game. It was flawlessly played, but the only thing was that he was not able to convert it in those critical moments. And I think it's easy to miss out because of the result of the game. Just what a comeback he actually showed right after that terrible game 7 moment that he experienced. And that's the thing we talk about. He's already equalized the match twice so far. He needs to win one more game to equalize it for the 3rd time. But of course, Jan Nepomniachtchi is a complete beast himself. We've seen how he almost in his demeanor has grown over the board. He asserts this domination when he comes into the match. And there's so much at play right now between these 2 players. And Fabi, one more time, because this is your first day and I know that you will be with us throughout the match, with your experience of the World Championship against Magnus. I also know that you've been covering the match on your C-Squared podcast. I've been loving those, by the way. If I had to ask you for 3 conclusions that you have drawn about this match so far, reaching up to game 9, what would they be?
Yeah, I think 2 of them I already mentioned, which are the ability of them to create chances, winning chances. It's a very good sign for both of them, especially leading up to the final moments of this match and when Ding is trailing. It's a very good sign for him, especially. And the lack of taking defensive chances seems to be a theme for me. So those were 2. I don't know, the third thing in the match, I've been surprised by the variance in openings for sure. We saw in previous matches that, for example, Magnus sticks to his Marshall, or against me, he stuck to his Sveshnikov Rosalimo complex. I stuck to Petrov and Queen's Gambit declined against Magnus, and my strategy in that match was I prepare a bunch of openings and then I will prepare deviations within the openings. So I'll have room to maneuver, but I won't have to learn entire opening complexes. The strategy for these guys, although for Jan it seems like he's kind of sticking to his guns and playing e4 most of the games, but from Ding it's basically just deviating every game, playing something new every game. When was the last time we saw this? He's played the Berlin, the Marshall, and the French. 3 completely different openings. That's a lot of stuff that you have to understand in detail and commit to memory as well. A lot of variations, a lot of possible types of positions. That's definitely, I think, been a theme, at least from Ding's point of view.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing about a comment you made earlier, Tanya, is that Ding actually has had the advantage for a large percentage of the time in Game 7 and Game 8. The result is only half a point out of 2 games, but he was the side for choice. He actually, I think, played the better chess by and large in those games, but he froze. That's been the storyline, but just the result doesn't tell the full story. And on your point, Fabi, about preparation, about the types of openings we've seen, as a fan and a commentator, I love it. I think it's very exciting, but I think it actually begs the question, how do you think Ding chose his second in Richard Report? How has that influenced his decision to play all sorts of different openings? Because we know how Richard plays. He's a wild card. You don't know what you're going to get from him in any given game. And so do you think that's Richard's influence on Ding Liren? And do you praise it, or do you think that there are some regrets at this point?
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting question. And I've worked with Richard a tiny bit a few years ago. So I don't know exactly how he prepares so much, but we do have some insight from his games and his opening choices. And he's a player with a lot of interesting ideas. One of the, I think, narratives, which is incorrect, is that he's basically playing random stuff without preparation, which is completely untrue. Like when you're familiar with his opening choices and you see his moves, you can tell that, of course, he does analyze very seriously. He just usually does it in a path where he feels his opponent won't be as well prepared. So he's trying to take his opponent out of prep. It's similar to, in some ways, how Magnus is trying to surprise opponents early on, but still using proper computer analysis and deep analysis to choose his openings. And we see here Ding is well prepared. Like, okay, knight a6, not a very natural move to me. I mean, usually I would think the knight goes to d7. And we saw Jan was already a bit surprised by c6. So Ding has checked this in detail. He knows this line very well, which is a good sign. But for me, begs the question: why didn't he play the Berlin earlier? If I know the Berlin well, like why in a World Championship match, why wouldn't I play it earlier? It would have saved him a lot of headache, I think, in the anti-Marshall lines.
It's a good question.
As they say, well, life makes sense backwards. In hindsight, of course, there are all these questions that you look at. And you've been mentioning this move, knight a6. You were expecting a central square for the knight. Is the knight actually headed to the center, regardless of where we see it right now? Is knight c7 bringing it to the e6 square, or what Ding is looking at? And perhaps from knight c7, someday also hinting at a potential b5?
I think certainly, yeah, the knight will probably go to c7. I don't think it'll go to c5 because I think the bishop on c5 looks excellent, so you probably don't want to shake that up. So knight on c7, yeah, could easily prepare b5. That could be anti-positional, but I don't see in this type of position, especially why not. And always good to gain space, as long as your opponent can't attack that a5 pawn, which would suddenly be under a little bit of the eye of the rook on a1. I don't know if, let's say in this position, I would necessarily want to play it next move, but okay, for me, I would start to calculate critical moves here, like knight to h4, knight to f5. That would be the first thing. Now, knight to h4 certainly looks very logical. Knight to f5, I think probably take an e4 is not working out very well for white. Take e4, and you're not attacking that e5 pawn, so this probably works out. But knight h4 is a very interesting move. And sometimes a typical idea is after knight h4 to play knight g4, but here white would have knight h to f5, I think, probably winning the game. So white's idea when knight h4 is clear, you put the knight on f5, and that's a very annoying piece, kicking the queen away, and just installing a knight where it can't easily be chased away. But on the other hand, maybe bishop to e6 is not a big deal for black. You trade the bishops, Knight f5, queen drops back to f8. Slowly you try to get that knight kicked away with it's not easy, but slowly you try to get it, maybe king h7, knight g8, g6 in the long run. The knight is unpleasant, but it's also not like immediately attacking anything, so this might equalize very nicely for black.
I feel like it's the type of position that you look at and you're like, white has to be better. You have a knight on f5. Your pieces are coordinated in natural ways, but there isn't a step forward from here. That's the big issue, is that even if a knight plants itself on f5, then what? That's the essential question. There is no rook lift to make use of. Black has a rook on the d file. Maybe we'll see a second rook come over here. And with these bishops probably going to be traded at some point, unless white steps backwards, there are vulnerable squares in the position, like d3. So I don't think that this would be the end of the world for Ding Liren. And if we look at the current position after knight a6, I mean, knight g3 is super logical here. And it's just been played by Jan Nepomniachtchi. But Ding Liren doesn't have to bring his knight back just yet. He can also decide to bring his bishop out first, maybe offer a trade. I am looking at this e5 pawn hanging here. There must be tactics in the air, but perhaps that's too big of a pawn to give up on this spot. So yeah, you have to be careful. That e5 pawn is a bit loose. Only the queen is defending it.
I don't see the tactics after bishop e6, knight takes e5. The only tactic I could potentially see is bishop to d6, but I think after white takes on e6, white will have to deal with bishop d6, bishop takes e6, probably take on e6 back. White will have to deal with the double g pawns. I guess knight will move to f3. But white is also up a pawn, so I think white doesn't care too much that the kingside pawn structure is a bit spoiled. And knight coming into d4, pawn to e5, white seems to also have an initiative. So I think knight c7 is kind of queen to c7.
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow.
It wasn't a move that was on our radar. Does that just sidestep this threat that you were pointing out with knight h4, knight f5, getting your queen out of the way? But the question that I want to ask is then, what's the knight on a6 doing, Fabi?
Well, here it has to go to c5 at this point. I mean, what else? The bishop will drop back and knight goes to c5, but queen c7, obviously it's preparation, but I would never consider this move. I guess maybe knight to h4, he wants to play king to h7, then bishop to f8 and g6, and then kind of cover all the f5 ideas. I don't know if king h7, because bishop f8, I was wondering if there's knight to g6 and maybe getting the bishop pair. But I don't know if this is a big deal for black, even if you do get the bishop pair. And you can also play bishop d6 here, I guess. So yeah, maybe the knight on g6 doesn't really accomplish a whole lot.
It looks great though, right? There's a knight on g6. You have to be attacking. You have to be doing well. But I think that's a good realization. And Fabi, I mean, when we look at positions, sometimes we see something in our head. We visualize it and we're like, no, I don't want to allow it. But then when you get to make the moves out on the board, it makes chess a lot easier. Because then we're like, that knight on g6, it's not attacking anything. I can move my king out the way next. And then your knight will simply have to retreat.
Yeah, after king h, like white has to act right now to make use of the knight. King h7, like you can maybe play knight f5 here, but I don't see the big deal if bishop f5, ef5, king h7, knight goes back, and e4 maybe is very annoying for white. And now we see like all the black pieces are coming into their ideal squares. Knight to c5, bishop on d6, very active. Knight on h4 is obviously completely cut off. Okay, white can sack the exchange, but we'll have to deal with bishop h2 and potential back rank checkmates as well. So this probably doesn't work out at all for white. Queen c7, yeah, it's clear. Like Ding has just prepared this opening in a lot of detail. You never play this over the board without knowing that it's playable.
Yeah. And after queen c7, we see Jan. He is not at the board. He's at his resting area. We've seen that happen quite a bit in this match. The players just having a think, waiting, calming themselves down after a move has been played. Fabi, in your match against Magnus, what was that like? Did you guys have a specific area where you could just withdraw, cut yourself off for a bit and focus on what's going on?
Yeah, we did have separate rest areas. Or actually, were we in the same rest area? I think we might have been sharing one. And Magnus had his own little refrigerator as well. He had like a refrigerator which was dedicated to his drinks, whatever they might be. And the thing is, I don't like to spend too much time in the rest area just for one specific reason. It was basically I had a traumatic experience. I was playing Boris Gelfand in 2013 in the Tal Memorial, and I caught him in preparation, and I was just like sitting in the rest area. He's thinking for 40 minutes. I'm just sitting there. At some point, I'm like almost falling asleep. I'm looking at the screen, and my eyes are closing. He eventually plays a move, and I know that it's not a very good move. And I get to the board, and like within 3 moves, I just lose the game. And I start playing instantly. I have all the time in the world, and I just like lose the game like a complete idiot. And since then, I've told myself, yeah, don't spend any time in rest areas. It's not good for you. You know, you should be at the board. So I try not to be in the rest area too much. But some players really do spend a lot of time in there. For example, Magnus very often. Yeah, a lot of guys like to enjoy the rest area.
Wow. I'm amazed to hear that you guys were sharing a rest area. That just sounds quite not exactly a rest area, but where tension might even develop more when you've got to be with your opponent in the same place. But here, of course, the players do have their own resting area. And right now, we are on move 15. Queen C7 has been played by Ding. It looks like things are under control right now. Yan chilling in his rest area, thinking about how he wants to respond, try to create his chances with the white pieces. And while Yan has a think, he will take his time. We will take this time to go into a short break, and we'll see you on the other side. Jan Nepomniachtchi is having a think on move number 16 of a game 9 of the World Championship match. He plays with the white pieces. He's still in the resting area, not back to the board, but we can clearly see he's deep in thought. And while he is, we've got some great news for our viewers. Our official partners of the chess.com broadcast of the FIDE World Championship, World Quant. They are a global firm that builds complex mathematical models to identify market inefficiencies. And now, World Quant Brain is bringing together its international quant championship and the chess community to hunt down the next generation of quant finance specialists. Because nobody knows how to analyze a position better than a chess player, right? If you think you have what it takes, register for the International Quant Championship. Head over to go.chess.com/IQC or use command IQC in chat for more details. And we will be deep diving into the action that we're seeing in game 9 of the match. Queen c7. Finally, Jan Nepomniachtchi comes back to the board. Are you expecting Fabi for him to blitz out? Has he had a complete thought over in that resting area, or do you think he's going to take his time a little more trying to decide whether to go for the knight jump to f5?
I think he needs to take his time here, because the straightforward approaches like what we were examining with knight h4, knight g6, those may just lead to very dull equality. So if he wants to try to outthink Ding and his preparation, because obviously Ding is still prepared and knows his position better than Jan does, so he needs to find something which Ding hasn't analyzed, which means that it's definitely possible, because we're already deep into the line, so maybe Ding has not explored this position in so much detail. He might be surprised by a move, let's say like queen e2, or a move that isn't the first line of the engine here. But Jan will still need to have some sort of idea, because it's a subtle position. We said that before, if White wants to prove an advantage, he's going to have to prove it in a very subtle way. It's not going to immediately jump out at you. I suspect queen e2. The thing is, White would love to get knight h4, queen f3 in one go, because then you have threats like bishop takes h6. But the queen on c2 is, for the moment, not really contributing to the position. Yeah, if Black made those here, I think this is already super dangerous for Black. Like you're on the verge of getting crushed, because look at all of White's pieces: knight g3, knight h4, bishop c1, bishop c4, all contributing to the attack. So Black, of course, cannot waste time. But I don't know, maybe queen e2, f3 is also too slow of an approach.
One of the questions I'm having here is, what pieces do the sides want traded? We've only seen one pawn off the board for each player. And so, for example, bishop e3, is that a step to just trading off pieces, maybe leading to equality? Or at some point, can Black start thinking about more than just trying to make a draw? I mean, these kind of positions are very tender. As you said, there's a lot of subtlety in them. So what do you think, Fabio, would a move like bishop e3? Is that a type of trade that should keep the position stable? Or at what point does Black start thinking, I've done my job of getting equal position and I can try to play for a victory?
I think if bishop e3, Black is probably not too concerned. Black will, I think, happily trade those bishops. And one of the reasons why is because the bishop and the knight on a6 and the bishop on c5, were both sharing one square that they wanted to go to. And I think we would have likely seen, if the bishops weren't traded, Black's bishop might drop back to f8. So rather than that, White simply helped Black get rid of a piece which was a little bit in the way. And then the knight comes to c5, and Black is ready for bishop to e6. Obviously, the more trades we see, the less dynamic potential White will have to prove an advantage. The other thing is, I don't like the rook on e3, unless it's like knight h4, rook f3 coming. I don't really see what it's doing there. But I don't really believe in this whole rook f3 business either. So yeah, I wouldn't be too concerned by Black here. But it is an approach. At least you are getting the knight to f5. I don't know if maybe king to h7 again comes to mind, or simply bishop to e6 comes to mind. Bishop takes, probably White will play. Knight takes, and knight h to f5, I guess, is logical. And Black can probably safely play king to h7 followed by g6. The thing about this maneuver is, it could be a strong knight, but it could also just be a huge waste of time for White. So you might not want to embark on this maneuver unless you're sure the knight on f5 is not going to get kicked away. That's why I don't like bishop to e3. The other thing about bishop e3 is it weakens the f4 square for White, because the bishop no longer covers that square. So Black's knight eventually may come to that square, as you were highlighting in that position. Yeah, bishop e3 is not on my radar as a critical move.
Yeah. Very interesting moment here. And we see that Jan, as you mentioned, he should be taking his time, and that's exactly what he's doing. We haven't seen Jan slow down as much in an opening phase. To me, it appears as if Ding is definitely happy with the opening outcome. For those of you who are just joining us, it started with a Berlin, Jan choosing the anti Berlin with d3, and this is the current position. As we can see, Robert, you're highlighting the opening. So no a6, no Spanish, no Marshall, but we had a very solid approach. It is critical for Ding Liren to keep this game under control. Jan does lead the match with 1 point, and we can see in the current position that we've got up that Jan is thinking about the most direct option of bringing the knight into the game via f5. The one thing that stands out to me is that there's just a single pawn that has been traded so far. So it's definitely a position where there are so many possibilities, and a rich board, it feels like a calm before a storm. An attack could brew on the king's side. How much of an opening success do you feel this has been, Fabi, taking into account Jan's long think at this moment?
Yeah, I think overall, although the opening is not finished, so we can't judge completely, I think overall this has been a very good opening for Ding. He knows the position well, and it's going to be a headache for Jan in terms of having the white pieces and not being maybe able to know what to do against the Berlin in future games. And that's why I think he should have started it sooner, because you want to give your opponent that headache for the rest of the match, not when he's already had his fair share of wins and chances and good positions with white. Actually, while Jan is thinking, I wanted to dive into an earlier moment, because one of the sort of training games that people are speculating on started after d3 bishop c5, and here bishop takes c6. It's one of my favorite moves to play. D takes c6, knight b to d2, bishop to e6, white castles short. I played like this many times myself. Bishop to d6, knight to b3, a5, queen e1, a4, knight a5, and queen to b8. And this was one of those training games, which of course we don't know for sure if the players were playing them, but I was interested in this position because I've played this line with white. It's a super interesting line, and I wonder if that's why I had the feeling that maybe Ding was like possibly wanted to choose the Berlin, because if they're analyzing this line, I can't imagine that Ding wants to play e4 in this match with the white pieces. So the only explanation for why they're playing training games in this position, maybe they just want to play training games, but the other explanation is that they're actually interested in this from the black point of view because it's a topical position. So, and it doesn't look like a topical position. It looks like some random mess, but they were actually playing knight g5 here, and it's some sort of theory which is quite relevant, in fact.
Yeah, you play this against Liam Lei in the Champions Chess Tour, the Chessable Masters, and of course, this hasn't played the highest levels. And Ding Liren himself, in many positions, he does bring that queen to a7 in the Italian game. So we have seen these type of ideas from him. Well, I guess it's more of it starts in the Spanish, it turns into an Italian-like position, but this is definitely in Ding Liren's wheelhouse. But Fabi, a big question that I'm having as we get to the game position. Ding Liren suddenly is up almost 20 minutes. And I know I was kind of asking a leading question, was like, can Black start playing for more? But I feel like, how could you not think about that? First, you want to equalize, you want to make a draw if it's available to you, and then get white pieces in the next game. But if Jan continues to burn clock and then starts thinking too ambitiously, as you said, players with the white pieces, they want to make the most of the first move advantage. They don't want to just allow a simple draw. I feel like Ding is way more comfortable here, and this could give him confidence. So for Jan, what do you see his future being in this position? Do you think at some point he'll just trade off pieces and make that draw, or does he really want to fight on?
Yeah, I can speak to experience here that very often I've played these positions in, let's say, rapid games with the white pieces and gotten outplayed, because you want to be ambitious. And once it becomes an equal position and you still feel like I'm playing with the white pieces, I need to press my opponent, and that's when it starts to get dangerous. So as you mentioned, if he's getting too ambitious in an equal position, this is a position which could go both ways. I mean, it's very much a matter of subtle differences. So we saw some lines where white trades the dark square bishops, and Black's knight gets to c5, and this is already a potential positional advantage for Black, because we can think of, because of the central pawn structure, the light the wide square bishop is maybe a bit of a worse piece than the bishop on c8. And we're looking far into the future in some endgames where the e4 pawn is more easily attacked by black's bishop than by white's. And if black gets control of that d3 square, because at the moment he has more control over the d file, then he could put some pressure on white on that d file. So there's definitely things for both sides to look forward to potentially. And I'm sure Ding is super comfortable now. I mean, he knows the position, he has more time. Everything opening wise is going his way. But objectively, still the position is pretty much equal.
Babi, you were mentioning that the opening phase isn't completely over. And we see our eval bar say that black is equal right now. Ding has done everything right so far. But are there still a few critical moves to be made by Ding to make sure that he gets the kind of middle game that he's looking at? Or is it the kind of position where you've got the margin to take different approaches, different plans?
I think in this position, probably there is a wide choice for each player on each move. Although, if white plays aggressively with knight h4, and we did not see that move, we saw the bishop drop back to a2. And I don't fully understand this move. I'm guessing that he's kind of waiting for bishop to f8 so he can develop his bishop to e3. And then after knight c5, he wants to contest the d file, because you don't want to deal with potential knight d3 stuff, although it's not a big threat at the moment. But what's the big deal here? I guess black can't easily play bishop to e6 because bishop takes c5. Oh, maybe that's his idea. So bishop e6, bishop c5, and now with the bishop on c4, you could take on c4, but with the bishop on a2, after bishop a2, bishop f8, take on f8 again, and then there's b3 trapping the bishop. Maybe that's why he wants his bishop on a2? Otherwise, the bishop doesn't seem like a better piece than on c4, but that could be an explanation for the move.
That's a super deep rationale, and Fabi, we rely on you to come up with reasons for a bishop retreating to a2. But I think your initial sense, if I'm reading you correctly, I've known you for a long time, you're kind of like, I wasn't expecting that move. It seems kind of ambiguous. It doesn't actually threaten anything. Is Jan really out of his comfort zone? I feel like black is perfectly solid here. And bishop a2, a retreating move after a long think, it feels like it's just kind of aimless in a way.
Yeah, I think for sure he's out of his comfort zone, because whenever your opponent's playing quickly and you know they have computer analysis on their side, you don't like it and you want to avoid that at all costs. So you take the first opportunity to make a move which you kind of know is a little bit inferior, but you just don't want to be playing against a computer. And that's pretty much what bishop a2 seems to be, because obviously Ding is starting to think, and it's very unlikely that he's analyzed this move. And if we go back into that line where after rook a to d1, or rook e to d1, I'm not 100% sure which is more logical. I think black can maybe trade and then play b5. I'm not sure. This is a bit of a double-edged approach, but it doesn't look immediately bad because you're balancing the structure. As you mentioned, maybe black will someday want to be ambitious. Still, white does have b4 here, which will probably be met by knight to a4, so actually that doesn't look very good for white. And although apparently it's also completely fine for white, so yeah, it might be one of those positions where the balance is hard to disrupt. Both sides have a lot of freedom of decent moves. But I like this for black. It's an unbalanced structure, and you have a potential past a pawn. Maybe one day, if things go well, they start to go really well. And that bishop on c8 can go to b7, and now it starts to put pressure on the e4 pawn. So I wonder if this will be the direction that both Jan and Ding will be looking at.
Wow, the analysis board that you've just got up in front of us, and all these lines that you're discussing with the bishop getting trapped on a2, the queen side opening up, it really looks like the kind of position that has so much more poison than what meets the eye at first glance. And Robert, you mentioned something really interesting about Jan perhaps being out of his comfort zone, because for the first time in a long time, right? Jan makes a move bishop a2 and doesn't immediately leave his chair. He waited. He was sitting there until Ding got back, and only now, when Ding is having a think, which is an implication that perhaps this isn't a top move or the move that was in Ding's preparation, does Yan decide to take to that resting area one more time. Bishop a2 played. And once again, there are innocuous looking moves. You could try to trade the bishop to e6, move that queen to e7, create that square on c7, or fall back with your own bishop to f8. We've seen so much drama in this World Championship match, and we've seen psychology at play. We've seen amazing opening preparation, Fabi, as you've been pointing out. We've seen missed opportunities, tactical blowouts, and wow, Ding keeping up with the clock this time, and he strikes on the queen side. This is a move that we mentioned a while back, and Fabi, it's happened. b5 on the board. I love it.
I didn't expect it to happen so quickly because I thought black could prepare it a bit more first, because this doesn't create a threat. With the knight on c5, it creates a threat on knight takes a4. So white doesn't have to immediately react to this. You don't have to take. I think basically there's a sort of standoff between the bishop on c5 and the bishop on c1. White is waiting for that bishop to go back to f8 so that the bishop can go to e3. Black is waiting with the bishop to go back so that white can't move that bishop so comfortably to e3. And yeah, b5, I'm surprised he played it so quickly. I mean, is bishop a2 still some sort of like preparation from Ding? Like, does Ding know the move, or is he just super confident and knows his position is good, so why stress it? Let's continue to put pressure on the opponent. Again, I'm looking at knight to h4 here. It looks super logical, as always, to put the knight on h4. I'm also looking at queen to e2 at some moment, because now it has like a dual purpose. Maybe attacks that pawn on b5, but then I'm thinking, okay, b takes a4 is something I have to consider as well. So queen to e2, it really makes a lot of sense to me, this move. Because if b takes a4, sorry.
No, I was about to say, I'm glad to show it on the board. B takes a4. It looks really ugly, but what's the plan here?
I think bishop to c4, so black doesn't want to be saddled with those a and c pawns, so black might try a3 to get rid of that. And I don't know if b3 is an option here. It might very well be. It's like typical. You try to take on a3 with the bishop, so you don't have the pawns that are getting separated. You want to keep your pawn islands intact. Let's call them that. And if queen to e7 trying to defend that pawn, then maybe now knight to h4. Maybe now it's time.
Bobby, do you like the idea of knight h4? I'm not sure. I know for a fact. Is that what you want to have on the board?
With queen to e7, I like it. Without queen e7, I'm always unsure about this move. But I keep saying knight h4, so probably it seems like I have some sort of special attachment to this move. But I just want to attack that queen.
It looks good, though. It looks good for white, because this pawn is likely going to be picked up at some point, and the split pawn structure here is not what you want. So I don't think Ding really wants to take on a4. Nobody wants to compromise their structure on the queen side like that, but queen e2, a nice multi-purpose move, probably a good reaction to this b5 choice, and then knight h4 does look much more tempting.
Yeah, well, I'm loving it, right? This is an opening that we don't expect to fire up so quickly. With this last move by Ding, it's game on. He's willing to create something on the board, take his chances with the black pieces, not playing the super safe options that we've been discussing, maneuvering the pieces. He feels he's ready to strike on the queen side. He does it, and now it's a standoff there. You're mentioning the line with giving up the a4 pawn, a temporary sacrifice, but Nepo is also perhaps considering just changing the pawn structure by taking on b5 and then maybe putting pressure on that b5 pawn. A takes b5, c takes b5, queen e2 will attack that pawn on b5. And whatever is the case, the fact that Ding has gotten Nepo to think early on in the game, I think that's a great sign for Team Ding and Dingler and fans right now. Ding playing confidently in this one. And Fabi, is there an option for Yan to consider changing the pawn structure by actually capturing on b5? You were talking about the positional drawbacks of a potential break, like the one that we're seeing right now by Ding. What are these potential drawbacks?
Yeah, all things being equal, I feel some sort of repulsion towards the move a takes b5. And it's mostly because I feel like black's a pawn will come to a4 after a b5, c b5, and will kind of fix white's pawns, and it feels like black gains a lot of space. The only situation where I feel like that's positionally motivated is if white can get a knight to d5, but those knights are so far away from d5. I don't see that happening, and I don't see a reason to trade off the a pawn for the c pawn. Sometimes we say, central pawns are more valuable than pawns on the a and h files, but it's not always the case. And here I feel like the change in structure helps black. For another reason, I do feel like bishop to b7 becomes an option, and you put some pressure on the e4 pawn. So I don't see Jan playing a takes b5. Yeah,
Goes
queen
for
e2
your
is
move.
very logical. Now I wonder
Called it, Fabi.
how. Yeah, I wonder how Ding reacts, because if b takes a4 maybe isn't an ideal approach, but it might actually be, because what I'm thinking is after b takes a4, bishop to c4, that black doesn't play a3, and the reason why is black maybe takes the time to drop the bishop back somewhere, and I'm not 100% sure where. But let's say bishop to f8, and if rook takes a4, now black gets knight c5 with tempo. Rook, let's say, to a1, and black, I don't know if a4 is possible because of b4, or if it's desirable. Maybe b4 is really annoying. So, but ideally, if black could get this a4, then it would be a very good thing, because although the a and c pawns are isolated, that a pawn is sort of restricting white's pawns. And if black could get an extra move here, like rook to b8, I think black would be doing very well. But yeah, this b4 here is annoying. So it's definitely a difficult moment for black. Like, you have to make a decision here. You either protect b5 or you take on a4. I don't see other logical moves. Playing b4 is, by the way, an enormous positional mistake, I feel, because like the bishop comes to c4 and just feels very ugly to do this. You allow an outpost on that c4 square. So definitely a critical decision for Ding at this point.
Wow. A critical moment for Ding, but the confidence with which he's playing it looks like he knows the kind of direction he wants to take in this game. One thing's for sure, after b5, this is going to be a close game. And it has also been a very close match between world number 2, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and world number 3, Ding Liren. So many dynamics at play in this one. And one of the things that we've often heard the chess world speak about, the pundits, the best players in the world, the slight advantage that Jan Nepomniachtchi has in this match going into his fight for the World Championship has been his World Championship match experience. He played in Dubai in the 2021 match against Magnus Carlsen. Our very own Daniel Naroditsky spoke to Jan about that experience.
I mean, every unsuccessful game is a lesson, and of course, the main thing I took away from this match was my experience, and experience was quite sad. But maybe that's why it was quite useful. Yeah, I mean, even like in the middle of the match, I would say, even until I started, let's say, like blundering everything in one move, I would say that I came to sort of the conclusion that okay, it's pretty much different comparing to what I have, to what I have expected. So now I'm like, in a way, can model, let's say, the match, how it goes, how it might go. So, for example, my general idea, all right, so to win candidates, you should like win like 3 or 4 games. To win match, you should win 1 game and lose 0, yes. I mean, it's also quite quite a childish approach, I think. Yeah, so speaking of the upcoming match, it's, I mean, surely I think I wouldn't say it's like my only advantage comparing to Ding, but it's one of like very important things that already, okay, I have like more or less a bitter experience, but nevertheless, that's an experience. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure if he's like pretty much used to, this type of chess. Of course, he's playing some matches like here and there, but there are like 4 games, 6 games. It's not quite the same. It's not the same level of excitement, involvement, and preparation. So probably this will favor me.
Jan Nepomniachtchi and Magnus Carlsen played the 2021 World Championship match in Dubai. And we saw a complete collapse by Jan after game 6. He mentioned that it wasn't a pleasant experience, but definitely things that he took away, which is why we find him today at this stage that he is in this match against Ding Liren. And Fabi, I want to ask you, what we witnessed in that 21 match with the game 6 and what happened after the aftermath of game 6, the collapse that we witnessed by Jan, how big a role does that play in understanding what it takes to deal with these difficult situations in a world championship?
I think it's a very individual thing, because a match like that can destroy you, or it can teach you. It can cause trauma. It can, you could have that in the back of your mind always, that I lost in such a dramatic fashion on the biggest stage in the chess world, and you always have in the back of your mind, I don't want that to happen again. I do feel like Jan has a lot of mental fortitude, and he probably took more lessons away from that than the trauma that that it gave him, which for sure, he does have some unpleasant memories, and at the time, I'm sure it was the most unpleasant emotions you can imagine playing chess. And in front of millions of people, you're losing game after game. But we saw from his comeback in the candidates, which was a remarkable, just remarkable tournament for him, like in terms of his level of play and his, let's say, general stability. Compared, like that's what really separated him from other players. That he was the only player, I think, who showed stability from start to finish. And I can't think of anyone else who, players had their good and bad moments, but he only had good moments. And I didn't expect to see that level of Jan in that tournament. But when he's at his best, he's really one of the best, not only in the world but one of the best ever. So Ding as well, when he's at his best, he can basically play like a complete machine. And yet the role of experience, it's a difficult one. I can say from my first candidates that I didn't know anything and my preparation was childish. But somehow I came very close to winning that candidates with no experience. And then my last candidates with all the experience in the world, I basically played like a child at some point in that tournament. So you never know what the role of experience will bring. Sometimes it might be good. Sometimes you might not have learned your lesson from the past tournaments.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, Fabi. I think there's nothing that can replicate experience, as you're mentioning. And normally, I'm the one who's going to dive into the conversation, but I have this feeling that I want to dive into chess right now, if that's okay. I have one variation. It's a pawn sacrifice, so I'm hoping that we can analyze it, and I think Ding is considering it as well. What if he gives up this pawn? Is that out of the question for him to drop the bishop back to f8 and give up a pawn on b5 just for the compensation of this weak d3 square, the bishop heading to a6? Is this worth the pawn?
I do like this idea a lot, actually, and I'm even seeing some other tactics because it's clear that bishop a6 just threatens to win the queen. So white has to deal with that urgently, and I can see no other way than queen to e2. I don't see how else you're going to deal with that threat. And bishop to a6. There's also knight to d3, bishop to c4. I'm wondering about this position because there is like this knight to b3 tactic, but I'm not sure it works. Probably because simply rook to a4. I'm also not sure if bishop a6, knight a1, bishop c4 back is very good for black. So yeah, this probably tactically isn't working. Although you always have a4. I wonder if maybe bishop takes h6 at some point comes into play in this type of position. It might actually be the issue at some point. Like instead of bishop c4, maybe bishop takes h6, and you ended up getting 2 pawns for the exchange, which is probably a bit too much for black to handle. So yeah, there's a lot of like sharp tactics here. I wonder, like if you play bishop f8, you have to calculate take, knight c5, queen to e2, and whatever this brings. I don't know what this is. Knight to d3 is also very tempting here. Rook d1, bishop to a6 now. Super tempting option. Yeah, very, very, very interesting idea.
I love it. I mean, I partly love it because I suggested it, but in all seriousness, I'm looking at this position, and black's pieces are just firing away on all cylinders. I feel like black has better coordination, better activity, but a pawn is a pawn. So if you don't make the most of it, it could really backfire.
But here I'm like, this is very close to just being really bad for white. I mean, you have c4 as maybe a bailout. Maybe that's what you should do, because I'm thinking if you play queen c2, is knight b4 just winning on the spot? Maybe not, but I was worried. How is white surviving this position? Probably just queen b3, but I was thinking like, I have a4, you probably have queen takes f7. Or
do you have bishop c4?
Bishop c4, yeah. Bishop c4 is probably super strong. Yeah, that seems to just finish it off.
Wow, what a weird position, because the problem for black at the end here is once the queen is captured, this knight takes this bishop here, and somehow these pieces survive. Like, it looked like they would be in trouble, but black has a piece and a queen for 2 rooks, too much material.
So let's go back after bishop to f8, because let's see what happens if white doesn't take that pawn. Does white have any other sensible options here?
I keep coming back to your idea. Get that knight into f5.
Yeah, but
Knight
knight h4, knight
h4.
c5, knight c5, you have to deal both with knight d3 and knight takes a4 and b takes a4. So this doesn't look like white has time to get some kind of queen f3 in. Maybe white can take on b5, take and try to get queen f3 in. But I'm not believing it so much. Knight to d3 or something. Bishop h6, knight e1, rook e1. Okay, it's potentially interesting.
It's funny
Yeah,
how
but it's only interesting for commentators and for fans, but I think if you're playing white, you want none of this position. You definitely don't want to allow this kind of activity for Ding Liren. And even just aesthetically, just visually looking at these lines with the knight jumping into d3, it could get bad for white super quickly in this moment that we have. And Ding not taking the decision to take on a4. Robert, he's definitely thinking about your idea of just offering this pawn sacrifice. We've been thinking about that knight on a6, where it's headed. It could very well become the star piece in black's position.
I've been watching his eyes, and he is definitely looking at this side of the board. I mean, he must, no matter what decision he makes about the b5 pawn. But to me, it just looks like energetic play. And that's what's been missing in some key moments from Ding's perspective. And I think that, when he's in top form, as Fabiano said, he is one of the absolute best calculators, not just of the present day, but of all time. And just looking at this position, it's not easy to see how white deals with the various threats. You may want to just develop your bishop. I think maybe some people will be looking at that, but then you're inviting some pressure down the B line. That B2 pawn will be hanging.
Or Robert, here bishop to a6 is forcing bishop takes f7 or queen a5 with a piece sacrifice.
Yeah, that's
because otherwise the queen is trapped. And I don't know if this piece it's rook a5 and then also e5 is hanging. So probably white is no worse here because I mean knight to d3. I guess black is not really risking much, but white is going to get 4 pawns potentially for bishop.
Also knight takes e5. I mean, I guess I could just
I was thinking knight e5 take, and I guess that this is a position which is very likely to end in some sort of equality.
Yeah.
But yeah, do you really want to sack a piece with white? I can't imagine Jan going for that sort of thing.
Not easy to see this from so far away either. You have to calculate so many other variations along the way that this doesn't look fun to work through.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think that Jan would take the pawn in case of bishop to f8. That's my feeling, that he would most likely try to play around it. Bishop to e3, knight to c5, maybe take on b5, and then follow it up with some sort of move. But it's not easy to see that move. Both e4 is hanging and knight d3 is on the card. So on the other hand...
How are you evaluating just trading on c5 and getting that b4 in using some tactics of bishop f7 in the air?
So bishop takes c5, bishop takes c5, b4, and black drops the bishop back. But where does the bishop go back to? b6 is very logical. To keep an eye on f2. Now you can take on b5, right?
Yeah, I'm tempted to pick up that pawn. In the spirit of Yasa, grab that pawn.
Yeah. And e5 is hanging. That's super important. So bishop a6 is met by queen takes e5. And yeah, maybe white can safely grab the b5 pawn in that case. So bishop c5, it's a position which is it's a move which is very positionally undesirable, but concretely it might work out. Okay, maybe bishop to d6 here in this case. So that after queen takes b5, black will be able to have the e5 pawn protected. And maybe
e5 is still hanging, no, Fabi? After bishop a6?
How is e5 hanging? Oh,
E5,
a5 is
sorry,
hanging.
bishop a6
Yeah,
in
I was thinking more like queen takes c3 here if it's possible. B takes a5. Yeah, are you winning this pawn? Because we can try to chase that queen. So first of all, yeah, any taking on a5 is met by bishop f7. But can we chase that queen away with bishop to d7 or something?
Just showing off the various tactics here. I mean, this gets very complicated, so no wonder Ding is investing so much time. But he's down a point in the match, and he doesn't have to win this game. He has plenty of games remaining. But he's thinking, can I get some chances to even up the score? Not here. This would be bad. We're going through some various lines here. But I mean, it's a pawn sacrifice, but I don't like the look of b takes a4. I'm going to be honest. That looks like a very ugly pawn structure. So to me, bishop f8, it seems like much more in the spirit of an energetic play versus maybe a future passive defense.
Yeah. Robert, completely love this line that we've been looking at and analyzing, and I'm gonna make a prediction here. I think Ding will offer this pawn sacrifice. I think he will make the move bishop to f8, and we will have fireworks while he is navigating all these variations currently. Looking at this line, bishop f8, so tricky with that knight jumping in. And just to close that thought, I do like the idea of Yan considering of trading that dark squad bishop for the knight. Yan currently in his resting area, undoubtedly. Also thinking about these positions where black might get the initiative while Ding makes a decision. We will go into a short break and be right back.
Introducing WorldQuant, the partner of the Champions Chess Tour and Chess.com. WorldQuant is a global firm in the field of quantitative asset management. If you don't know what that is, it's the job of building complex mathematical models that seek to identify market inefficiency. For 2023, WorldQuant Brain is bringing together its International Quant Championship and the award-winning Champions Chess Tour to hunt down the next generation of quant finance specialists.
It sounds very exciting. You put your skills in practice in a case competition where you get a real challenge. And I signed up.
WorldQuant is seeking new talent and new energy, and it's looking at the world of chess to help. Because nobody knows how to analyze a position better than a chess player, right? No quant experience? No problem. So, do you think you have what it takes to compete in the International Quant Championship? Sign up and be the next quant champion.
Welcome back, everyone. We are inside the glass the glass room of the St. Regis Hotel, where currently the two challengers, Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren, are etching their name into history. This is Game 9. Welcome, everyone. And for those of you who are just joining us, I'm your host, International Master Tanya Sachdev. Alongside me, Grandmaster Robert Hess, and of course, former World Championship challenger, Super Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana, bringing you all the analysis, the insights, the deep dives into the minds of these two incredible fighters. Currently, Ding Liren is in a think tank in a very critical moment of the game. We see action on two sides. Divide the board into half. It looks like Jan Nepomniachtchi is eyeing the king side, while Ding Liren creating play on the queen side. Fabi, when we went into the break, we were looking at options at different moves, capturing an a4, the bishop retreat, fighting for initiative. Ding chose a different one. And I see the eval bar, it was not accurate. Is this trouble for Ding?
I don't like his move. I don't know how much it gives white an initiative, but I thought that b takes a4 or bishop f8, the idea to sacrifice the pawn that we mentioned, was just a bit more dynamic and, putting pressure on white to either calculate something. We were mentioning some lines where white gives up the bishop. Automatic move, like white has no other ideas. The whole point of queen e2 was to try to get that queen to f3 quickly. So knight to h4, followed by queen to f3 is the idea. And now Ding starts thinking again. It feels like, again, it's not a very practical approach. He's giving Jan easy moves, and then he's taking difficult decisions for himself. And now he's starting to think again, and the time is equalized. We mentioned time advantage. Now it's pretty much not there anymore. And white's next move is pretty simple. I mean, it's going to be queen to f3, right? I guess bishop to f8 can be met by, I don't know if you take on b5 first or maybe queen f3 first, but you play queen f3 with the idea of taking on h6 with the bishop, exploiting the fact that black, if he takes back, will drop the knight on f6. So I don't know. Okay, bishop f8 still feels very logical to me here, but it might not. But the thing is, what else do you do at this point? What other because if you put the bishop on e7, you always get that bishop attacked with knight f5. So which other move is logical besides bishop to f8?
Yeah, I think bishop f8 is the move to play, but it just feels like white's pressure is mounting and black is a bit slow. I understand the impulse to defend your pawn. Ding Liren invested a lot of time at that moment, but rook b8, that was a mistake. I mean, you see the evaluation go from about level to immediately being better for the white pieces. And there are many reasons why, but it's because black is now saddled with passive defense, whereas the line we were looking at, instead of rook to b8, was bishop f8. Yes, white gains a pawn in the position, but you see black's pieces start flying in. We were talking about knight d3 ideas, bishop a6, may even trap the queen, rook can come to b8, semi-open file, there's a pawn at the end of it. This would have been energetic, active play for Ding Liren. Instead, he made this move. Rook to b8. Can't really blame him for it, but I just feel like he's trying to withstand the pressure without coming with pressure of his own, and then knight h4 happens, and he's in that deep think once again. And just to show Fabi's point that after bishop f8, queen f3, let's say you bring this knight in. Yes, my knight's finally activated. Bishop takes h6 is available because if you take back on h6, your knight lost its defender. This would be out of the question because black's king would be in harm's way.
I feel like it's still, after bishop takes h6, a critical position, because black can grab some pawns of his own. Normally, you really don't want to lose that h6 pawn, because then bishop g5 comes with a really dangerous-looking attack. This looks terrible, yeah, bishop g5 comes. I don't know if, like, something to d3, maybe rook or knight to d3 after bishop takes h6 is a... I would never go for this with black, but maybe it's playable. On the other hand, like, you just worry that you get checkmated, right? Even if white sacrifices material, you just get checkmated because all of those, I mean, 4 pieces around black's king, the bishop on a2 also participating. That's a lot of attacking pieces.
Looks bad.
I mean, the eval bar doesn't hate it so much. Maybe there's a way to defend. Sometimes you have to take with the B pawn and then put your knight on B3. Your best defense is just stopping that long range piece. And actually, the evaluation bar says that black has sufficient counterplay. This is not a lost position. It just looks really dangerous. I think from a human perspective, it's really hard to play. Much more fun to play with the white pieces.
I think maybe the point is if bishop g5, there's a disruptive move rook to d3. I'm not sure that's the reason why, but otherwise I don't see how you deal with the bishop g5 idea. And here if rook to e3, now black takes, and white has to misplace a piece, the queen. If queen takes e3, maybe knight to h7 is suddenly, not so clear anymore. Like that knight was pinned to the rook on d8, but with the rook gone, suddenly black has some time to coordinate some defense. So on the other hand, I would be too scared to go for this. I would look for an alternative. Yeah, I'm thinking king to h7 after knight to h4 is also a logical move.
Okay, so you're saying start with king h7.
Yeah, but I'm still not sure if queen to f3 is good. And I'm also a bit worried about knight to h5, but I'm not super worried about knight to h5.
Your point is that with the trade, that f7... Oh, okay, so if you
don't trade,
you're in big trouble.
I think queen to e7 might be okay after knight to h5. Might be. It's still a dangerous position because white has like queen to f3 here, and certainly has its own dangers for black just because there's so many pieces on the king side. And the knight on a6 is not participating in the defense. It's more white's pieces that are attacking.
Looks terrible. I'm going to be honest. I'm looking at this position. I've had positions like this from the black side. You just feel like white is increasing the pressure, attacking this knight. At the very least, I can double your pawns on the next move. So even if I don't checkmate you or win the game, I will have a much better endgame. And actually, f7 is hanging as soon as I was trying to finish my point. Like, let's say you make some defensive move. You have to trade queens because your king's in wide open, but trading queens simply loses this pawn down here on f7. So this is just not looking very pleasant.
Yeah, this is bad. After queen to f3, I guess black is at this point obligated to take on h5, most likely. And then queen takes h5. And I was thinking queen to f6 first, but then I saw knight to f3 is just like attacking everything. So queen f6 doesn't even like work out at all. Because e5 and f7 and knight g5 are all threats now. So black would have to dig deep to... the thing is, the knight on a6, like it's a double-edged sword. It could become a very good piece on c5, but for the moment, it's out of the game. You kind of have an urgent positional problem to solve, which is get that knight into the game, get it to c5.
Wow, all these lines that you guys have been pointing out, it looks like it could be trouble for Ding. He needs to be super careful, and it all comes down to this move, rook b8, right? Everything looked absolutely fine before he made this move. And now suddenly, the attack on the king side looking a lot more dangerous. It always does, right? And if you divide the board into two halves, and one player is playing for activity on the queen side, and the other's going for the king, it just looks extremely scary, especially when you've got two knights, the queen, the bishop, joining into it. Ding, Robert, is he feeling the pressure right now?
He definitely is. I mean, he was up about 20 minutes a couple moves ago, but his last few moves, they've been cautious, but overly so. Rook to b8, we get it. You're protecting a pawn that was under attack, but Fabi's first instinct was to take on a4, realizing that I can't just play defensive chess. This bishop is in the knight square. Sometimes we refer to squares as turnstiles, as pieces that can take their turn jumping into them. The c5 square is taken by the black bishop, but the knight needs to be there, and playing bishop f8, queen f3, you just don't have the time because h6 is hanging and the knight on f6 is loose. I do not like this position at all for Ding Liren. It seems very difficult to play. I don't care what the eval bar says.
I completely agree with you, Robert. And to echo that thought, take a look at the clock situation. Ding Liren in a big think tank, he's the one for the first time in Game 9 who now falls behind on the clock to Jan Nepomniachtchi. It is a narrative that we've seen in the World Championship. It is something that has come to haunt Ding in those critical moments. Well, the moments are just getting started. Take a look at what Ding had to say about his struggles dealing with time pressure in the World Championship.
Of course, the best way is to play as quickly and as good as possible, but You know, the position after the opening is very, very unclear, and there are so many options for me. So I have to figure out which was the best way to continue, and it cost me a lot of time. And I think the time spent during the first half of the game was needed, because I guess I played some good moves. Maybe not the best, but at least I was not worse. It's just because I didn't cover the advantage when I have the chance.
With Ding slowing down, having a big think, as it looks like Jan Nepomniachtchi has managed to create initiative on the king side. And as I was saying it, Ding does make the move. Bishop retreat coming all the way back to f8. How critical was it, Robert, according to you, to not burn the clock too much at this particular moment?
It's essential. We've seen what happens when Ding is in time trouble. He gets flustered, and this game is just heating up. It's going to get sharper, and Jan's moves are easy. Fabiano's plan is about to be seen on the board, where the queen comes up to f3. There's a threat of bishop takes h6, and Black's decisions, every single one, will be difficult for the foreseeable future. So I think that Ding Liren, he's doing okay on the clock right now, but there's no increment. And with 1 hour and 11 minutes to make 22 moves, that is a ton, because this king is not a happy camper.
Yeah, I think that the time situation is going to be in his head, because he knows that once he gets into time trouble, it's a kind of time trouble that can be disastrous, as we saw from that game 7. And so about the position, I actually was having a thought, because if white starts with queen f3, knight to c5, the variation that we were examining. And now we said that if bishop h6, there was some kind of b takes a4, and it wasn't super clear. And if white takes on b5 immediately instead of bishop h6, black has this intermediate move knight to d3, I think. And if you can trade off that bishop on c1, white's attack pretty much evaporates instantly. So I'm wondering if maybe white's most accurate is to take on b5 first, instead of queen to f3. So you get you get rid of all those b takes a4, knight takes a4 ideas. cb5, only move which makes sense. Queen to f3 now, and now knight c5, bishop h6 is a whole different story. You can't recapture the pawn, so you kind of just lose a pawn with black.
But you do open up the 6th rank, so black maybe can use another piece to defend. That's the downside of having the c6 pawn removed.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But after rook b6, there's bishop to e3, and you kind of have another difficult moment. Do you want to play bishop to c5? You're taking a lot of time with that one piece now. But what other move do you have? I mean, do you want to put your rook on c6? It looks very odd there. And yeah, maybe bishop c5. Maybe it's not so bad for black, but it's double-edged. I'm kind of considering bishop takes h6 already, but I don't believe it works. Because gh6, knight g to f5, it comes with the threat of checkmate, but probably king to h7 covers everything. But yeah, these are the sorts of lines that might be going through the players' heads.
And Jan didn't even think, by the way. He moved. He went queen f3. He's not taking, he's not allowing Ding to defend that king side. He's going for the attack.
Yeah, and Robert, that's also because Jan knows that the clock plays such an important role in this match. He's off throughout the match. Jan's strategy has been really clear. In the opening phase, even if he doesn't go for the most direct line, he just makes sure that everything is under control and leaves Ding to take the most critical decision when he has an advantage on the clock. And we've seen Ding struggle with those, Fabi, as you were mentioning. And once again, now that Jan feels that shift in the momentum, he did slow down earlier on in the game, making that move bishop a2. But Jan is doing Jan things now. He's just back. He makes the move quickly, puts the pressure on. It's easier for him to make these attacking moves, queen to f3 on the board. And Ding, move by move, every single move, taking his time. He's really starting to burn the clock. Fabi, if you had to make a prediction, will clock be a big factor for Ding in this one?
I feel like, yes, they are likely going to get into time trouble. Or at least Ding will likely get into time trouble. Jan seems to be speeding up so much, and he's doing his typical thing, which is a psychological tactic. But it works for him because he quickly kind of feels what the right move more or less should be, and then I think a lot of top players will feel what the right move should be, or at least one of the right moves, like queen to f3. But then they want to calculate and be precise and hesitate, and he can kind of put that out of his head. That's just a psychological thing. He doesn't mind giving up a little bit of control. The upside being that he puts a lot of pressure on his opponent. I mean, it's unpleasant to face when your opponent is just thinking and you don't have time. You never have time to think on his clock. It's always on your own, and you see your clock ticking down. You have to calculate variations, and you're feeling the pressure. So it's unpleasant. On the other hand, it is a double-edged thing, of course, because you can't get as deep in your calculations when you're playing as quickly, right? So if there comes a moment when the natural move is not so good, it could be that Jan makes an imprecise move. But in this case, this is the right decision. He's putting a lot of pressure on Ding.
Bobby, I have a question for you, though, because Ding came well prepared. He was up on time. How demoralizing is it when you play what seems like very good opening repertoire, and then you're the one down the clock and struggling to find equality because your king is in trouble like this?
Yeah, I think it really does come down to after the opening, there are usually some critical moments. And the rook to b8 move, that was a critical moment. You have to feel when those moments are, that you can take your time on those moments. You just need to feel where it is. You take your time and you choose the right decision. And it makes all of your decisions after that much easier. So it actually saves you time if you take the time then. And he did take the time, but he made the wrong decision. I'm quite surprised, in fact, by rook b8, because I don't know if b takes a4 was the best move. I don't know if bishop f8 was the best move. But it really feels like rook to b8 is giving your opponent the initiative. And it's not like knight h4 is a particularly surprising move. So I don't know what he felt. Maybe he saw this position after knight c5 and felt like something on d3 was going to work out for black. But on the other hand, I saw no downside to bishop to f8 instead of rook to b8, the move that you mentioned. The pawn sacrifice. If white doesn't take the pawn, there is actually no downside to it. So you basically have to just consider, okay, if my opponent takes the pawn, am I worse? If not, let's go for it. Why not?
Yeah, and it very well might come down to that move 17 decision. And Ding went into the tank, but decided to move the rook a move later, going for Robert's idea of centralizing the knight, right? Falls back with the bishop. But chess is all about tempo. It's all about timing. And it could be a move too late to find the harmony in his pieces, to get that knight to the defense, to create his own counterplay. And with that last move, Jan Nepomniachtchi has a big threat on the board. He wants to grab the h6 pawn. We've been looking at alternatives where Ding just ignores the bishop h6 capture and instead creates his own initiative with the knight jump to c5. But is there a way in this position that Ding can still keep it under control on the king side and make sure that h6 pawn still stays alive? Or is it now time for Ding to just go all out, to throw all his cards and fight for the initiative?
I think it is the time.
Yeah, I was about to say, Fabi, I'm going to pass to you, but I just don't see even a move to start defending the king side.
I can only think of king to h7, but the thing is that might just help white play knight to f5 with similar threats, or maybe, I don't know which knight to f5? Knight h to f5 feels like but again, you're threatening knight takes h6, and of course black can kind of play stuff like knight to g8, but at that point it's clear, you've accepted you have a bad position, and at least I'm not losing tactically, so let's try to hold on, but not what you really want to go for. And besides that, king to h7 also, I guess knight to f5 is probably the right move, because knight to h5 I feel like black can take and play g6 in time. So king h7 I don't like. I think, yeah, he should go for it. He should play knight c5, bishop h6, b takes a4. It's a critical line. You just calculate it and hope that it works out. And here I think at least Jan would suddenly have a difficult decision, because this is a very complex position. And you have a lot of options. I mean, you have bishop g5, you have like rook to e3 or something to stop rook d3, but then you're taking a lot of risk as well, because you might just lose your entire queenside, and you count on the attack. Other moves which come to mind, I'm not sure. Bishop to c4, but I don't really feel like it's the right move. Let's try this rook e3. Let's see what happens. Oof, nothing good. Rook takes b2 and black just wins. Is it that simple? Apparently.
Chess is sometimes that simple, yeah, I guess.
I was hoping that some bishop g5 here or knight f5 and black and white might like brute force his way to an attack, but probably just gh6 and it doesn't work out at all. It's it might be one of those positions. So
That makes me very sad. It looks like you should be checkmating, but you just cold-blooded take the piece and say, that's it, no attack for you.
yeah, it seems, although it's still like you would still calculate knight takes h6 here, bishop h6, queen f6. It's not like it's immediately self-evident that white loses this. Bishop takes e3, knight to f5. I don't know. Maybe bishop e3 is just knight to f5. Oh, sorry. There's bishop takes f5. Yeah, of course. So there's simply no ideas here for white.
How about this one?
That is an idea. Okay, but king to h7, is that important?
Okay, that's just disgusting. Like, it looks like you actually are attacking the black king. This pawn on f7 is pinned, so you can't take this knight. That's illegal. But king h7 defends the checkmating square. Oh, but think about
kind of sad.
Yeah, but think about it from far away. It actually looks like white is about to checkmate you. So you have to see king h7 well in advance.
Yeah, it's not easy. Like with the eval bar, of course, everything becomes clear instantly. But for these guys calculating over the board, especially for Ding, because he knows that he's taking responsible decisions. If you get checkmated, that's not going to be good for your match. So he's going to have to take some tough decisions here.
Yeah. And Ding is down to he's touching the 1 hour mark on the clock, and it comes down to that decision that he took with the rook move, after which it seems like every move has been a difficult move to make for Ding. One wrong decision in chess, it just means that every decision that you follow up with it's going to get that much harder. A big attack brewing on the king side here. And I did see Ding reach out for that pawn. He did a little twirling there. We see him shifting around with the pose. He's put the pawn back. And I want to get your take on this, Fabi, because you and I, we've been commentating together. We talk so much about body language, and different players, different commentators have their own take on it and what it means. I know that as a player, it is important for me. It is something that does affect how you view the position, what your opponent is doing. Has there been a shift in it? Fabi, in your experience, especially for a world championship match, a completely different stage that we can only imagine but never truly understand. You having been there and done that, how critical are these shifts in the body language, and especially when you're playing against a player like Jan Nepomniachtchi?
Yeah, I think you're not noticing your opponent's body language so much, especially when it's your move to think, because you're just concentrated on your own position. But let's say if your opponent is thinking and you're sitting there at the board and let's say something dramatic has happened, you're winning, you might feel that your opponent, or you have a very good position, you might feel that your opponent is starting to despair or be uncomfortable. Like it's very clear in this from watching Ding that he's not super comfortable. He's head in hands. I try not to read too much in body language, but it's very clear that he's not seeing immediately what the answer is to this position. While in a position where he's very comfortable, we might see a completely different posture and let's say amount of thinking time, especially like from his last two moves. I guess how much has he spent on his last two moves? 30 minutes at least. That's not a very encouraging sign for, let's say, his comfort level in the position. I don't feel like I've been in that position. You're tanking on two moves. It's just because you don't feel like you have the right path. You start here, you think this move is how I should play, then you change your mind again and again, and you change your evaluation again and again, and you end up getting everything muddled up. That's where I feel his thought process is as well. He's uncertain. Should I sack the pawn h6? Should I play king h7? Should I play knight h7? Various moves come to mind, but nothing clear cut.
And he's been in a 12-minute think tank already. Every move, as you're pointing out, it was the last couple of moves, rook b8, bishop f8, and now this one, he's definitely spent a lot of time. He is now below that 1 hour mark. Ding has to use his time judiciously. There are a lot of critical moments that are coming up in the game, and one might feel that an hour, that's a lot of time. But we've seen these minutes disappear. move by move, and until you're left with just a couple of minutes to make a few moves to reach that 40 move mark, to reach time control. And that's when the big mistakes happen. Robert, Queen F3 on the board, it's also a difficult position to actually answer. You leave the clock aside, the position itself is so dangerous currently. It could all collapse in just a few moves. Ding needs to find a way forward. And what are you expecting at this moment from Ding? Will he play the move knight c5 or will he grab on a4? What do you think is going on in his mind right now?
I expect him to think for a while longer, and while he does so, I just want to give a quick shout out to Jan Nepomniachtchi's move 16 bishop a2. When it was played, the three of us, but especially me, I was kind of like, what does that do? What is the point of it? Fabi, you illustrated why he did not want to see pieces traded off, and he created difficult decisions for his opponent. And we see maybe the most difficult position that we could have expected from this opening for Ding Liren. There is the threat of bishop takes pawn over here, removing the guard of the knight on f6. The bishop on a2 is sniping long-range piece towards the black king. And you see it on Ding Liren's face, the way he is spending his time here. He doesn't know what to do because most variations look very good for white. You may steal a kingside pawn. If you move your knight on f6 away, the other knight from g3 hops up to h5. That doesn't look pleasant either. So there are many options here for Ding Liren, but they don't feel like opportunities. They feel like ways to try to, turtle up, get in your shell and survive, but none of them look particularly fun. Jan Nepomniachtchi right now, he's the one in charge, he's the one dictating the action, and he may very well win this game if Ding Liren does not find a solution and find it soon, because he cannot afford to get in time trouble.
Yeah, I think we mentioned early on that this variation, although it's equal, does have some positional poison, and we're starting to see that you can get under pressure, even though it's a position where the engine will tell you early on, just equality, equality, equality with any move, and then at some point you start to get some difficult decisions, and we're starting to see that. Bishop to a2 is a very clever move, especially because it took Ding out of his preparation, which is a good sign. And yeah, I like what Jan has done a lot so far to get some chances to put pressure on Ding from an opening where, Ding had equalized, and we were already saying it was an opening success for him. But now it no longer really looks like an opening success. He takes on a4. We didn't even mention this move.
I think just transposition, right, Fabi? So bishop takes h6, knight to c5.
But does he want to take on b2 first? Because that's the other option that he has at his disposal. Then the question is, does bishop g5 come with more power because there's no rook to d3? That's actually, what I suspect, that you need the rook d3 resource, or you can't really deal with bishop to g5 so easily, because bishop f6 is disastrous if you allow it. And if you play bishop to e7, the knight, I guess g to f5 at this point, because the other knight might, someday come to g6. Knight g to f5. And it's actually knight h5, I just realized, is also an option, because you can't take, allowing queen takes f7. So a lot of really dangerous tactics that black has to deal with. Maybe knight c5 is really necessary after bishop h6.
And then we've talked about this, Fabi, and it doesn't look pleasant here anyway.
Yeah, so let's think about what white can do, because we actually didn't find the method for white to deal with this. Bishop g5, rook d3 seemed like it kind of works out for black. And rook to e3 was simply losing, so we can't do that. So this is not an obvious moment, for me at least. I don't see how white is proceeding so clearly here. Instantly
Can you try to jump in with the knight, Fabi? Can you go knight g6? By the way, we've got moves. So we've got this position, this exact position on the board. Bishop h6 was played, knight c5, not even spending a moment to consider rook b2 and the dangers after bishop g5. Ding realizes it, Fabi, as you mentioned, that for the move bishop g5, black needs the resource of jumping in with that rook on d8 to d3, get out of that pain, use the tempo to attack the queen. And this is where we're trying to see how white can continue with the attack. One of the moves that comes to my mind is move forward with the knight. Knight g6, and perhaps after rook d3, just come back with your bishop. No more bishop on offer. Say that I'm going to continue with my attack. Knight h5 coming in. I love that idea, Robert, of just giving mate on h8. That's the dream.
That would be amazing if Black allows it. And Bishop e3 looked very logical. Somehow, this position is super difficult to assess because we see the engine saying white is much better. You make the most natural looking move, and it says, nope, you're actually not that much better after all. But this kind of knight g6 jump, you have to consider it. But with rook d3, maybe there's another response here that white can play. It could be rook e3.
I am kind of wondering, after knight g6, like the move that which comes to mind for me is rook takes b2. I know it's greedy. I know I'm ignoring all of your stuff, but what exactly is your idea with knight g6?
That's a great question. I was
I'm
dreaming of
threatening
somehow...
rook a2.
Yes. So if I go knight h5 now, you'll just capture everything, sacrifice your rook on a2, and perhaps pick up the g6 knight.
I think so. Knight h5, queen h5, rook takes a2 probably wins for black.
Yeah.
So do you take on f8?
Let's try that, Robert. Let's back up and see what happens. So if where there's no knight h5, let's try and trade on f8. Knight f8. What do you recap? You can't recapture with the king because of queen f6, I think.
Yeah. So rook takes f8 is forced. This simply looks dead lost for black.
And it is?
So rook takes f8, completely forced. And how are we proceeding here?
Great question.
At some point, there might be a queen e3 heading to g5. I need to time this well. Can I take on g7 first? Is that...
But king takes, queen e3. And if knight e6, there's knight to f5, which is very dangerous. But if I play queen to e7 here...
Just showing that very quickly, that this... Oh, wait, that's the best. I thought that the engine... I thought the engine would just, go in white's favor, but it's saying this is the best somehow. King g8 and after... Wait, so king g8...
No, but then queen g3 now.
Yeah, so...
Okay, so you have to go to h8 and knight to h7.
Okay, but spying this in advance without the help of the evaluation bar is just nuts. You're allowing the queen in with check, and after knight h7, the point is that if bishop takes e6, pawn takes e6, the queen stops checkmate on g7, the knight protects the rook over here, but, I mean, we talk about inhuman variations. Fabi, this feels like, if you find this, you just deserve the world championship title.
It's super tough. And also because white didn't have to play queen e3. That was just one sub variation in a sea of variations. And yeah, that's if you even spot bishop g7, queen e3. But did black have like some other ways there? Because there was also like bishop g7, king g7, queen e3. It did feel like black probably has another defense, although I was thinking queen e7, but then I think queen g5 followed by knight to h5 is actually probably just crushing. King, yeah, and then knight to h5, and you threaten queen g7 and apparently not even the best potential way, but it looked very strong.
I mean, it's still great. Maybe you throw in queen h4 check for some reason. Is that? Oh, well, actually, I don't see the difference. Like queen h4 check, the knight still can't move. If you go to g7, then I go up to h5. Yeah. I see all that. But I guess it's somehow queen h4 is stronger. I don't...
Well, because after knight h5, rook to g8, I think, might be potentially... Because endgame might be rather difficult, but okay, queen to h4 might still be crushing here, so... So... Strange moment, because after knight to h5, I was sort of threatening queen g7 checkmate. It's knight e6, it has to be, right? I mean, what else can it be?
What a strange move. Like, you're giving up a piece. After bishop takes e6, you have to take with the pawn over here. And now you protect the knight. It's a miracle defense just to survive.
Yeah, well, this is definitely not what black is looking forward to. This whole...
You don't like these pawns?
Well, here I'm thinking, okay, at least I have a piece to compensate for my troubles. But in general, yeah, I'm not too happy about this whole line for black.
Wow,
yeah.
This is an insane position. I just want to put this in, that getting these lines in this attack out of a Berlin, honestly, only happens in the 2023 World Championship match between Ding and Yan. We've seen everything in this match so far. And now we're seeing a Berlin, an anti-Berlin, just exploding into something with so much poison. And Fabi, you called this out a while back. You called this out at the very start, that even though it's a slow start, the position does have a lot of venom in it. And we're seeing that being played out. Now, we were discussing the option of knight g6, but I did see the eval bar seems to say that there is something stronger in the position. There is something that keeps white's advantage, as we can see. Yan is definitely thinking about all these options. Ding's path is clear, right? He wants to play rook d3 is the next move. Rook b2 is an idea that Yan always needs to watch out for. What are the alternatives to continue the attack right now? We've looked at knight g6, we've looked at bishop g5. Is there a third move possible in this position that perhaps Yan is considering?
Can I just note something very quickly before I let you take it away, Fabi? That white isn't down any material. You stole a kingside pawn, and then black stole a queenside pawn, but black's structure isn't great. So if somehow white isn't just like dropping all the pawns on the queen side, you should also have a structural advantage. So maybe it's not about winning and checkmating on the spot, because then black will get that counterplay. I think bishop g5 looks logical, but my question was going to be, because of all that, what if I just drop my queen back to e2? Isn't white just strategically better as well?
I think that's very likely the case, that white is not going to, the best path for white is not to attack, but to go for something like this. I was even thinking like rook a to b1 instead of bishop g5. Yeah, I just want to defend my pawn. And then computer is not thrilled about this, but I thought, okay, you defend the pawn and then you move the bishop back. And yeah, rook d3, bishop to e3. So maybe your way is the best. Bishop g5, rook d3, and queen to e2. And then black has to deal with that threat of bishop takes f6. I was like briefly thinking about bishop to a6 here, but I don't know if it's the right way to play. Idea of bishop f6, rook takes g3.
Aha, you sneaky man.
But of course, oh, is queen to h5 winning? Oh yeah, that square is crushing. Because now if rook d3, knight g6. So.
Oh,
wow. Finally, the idea appears on the board. And this time, there's no running away from queen h8.
Yeah, this is over. So yeah, probably bishop a6 is completely wrong. Does that mean knight to h7 is the right move? It could be. Could be knight h7 is the right move. Bishop to e3.
Because I'm threatening to remove the guard.
And rook doesn't have to drop back, but I guess we drop it back to d8.
This feels just so bad for black. Like, maybe we see the eval off to the side and saying that black is doing okay, but with knights coming to f5 and to g6 and these pawns being weak, is it out of the question? Let's say I even get to this position. Is this just still better for white without any?
I think so. And I was even thinking, well, you have that idea, but first play bishop to c4 and just preserve that idea of bishop c5, but with the idea of winning the pawn on a4. And it looks like a lousy position for black because you're probably dropping one of those a pawns, and white will be able to pawn. And black's king side is very compromised, so there's not much really to look forward to for black in this position. But it takes a lot of self-control to not try to checkmate your opponent right away. And
you know what it takes, Fabi? It takes the eval bar just laughing in your face a bunch of times, where like process of elimination at some point takes over, and you're like, okay, I'm not going to checkmate you. So then I started thinking about the strategic elements rather than tactical ones. I'm like, white has to be better if you don't start dropping your queen side.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the case.
And that's such a good point that you make, Robert, that it's so easy to get carried away with all the pieces that we see on the king side and start looking for these direct variations, trying to get to black's king, and just forget that actually there's a material balance. And strategically, white's the one who's got the upper hand. You've picked up the h pawn. There is a doubled a pawn. If you can just defend your b2 pawn, you might not checkmate the king, but you just keep all your strategic trumps alive. But we know Yan, right? Yan is such an aggressive player. He's definitely first looking at all these tactical ideas before he decides as well that it might be time to just consolidate his position and say that I'm better. Fabi, do you think that's what's going on in Yan's mind as well? First trying to work out all these tactical blows simply because how critical this moment is. If he's able to make something of it, the match can be essentially over if Yan wins with the white pieces.
Yeah, this is a pretty critical situation for Ding. And Jan's best bet would be to be practical now, not to start to calculate all the crazy stuff that we were looking at, just to play bishop g5, rook d3, queen e2, count on a time advantage plus a better position. I was like looking at another fun variation there, which is unlikely to happen, but so I was thinking
Gotta
after
show it to us.
bishop g5, rook d3, queen e2, black has this tempting move, rook takes g3. And I don't know if the exchange sacrifice is good, but it's kind of tempting for black. But I think bishop takes f6 is very strong here. Yeah, this looks like
the point. Yep.
this looks very interesting for black, possibly. And bishop takes f6, rook to d3. Black could make the argument that, you know, I traded off my bad knight on f6, but then I think there's a very strong move, bishop to c4 here. And the rook has to go back to d7. And now I want to play queen h5. And g takes f6, I want to play rook e3. And I think I'm just checkmating. Or wait, is there even queen g6, knight f5? But okay, rook e3 looks good enough. I mean, this is a classic checkmate. Rook lift, rook g3, knight f5, everything coming.
Yeah.
So yeah, a lot of danger for black.
Yes, and definitely Ding is feeling the heat. Well, chat, looking at this analysis, if you didn't realize that, look at Ding. Jan has been in a 12-minute think tank in the position. Ding hasn't moved from his chair. And often you see the players just get up and go into the resting area, but Ding definitely feeling the heat in this position, as you're pointing out, how difficult it is and how quickly things could get completely out of hand, beyond control right now. Fabi, you know Jan the best here. You've played with him a bunch of times. Do you think that Jan will go for a more direct approach, moves like knight g6, and then all these tactical ideas? Or do you think he will be able to step back and reevaluate all these points that you've been mentioning and take that strategic approach of just consolidating?
I don't know how much this is a stylistic thing. Because a lot of people, I think pretty much every player would be tempted to make some aggressive attempt to work. I would probably be a bit disappointed that it doesn't seem to be leading anywhere very clear cut. And yeah, then it looks like he's about to make a move. Did he make? Knight to g6, so Jan answered your question for us.
Yes, it's a line that we were looking at. We decided that bishop g5 was the move that gave Jan the best chances, but he goes for knight g6. The eval bar doesn't completely approve of it, but there's still pressure on the board. There are still ideas. We were looking at knight f8, knight g6, a very critical moment now for Ding. Robert, what do you make of this decision by Jan? Was this a stylistic choice?
I think it's just a good choice. So I see that the knight comes into g6, the pawn remains pinned, so everybody thinking that Jan blundered. No, he's not giving away a free knight, can't take that piece. And he's going forward, and you can't blame him for this, because the b2 pawn, losing that is not the end of the world, even if you just play knight takes f8 there and say, I don't care about that queenside pawn, you still have double isolated a pawns, I still have an attack. So the eval bar has barely budged, which means objectively it's a good move. I think practically it's a good move. So he had multiple options that left him with an advantage. He chose the one that, you know, he calculated to be best, and the eval bar says, you know what, Jan, you're right.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. I know that you guys were discussing about the strategic approach in the position, which perhaps was the best one, but as a player, as a commentator, I love that Jan has chosen this direct line. Well, at least it promises to the fans that this is going to be fireworks. And chat, if you love Jan's style and if you're inspired by Jan, then we've got some big news for you, because tomorrow, do not miss your chance to play in the Blitz Arena, hosted by the chess.com Jan Nepomniachtchi fan club. Compete against fellow fans of the FIDE World Championship Challenger for the chance to win a diamond membership. Join the Jan fan club and you can enter the arena. Use the command Jan in chat for details, and we'll see you on the arena tomorrow. Lot of excitement going on and the game is heating up. Ding Liren is feeling the pressure. This is a big moment for him. Jan going with a direct knight jump on g6. We will find out on the other side of this break how Ding handles it.
I do recommend Meetup to a lot of my friends that are looking for different things. Wine tasting, movies, book club, meet a lot of new people, a lot of new friends, and it will make you more social.
What is a chess dynasty? Unceasing dominance, move after move, again and again and again.
We have a resignation, we have history.
He is the 5-time FIDE World Chess Champion.
But a chess dynasty can also be cruel. It forces most to defer their dreams until next time. If there is a next time.
It's losing.
Oh my god, did he just blow?
Yeah, he did.
I'm blown away. The game is over.
As the chess world turns to Kazakhstan, the Magnus Carlsen dynasty is set to close. The FIDE World Championship is finally up for grabs. For two chess superstars lying in wait, until next time is now. Jan Nepomniachtchi has methodically done what he needed to do to get another shot at the title. The pressure to seize the moment this time rests heavily upon him.
Wait. He just took panic. He panicked. I told you I didn't like the position.
My goodness, the position is getting very, very bad for black.
Dingley Ren knows firsthand what the end of this dynasty means. An unexpected chance to make history. Can China's best turn his good fortune into eternal fame?
10 seconds, one more move remains.
Whoa! He made a move with 4 seconds on the clock, and there's a draw agreed, but what a match we have.
The legacy of this championship spans across centuries. It reads from the names of chess giants. For the first time in a decade, a new name will raise the trophy and be etched into chess history. It's the 2023 FIDE World Championship. Whose name will next be called champion?
Tension is rising in the fish tank at the St. Regis Hotel. We see Ding Liren there, completely focused. A big move has been played by Jan Nepomniachtchi, continuing the pressure on the king side. Knight to g6. Now, before we delve deeper into the tactics that exist here, I have to discuss the question that's on everyone's mind. Chair situation. Now that has been a conversation around the World Championship match, the process of the players deciding which chair they want to play on. Fabi, what was your experience with that back in 2018 against Magnus?
Well, they were kind of just giving us a chair, and then Magnus was complaining about the chair, and then they started to give us options for chairs. But I don't think they gave us different chairs. If I'm remembering correctly, we had the same exact chair. So this is an evolution of chairs. They're slowly branching out. Soon they'll give you like a full office set that you can choose from.
I love it. It's not only the format of the World Championship that's evolving, but also the World Chair Championship. I was in Dubai and I was there while they were testing out the different chairs. And it really does feel like an office setup because they've got these 14, 15 different chairs. The players sit, they try them out one by one, adjust them, see where they're most comfortable, and eventually very different styles in the ones that they chose for the match as well. Robert, what's your take on this? Do you have a preference? Do you prefer Ding's chair or Jan's? The position, I know which one you prefer.
I'm not invited to a seat at the table, so I don't think I should choose the chairs. But I know Dingley Ren. I think at the candidates, wasn't he the only player to choose a unique chair there? So he has his preferences. I think all players do. Some like a little bit more back support. Fabi, I'm looking at you, and we see that Jan. Speaking of comfortable chairs, look at him. He is analyzing from the comfort of his rest area. He's having a little drink. He's enjoying the flowers on the table that are near him. And right now, I think it's a pretty critical moment. So he is relaxing, at least it appears that way, but he really is calculating because the last move played by Dingley Ren was a pawn grab on the queen side. One that we had in mind, but we didn't really dive into in this particular position because it looks so scary for the black king. And the eval bar, it says, black's doing fine, but I am guessing, I just see the move. I'm seeing it unfold live in front of everybody. I'm guessing there's like one way that black survives, and if you don't find it, you're just lost. Because at first glance, I'm thinking, what if I just take this bishop on f8? Give me the dark squares. You are going to have some serious problems here, and I'm already seeing some funny pins. For instance, if you go knight takes f8, just to put a quick line on the board, and I play bishop c1 and bishop a3, there could be an issue on this diagonal.
Yeah, I think we did delve into one of the variations, which was after rook takes f8, this very critical bishop takes g7. Bishop c1 is also a critical move, although it feels a bit like you're going backwards, and you might want to like go more for the attack. But there's like two ideas you mentioned. We analyzed bishop takes g7 a little bit, king g7, queen e3, and then it seemed like knight to e6 was the way for black to hold on here, right? And maybe even more so than hold on. Knight to f5, king to h8, maybe black is starting to get better because white might not have enough attacking potential. But this is very difficult to see. But what if white starts with queen to e3 instead of bishop takes g7? Because now, if knight to e6, white can start with bishop takes e6, maybe. I'm not sure if it's the best move. But black will be forced to play f takes e6 to avoid this bishop takes e6, bishop g7 stuff. And this is a questionable structure for black. I mean, after bishop to g5, I've seen more aesthetically pleasing pawn structures. And by the way, instead of bishop g5, there's also like an immediate queen to c1, so that you get the bishop back to e3. I don't know if that's
Brilliant. No, that's
an
brilliant.
option.
I love that because the bishop on g5, you're not threatening to take the knight. The bishop on e3 protects f2, which is a weak spot in the position. So queen c1, lovely. It's not really, I guess it's kind of intermezzo, but you're really just clearing space for the bishop while you attack the rook.
I have a question for you guys. This line that you're looking at, it looks great for white, but the first thing that came to my mind is that after knight f8, rook f8, Fabi, you were suggesting queen e3. What happens if black just captures on h6? Are you going for the pawn on the king side or the knight on the other side?
That's a good question. I think we should probably go for the knight because I have a feeling queen to h6.
I was hoping you'd say the knight because I want to know what you want to do after queen b6. Because I'm really happy to trade off the queens if I can.
Well, white will have no choice in that case, but queen c5, queen b6, queen takes b6, rook b6, bishop c4, white can claim that your pawn structure is bad, and I will recapture a4, so it's equal material, but you have a weak a pawn. I guess it's hard to say if this pawn is weak or an asset long term, but you have a weak kingside structure, f5 square, potentially a big weakness. For example, if bishop to a6 here, which is very logical, white can try to exploit that. I don't know if take on a4 or a6 first, but let's say take on a6, take, and then the knight will, at some point after rook a4, come into f5, and white will still be better, I mean, just because of the pawn structure. So white will have a pleasant choice. You either, you can start to calculate queen h6 and all that mess, or you can just content yourself with a slightly better endgame.
Yeah, that actually looks like a very ugly pawn structure. That is 4 different pawn islands, and we saw the eval bar approve of what you're saying, Fabi, that the endgame does keep white with all the trumps. And queen h6 is a different direction. Is that also dangerous for black? He would be up a piece, but there is fire on the king side.
Oh, definitely dangerous for black. Because I think we saw there were some ideas like queen to e7 is met by queen g5. The king goes somewhere, and then knight to h5. We were saying like first queen to h4, some subtlety, avoiding knight to e6, and now knight to h5, followed by rook to e3, or queen g5, or whatever. I mean, you have like a million ideas. And so probably black can't play queen e7. Black will have to find another move. I'm wondering what that move is. It could it be queen d8? Is that like too funny? Apparently it's too much. The idea was to keep the queen defended in case of knight h5 stuff, but I guess the rook will come into e3 anyway and just like checkmate you. So yeah, this is tough for black. No like immediately obvious path to. I have like this feeling, yeah, knight h7 allows knight to h5 and then knight to e6. But then rook to e3, I feel like it's going to be checkmate.
Every single time, right? Without fail, this rook just lifts up the board and delivers a very quick checkmate.
So is it knight to e8? I'm not at all certain, but at least I covered the g7 square and prepare queen d6. Is this the way?
You did it. I mean, this is just such a ridiculous move to see in advance. Like, if you are defending a position and you're trying to visualize, how can my king survive? Knight e8 does defend g7. That's the good news. But this rook, as soon as it gets to g3, you're checkmated. So after rook e3, you're going to have to find a defense here. And suddenly, it says black is even better.
I think queen d6 is covering everything.
My goodness.
Oh, nice.
Like, that was the idea, probably the main idea behind knight to e8. And I think maybe the computer is suggesting that white should... But this is the nice thing for white, because you always have a safety net. Instead of rook e3, you have queen g5, queen h4, queen g5. And black can never play knight to g7, because then you get checkmated with knight f5 or h5, most likely the most... so black has to go back and forth. So white has a safety net, and then can also, in case there's a win, find that. Black is operating with only moves and can only play for a draw. There's no joy in this from Ding's point of view. But he still went for it. I mean, he's an amazing calculator. If there is a draw, he'll probably find it.
Wow. What are the chances of us ending up here with this repetition that you're pointing out after this blowout middle game for it to go queen g6, queen h6? Robert, I would be a little disappointed to see the game end that way. I would love to see this go on for longer. And if that has to happen, what are the alternatives for Yan here? How can he keep up the pressure? Ding has confidently just grabbed the b2 pawn and is saying, show me the money here. Knight f8, queen e3 is one plan. Any other ideas come to your mind?
Knight of Fate seems automatic, and then the follow-up is the hard part. I mean, we see the evaluation bar say, that's good decision. How could it not be? You're taking a bishop for your knight. You're removing one of the key defenders of the Black King. And now it's about coming up with the follow-up. Bishop e3 doesn't look that appealing to me because Black will immediately play knight to b3, shutting out the bishop. And if you take it, well, thank you very much for a passed pawn. I mean, this is just great for Black, maybe eventually winning. So I can't get away with bishop to e3 right now, but my bishop's also not under attack. So Fabi showed us this idea earlier as a great illustration of how you can take your time. Bishop c4 first. Why not? You can't take my bishop, I get your knight. Then I can do whatever I want with my bishop next. But Black's pawn structure is hideous on the queen side, and on the king side, your king is in grave danger. So I feel like this bishop c4 move, this quiet move, is actually a step in the right direction.
I really like this move too, and this is the patience factor. You have to sort of avoid that temptation because it feels like you might be winning on the spot. Queen e3, bishop g7. These are like direct winning attempts. Maybe I just checkmate my opponent. Personally, I would be so tempted by those things. I don't know if I would be able to play a move like bishop c4. I would just be like, I would spend all my time trying to checkmate my opponent. But some people would be able to make that practical choice. I can think of, let's say, a guy like Wesley might, for example, take that practical choice. Like, first 5 minutes you calculate, I don't see a checkmate. Okay, let's just play something which keeps the advantage, like bishop c4. And that's the most unpleasant move for your opponent, because then the onus on it is on him to calculate. It's no longer on you. Like right now, white has to calculate, but you play bishop c4, now you put all the pressure on your opponent.
Ding just left his chair, so he made the move immediately, went back to his rest area. Black is up a pawn. If we just take stock of the position, Black has 6 pawns, White has 5. The big issue for Black is this king is going to be in danger, and it's probably not going to get out of it anytime soon. But as we've been highlighting, showing by our own mistakes, and this is what happens when these top players calculate, Fabi being one of the very best of all time, this is what happens. Sometimes you see something that looks appealing, but then you recognize it isn't. It helps when you have the evaluation bar off to the side. That changes things altogether. But bishop c4 is not an easy move to play because all of our instincts is to go after the king, play queen e3. But it turns out once we tried those, wasn't working out just the way we wanted. So bishop c4 came to mind at long last. Better late than never, but also aided by the evaluation and a trial and error method that the players do not have.
This is another big moment here. Both players taking their time on every single move simply because this is such a critical junction, and every move will decide that difference between a draw or a potential win for one of the two players. Jan Nepomniachtchi currently putting on the pressure here. The trades have happened. Now the big question once again, and to me it always sounds like a stylistic approach. We saw it happen previously about whether to consolidate the position with this bishop c4 move, keeping everything under check, or going for these direct lines, queen e3, which if navigated well for the next couple of moves could very well end in a perpetual, as we saw in the analysis. This continues to be a very neck-to-neck battle. Take a look at the piece by piece between Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi. And we've seen the players in this championship with the black pieces. The black pieces it was Jan Nepomniachtchi who won the first game in game 2 with black. And then we saw several wins with white. And currently in driving seat with the white pieces, Jan. Robert, what are the chances of another white win in this one?
Well, Jan just moved and Ding is back from the chair, so the question of whether White will win, it's not about this moment, although actually if we dive into the moment, bishop g5, he does retreat the piece, and it's not approved of by the engines. A very human move, a move that makes perfect sense, and as we see here, it got a question mark. It's inaccuracy. It's not the best move played. Made the position worse, but not worse. Not saying that his position is worse overall, but you just go back a turn. You see that White had the advantage after bishop g5. Apparently, the advantage is gone, and it should be a level game. It doesn't look level to me, though. I mean, Black is in trouble here. You probably have to make a backwards move. I think Jan's winning chances are still great.
So I'm just, because the move is super logical, I'm wondering, okay, knight to h7 is like very, very logical response. And I assume that he wants to play bishop c1 here because bishop to e3 allows knight b3 stuff and all sorts of things you probably don't want and just doesn't look very good for white, to be honest. And so bishop c1, it was your idea. And okay, I want to play a3. I just want to do it. Can I play a3?
You can, but what
Yeah, take, rook b1. And I was counting on some bishop a6. Apparently it doesn't work at all. But the idea was rook b2, knight d3. And I was c4. Maybe c4 is really stuffy. Okay, rook b8, and yeah, I guess it probably doesn't work out very well for black. Queen to a3, yeah, that looks queen to b6, and rook to e2 is the final attack of that pawn. It's really tempo by tempo. Like if black can defend that pawn on b2, then we have full compensation.
Right.
So I guess a3 is a bit too getting a bit too ahead of myself there. But knight h7 feels right, and then the question is after bishop c1, which move for black?
White's idea is
How
clear.
critical is this? Sorry, Robert. Just I'm wondering, is knight h7 because I saw in our featured chat that Ding perhaps needs to find the only move here. How important is it for him to find knight h7 right now?
Well, knight h7, I think that's not the hard move to find. Whatever in this position, after bishop c1 keeps the relative balance, that's the difficulty. Because if you make a very natural move, oh, my rook's under attack, let me go back here. White brings the bishop to a3, and you're losing material on the spot. There's nothing you can do. You can protect the knight. That's good for you. I can play rook to b1, and you're going to lose something in one of these directions, and that's a big problem for black. So if you move your rook backwards, you lose this an exchange at the very least on the diagonal. So a3 was Fabi's choice. What else is there?
I'm thinking rook to c2 is possible. It's difficult to put the rook there.
What?
But if bishop to b1, there's rook c1, knight b3. Okay, that's easy to find. But then I was thinking if bishop to a3, there's another exchange stack. At first I didn't believe in it, but now I'm starting to like warm up to it, which is knight to b3.
Sorry, knight b3. And knight h7.
Take, bishop f8, knight to f8, I guess, and probably not king f8. And bishop, I mean, those pawns are defended. They're strong.
Oh.
It's on the board, by the way. Knight
so
h7, bishop c1.
Ooh, not rook c2. Okay, rook b5.
He quickly went rook b5, and actually, you just look at the eval bar. That was a huge mistake. Rook c2 is not easy to play because your rook looks like it's about to get trapped down there, and it involves an exchange sacrifice. But rook b5 played quickly, and the engine does not approve.
Yeah, okay, rook c2 is definitely not a move which comes to mind immediately because it feels like the rook is getting lost there. But somehow he was staying alive, and it actually looked like black was... I mean, we saw the eval bar after the natural bishop to a3 and knight b3. It was actually going in black's favor, so it was kind of a fun little chance maybe for black. While here he's just getting under pressure.
And he immediately plays the move bishop a3, the one that we were looking at. Well, the knight is defended for the time being. How dangerous is the plan of continuing with the attack? Knight h5, queen g3, putting pressure on g7. Is that something that Ding immediately needs to start taking care of in this position?
I think the action is really with this knight and the rook on f8, because knight to h5 I can usually play g6, and I think white has given up on the direct attack. Now it's just, okay, black is up a pawn, but has the very concrete issue of what to do with the knight on c5. And I'm still thinking about sacking it. I'm still thinking about knight b3 here. It just feels logical. Bishop takes f8, knight takes f8, but probably rook ad1 simply at this point. Like, the point with the rook on c2 was white couldn't move that rook away because rook takes a2 as an option. Now white is not forced to correct the black a pawns by playing bishop takes b3, and so this exchange sacrifice looks much less attractive. If white was forced to play bishop b3, then it would be a very attractive exchange sacrifice, but here doesn't really seem to work out.
I'm going to show that again, Fabi, to illustrate your point, that Fabi's saying that in this position, after knight b3, there is no rook a to d1 like we were just looking at in a different line, because the bishop on a2 needs defense. So when the rook is on b5, the white rook can slide over successfully. You don't need to defend the bishop. But with the rook on c2, aiming at this bishop, that would force that pawn correction, and not just a correction. This looks like devastation for white, because that is a passed pawn that can be easily defended. It looks too dangerous to allow. So I think Dingley Ren, he went rook to b5. I can't blame him for missing rook to c2. That's a very unnatural looking move, but he played rook b5 quickly, and will he pay the full price? That is really the question at this point.
Yeah, the thing is that he's taking these quick decisions, and it forces him to take a long decision right after. So he's not really saving time with this. I mean, you can take your 10 minutes after bishop to a3 when it's already difficult, or you could take your 10 minutes before bishop a3 when, or at least 5 minutes. I mean, to do it in, well, how long did he take? 30 seconds? Something like that?
Yeah.
This is a little bit, feels like a panicky moment, like trying to avoid time trouble, but he's not going to avoid it. He's actually going to more likely put himself under risk of time trouble, because now he's going to tank again. Because you can make one kind of, I would call it like a rapid chess move. Like, okay, you play some sort of natural looking move, rook b5, and then in rapid chess, it's just how you play because you have little time, but not really the way to approach positions when you have 45 minutes or so, or 42 minutes like he has. He's going to be tanking here because it's not an obvious decision anymore.
And it's so difficult, right, to find that balance on the moves that you should be taking your time in. And perhaps Ding just felt that rook c2 looks like an unnatural move. You get your own rook kind of trapped and just left it without looking at the details, trying to keep that time situation under control. But it does turn out to be a critical moment. He makes another very natural move, simply sidestepping the pin. You've been talking about how critical this knight position on f8 is, Fabi. Is there a way to take advantage of that? Or now do you shift your focus perhaps by getting the a1 rook into the game, get that rook to d1, you start going on the king side, and the two bishops on the extreme end, but also eyeing black's king. So it definitely still looks like there are a lot of dangers to be parried on the black king. What are you looking at? Are you looking at rook d1 here, knight h5 jumps, or a third option?
Well, okay, so the first move which comes to mind, but which you quickly discard, is c4, because then black plays rook to b4. And although you win material, it's not the kind of material I think you want to win. Well, certainly this is just like probably dead lost for white. So you don't want to kill your bishop on a2. And then the second move you probably consider is bishop to c4. And I would guess the answer here is bishop to e6. Because, okay, you're losing that rook. And bishop b5, cb5, at least you have like the very nice mass of pawns, which is not really moving, but it still looks nice. But on the other hand, after rook a to d1 here, since it's not moving, and black not having a clear follow-up, it might still be better for white.
Big difference, right, Fabi? The pawn could have been on b3 undoubled, and now it's farther back and can't make any progress.
Yeah, and especially because white has the dark squared bishop, which is so good at controlling that e4 square, the a3 square. That's a very important piece in terms of stopping black's pawns. So bishop c4 is like the second move I think you calculate, and then after that, if you're not satisfied with bishop c4, then you look at like knight to h5, which somehow I don't like knight to h5 very much because it allows knight to b3, and I don't want to allow knight to b3. And my bishop on a2 gets completely snuffed out. And then maybe you look at rook d1, but still knight to b3. I'm not sure if I want to allow that. So bishop c4 is kind of, yeah, I mean, I'm not really seeing here why it's so good for white, but I imagine there is a reason.
Yeah, but you point out this move bishop c4, and it's so tempting to go for it because immediately you end up with this materially imbalanced position, and you still have your ideas of centralizing the rook, building the pressure on the king side. And once again, is this going to be a question of approach, of different approaches, different styles of players? Robert, is that going to be the big call out here, whether bishop c4 going for this material upper hand with white, or just continuing the pressure on the king side? Is that what it's going to be about?
Yeah, Jan has two good choices, but they are very, very different. One involves him going up material if he plays bishop c4 and takes his rook on b5. The other, as we were just looking at, is in the event of rook d1. Knight b3 is by no means forced, but in a position like that, this bishop may see the d6 square. His queen can jump forward as well. Maybe he's trying to go for some kind of pressure against the king side, but also
the black pawns can't go anywhere. Black is up a pawn, but they're over here. They are blunted by this bishop pair. So I would be very difficult for me not to take this rook on b5. It is available. You can just take an exchange, and you don't seem to be paying a huge price for it. But I also think that black has good chances to hold there because the rooks, their full might isn't felt just yet, and you have to watch out for these pawns. And just to show that one more time, that if you get these pawn structures, it can be very, very dangerous in the long term, especially if the pawn gets up to b4.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so Jan is he's in a 4-minute think tank currently, but once again, we are expecting long thinks at this moment because this will game 9, a very crucial match for both Jan and Ding. Ding has to stop the bleeding in this one. He needs to keep things under control. Jan does lead the match by a point. We've been talking so much about his match experience and just how in these kind of positions Jan seems to get even stronger when he feels he has the initiative, when he's up on the clock. He tries to play on all aspects of the game. His demeanor, his understanding of the game, his ability to pose practical problems to Ding. And that's the kind of Jan that we've been seeing so far with his last couple of moves. A big moment for Jan Nepomniachtchi in this one. Will he go for bishop c4, or will he continue to simply build pressure with a more developing approach, getting more pieces into the attack? Jan Nepomniachtchi has had quite a match along with Ding Liren, and it's been quite a journey for Jan as well in this second World Championship that he does play for the Big Crown. Take a look at Jan's path to fighting for the World Championship.
The story of Jan Nepomniachtchi's return to the FIDE World Championship and the mounting pressure that perhaps follows him in Kazakhstan began 2 years ago. It was then, at the 2021 FIDE World Championship, Nepomniachtchi faced Magnus Carlsen, who was in search of his 5th straight title in his prestigious event. Nepo gave Magnus plenty to handle through Game 6, which proved to be the longest game in event history, ultimately taken by Carlsen.
And that is Magnus Carlsen taking the 3.5, 2.5 lead.
After that, Nepo never recovered and failed to win a game for the rest of the match. Magnus had his 5th World Chess Championship, and Nepomniachtchi left Dubai with a bitter taste of unfinished business. His loss to Magnus behind him, Nepomniachtchi entered the 2022 Candidates Tournament last summer in Madrid with a renewed sense of purpose. With rumors bouncing about Magnus not wanting to defend, Nepo managed a steady and at times dominant performance.
We have a massive victory for Jan Nepomniachtchi. What did you say, Almira? Catch me if you can.
With 4 wins under his belt from the first half, Nepomniachtchi cruised through the second half with another win over Firouzja and a string of useful draws to secure the bid as challenger. Undefeated in Madrid, Nepomniachtchi had earned his return trip to the World Championship without truly knowing who he would face or prepare for.
Who do you want to play in the World Chess Championship?
Literally, I don't care, yeah. But...
The question of who his opponent would be was answered later that summer when Magnus decided to step down as world champion. The door was now open for Nepomniachtchi to capture the most coveted title in classical chess. At the candidates, in a foreshadow of things to come, Nepomniachtchi squared off twice with Ding Liren, drawing as white and winning in a dominant 32-move fashion as black. Nepomniachtchi has given Ding little to prepare off of. Nepo has played sparingly over the board since Madrid, dropping just 1 game at the Singfield Cup and playing in only 1 other major tournament. Fresh, rested, and with World Championship experience from his clash with Magnus 2 years ago, Nepomniachtchi is considered by many to be poised to become the first FIDE World Champion, not named Carlsen, in over a decade. Only time will tell.
Jan Nepomniachtchi is playing for the World Championship title for the second time in his life. After playing against Magnus, he returns to fight for the crown against Ding Liren. And a game 9 is so critical. Jan leads the match with 1 point. At 4.5 currently, the first player to get to 7.5 takes the match away. Well, of course, if he wins, that would be a huge blow to Team Ding. A second loss, a 2-point deficit, tough to come back from, but also on stake. is that Jan, for the first time, will cross the 2800 rating mark if he does win Game 9. Fabi, how important are these milestones and what does it mean for a top level elite grandmaster to cross that 2800 coveted mark?
Yeah, I remember for myself, it was a very big goal in 2014, and I was close in 2013. But I think I plateaued at 2796, and then 2014 I managed to hit it. And it was a really big goal when I managed to do so. I remember the tournament. I pretty much even remember the game where I hit 2800. And I remember talking about it with my father beforehand, about how like it'll be really important to hit this mark. In hindsight, it does feel a bit like the importance of this, at least personally, was a bit overstated, because it's not so much about the ratings, more about the tournament results. As we see, Jan may become world champion even not needing to become 2800, right? If he draws the rest of his games, he'll be 2799 or 2798, and that'll be enough for world champion title as well. So yeah, it's one of those numbers that's like, of course, the difference between 2799 and 2800 is in reality nothing, but it feels much nicer.
Yeah. And I want to ask you, you mentioned that you also remember the moment it happened. Was it around the Singfield Cup with your amazing 7-game streak? Was it then that you crossed the 2800 mark?
No, I crossed it in Dortmund. I scored like 5.5 out of 7 in Dortmund earlier that year. And then my first tournament being 2800 was the Olympiad in 2014, which was held in Tromsø. And there I played Magnus with white. I lost to Magnus, but then I hit 28-35 in Singfield Cup of that year. So yeah, that was a big push for me, hitting that 2800 for the first time.
That's amazing because, Fabi, we've had 16 world champions so far. Magnus Carlsen is the 16th world champion. In Astana, we'll have our 17th world champion. And to just bring into context how big a deal 2800 is, I'm looking it up, and we've had only 14 players so far to have crossed that 2800 barrier. Fabi, you're one of them. Incredible stuff. And Jan Nepomniachtchi could be the 15th player to cross the 2800 barrier on the live ratings if he wins today's game. But of course, there's still a lot of chess to be played in this one, a lot of work to be done in this one. Rookie it, and that's a big think tank. He's been thinking for about 12 minutes, Jan, in this position. Again, doubts about whether to play the move bishop c4 or to continue with the initiative. Is that what Jan is weighing in on right now?
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, Jan has decisions to make. He can take material, but then that gives black some chances as well. Or is he just going to sit on the position, so to speak, by bringing his rook towards the center with that move rook d1, as we were talking about earlier? So it's not that clear. Some people say, give me that rook. I would take that rook. If Jan were playing a blitz game, I'm pretty positive he would go and take that rook. But then he's realizing that it does give Ding some winning chances, despite the fact that white would initially be better. If you make an inaccuracy down the line there, just to put that on the board again, that with these passed pawns over here, if you just allow a couple moves, black is pushing forward on the queen side, and that is scary news for Jan. So he's really looking at this position. So before getting to it, he needs to assess it properly. He needs to recognize that he is in fact better, and then find a way to challenge black at this moment so that he does not see these pawns storm up the queen side.
Yeah, I think bishop c4 is the first move that comes to mind, and maybe like 80% of your initial calculation is tied to this move. And the thing with rook a d1 is, if I see the answer to knight b3, then I might be very tempted to play rook a d1. But I need to see what I want to do after knight to b3, and that is not obvious to me. Because I don't think it's a concrete thing. I don't think white has like some very good concrete approach here. I think it's something very subtle. I don't know if it's knight to h5, g6, and something here. I was thinking maybe this could be it. Although thinking about the position, nothing very clear-cut came to mind. Or if it's something like bishop to b1, d3. I feel like bishop b1 is unlikely to lead to an advantage. I would try knight h5 here. If I was like, let's say, and it's not the move, g6 probably, and and I guess it just doesn't.
But I'm
You
gonna
see,
say,
like,
Fabi, this idea of knight h5, if it's a blitz game, we just definitely go for it. I mean, I would definitely go for it, whether it works or not. You want to start putting the pressure. And to imagine that after g6, black's doing completely fine despite keeping those dark squares as weaknesses is definitely a very tempting option. And as we can see, g6, in fact, might not be the right move here, Fabi.
well, you know what that suggests to me? That if g6 isn't the right move, is rook to e6 the right move to get that rook and stop bishop d6 stuff and get the rook to g6?
I'm worried
It's
about
like
the d file. Right now, you're
yeah,
allowing yourself to get
yeah.
back rank checkmated if you're not careful. So that would be my
Yeah, some
biggest
queen-
concern here.
Some queen d3 stuff is probably super dangerous.
Yeah, very direct. Because the bishop's also loose on c8, so you're having problems in both directions. But you actually, I think, solved it, Fabi, by saying it. And that's why I love about commentaries. I get to talk through ideas. The 6th rank, play c5, and then you can bring this rook over. And shut both bishops out of play.
See, rook to b6, yeah, that's the right rook to get over to the king side. And if queen to g3, you play g6 at this point, right? And
Have this
and it's
work.
not clear how white's attack continues.
Yeah, you solved it for me. You said all the right things, and then all I had to do was make a single move. Thank you, Fabi. You made me look good.
I said all the right things and made all the wrong moves.
Well, what did Jan just do?
Bishop
Bishop
c4,
c4.
on the board, Robert.
Okay, so bishop e6 is... The thing is, like, black can play knight to b3 to sack the rook in another way, but white doesn't take it, I think. White plays rook a to d1 in that case.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a much better version because the bishop is not on a2, it's on c4. This is like a magic trick. We jumped over the knight. Here this looks really bad for black, just visually. So I think black needs to get rid of that bishop on c4. And the way to do it is bishop to e6. It forces bishop b5, I think. Or logically forces it. cb5, and here, rook a d1 is the move which comes to mind. But it's not necessarily the best move, but I don't see other very logical moves. It feels like rook a d1 is by far the most logical one.
Yeah, we paused at this position a couple times now, and it really is that difficult to find the continuation. Rook a d1 looks very natural to me. Since that move, the bar went down a little bit, queen e3, maybe just attacking the knight and asking it to move backwards or to choose forwards. But I don't know why I would invite the knight into here, but maybe just clears the diagonal for the bishop to allow me to go after this pawn.
This is super difficult to play queen e3. Because why wouldn't you start with rook d1? What's the downside? What does black gain? Like, which move do you make here? Do you play knight to f6 and knight fd7 and you consolidate a knight? I suspect that might be the reason.
Okay, wow, that's kind of crazy stuff.
But it's very subtle. It's not obvious that like a lot of people would play rook a to d1 automatically, just because how can it be a bad move? Like, there's no way that rook a d1 just intuitively you feel like, okay, this has to be a good move.
Bobby, you're going to love this. Thanks to our producers for shouting this out. Check this out. You want to know what the this continuation goes? Bishop e6, apparently, you're not going to believe this. The best move is bishop takes e6. And after knight takes e6, queen d1 is a variation, just going after this pawn. And bishop d6 is available if the rook decides to move. This doesn't feel very natural to me at all. But now that I've been told it, I can justify it in various ways.
Yeah, I don't I don't see myself, even if you told me this is the right way. And bishop takes e6, I can take with the rook too. Like, do you want to just take on c5 and take on a4 there? Doesn't feel like white is significantly better in that position. So after rook e6, what is the big deal?
I'm just, repeating what I was told. I don't see this right here.
I mean, Jan's going to pick up the exchange. Bishop e6 on the board. It's hard to imagine just letting go of the b5 bishop to play this move bishop c4 and then to trade it off with the bishop. I would be shocked. What are the chances of Jan going for this line, Fabi?
Like 0, I think. I mean, you just played bishop to a2 to c4. Now you're playing bishop c4 to e6. You can take a rook. Yeah,
exactly. As simple as that. Pick up the rook.
I don't see this happening at all. I actually thought you were going to say like the best move was bishop to f1 to keep the option of taking the rook on the cards. But but I also feels like a rather strange move. I think bishop takes b5 is just sort of the move you play. I mean, if he plays bishop b6, I will bow to Jan. That will be an amazing moment for sure.
He's thinking, right? So if he's going to take on b5, why is he not doing it instantly? Because that was the point of bringing the bishop here to begin with. So I could see a universe where he moves his bishop away. It doesn't really make sense to me. Like I can't see him not taking this rook on b5 is essentially what I'm saying.
Is he thinking about queen to e2? Is that possible? Because if take, then I get a4 directly, or I'm most likely going to win this pawn.
Oh my goodness. And the eval bar approves of it.
So queen e2 is actually a decent move? Oh, I didn't have a feeling that white could play for an advantage in this way, but yeah, it could be an option. Like this to me feels much more natural than bishop takes e6. I would much rather do this than take on e6.
Wow. It's so hard to attack a rook and not take it, but this goes back to our earlier point. You don't need to be so. So if you trade bishops here, your knight on c5 is under attack. If that moves, it's a one-move threat against the rook. The rook simply can slide out the way. Bishop comes to d6 at some point. a4 is hanging. Don't forget about this knight. It's going to say hello on f5 and then maybe go into some of these critical squares. So I just think that queen e2 is just beyond me. Beyond the scope of my imagination. But Fabi, good find by you. And if Jan plays it, oh my goodness, I think that would be surprising for Ding.
I like the move for sure. Yeah, it's a move which once you see it, you start to appreciate it a bit more and a little bit more, because it feels like with the knight on b3, I don't think black should put the knight there, but if black does, then the knight is just trapped. I mean, it has no influence, it doesn't control any important squares, and white is playing knight f5, knight d6, all sorts of ideas. So I don't like knight to b3 at all, but you pose a difficult question to that knight on c5. Where does it go? Does it go back to e6? Does it go to d7? There's definitely a lot of options for black. Maybe d7 is in fact the best square for it to go to.
I'm already seeing a future for this knight. First f5, then d6, all sorts of forks, things of that nature. I can take on a4 as well. It's not out of the question, just to get back to material equality, and black's pawns still remain in worse shape. So I kind of like queen e2.
Whoa! Look what he's done! He finds that option that we thought was impossible. He goes for the... Oh my god. Jan's a beast.
Percent, he's like... just to prove me wrong, he plays it.
That is shocking. I think we just have to do an instant replay. We don't need an analysis, but we're not going to analyze. But bishop c4 to attack a rook, and no, he enticed a bishop trade after all that and simply took on e6. He does give himself access to the f5 square. That is of critical importance. That's great news. And if he plays queen d1 after this, that's just ridiculous stuff from Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think queen d1 would be even more unbelievable to see happen. A retreating queen move from a spot that's so active. And this was one of the options that we thought will never happen. Robert, you said that, you know, if it wasn't for the production team telling you that this was the best move, it would never be something that would come into your mind, right? Bishop e6, it just doesn't make any sense from a human perspective. And I want to understand now, go a little deeper into it. Why is this the best option? You trade your very strong bishop, you retreat with the queen from all human angles. That makes zero sense in my head. Guys, and any one of you can take it away. Why is this so strong?
Well, so I'm thinking that black has two logical moves, and it's not clear which one is better. And knight takes e6 is the first which comes to mind, because it feels like that knight is a bit vulnerable there, so I would like to get it out of the way. But then knight to f5 comes to mind as white's response, and I'm wondering about that position. Robert, you mentioned queen to d1, but just from a visual point of view, doesn't knight f5 feel like a bit more of a natural way to get to that d6 square?
Yeah, I was just shocked by what they were telling me. Knight f5 looks like the human response. I think that's more likely what Jan will play.
But then maybe c5, and black is in time because queen d1 now rook to b3, and I both get that bishop locked out of the game and save my a4 pawn, attack c3. Things start to come together for black. Maybe that's why you play queen d1 first, and then if rook to b3, there's bishop to d6. And c5 obviously just drops a a4 pawn. And here you get the e5 pawn. It's still a complex position by all means, but it does start to feel like if you get that e pawn, that it's a really important one.
Yeah. Guys, I'm just getting my head around what we're just seeing. For Yan to play this move, bishop e6, and Fabi, let's try this one more time. What are the chances of queen d1 actually happening on the board?
I think if you get to this moment, then queen d1 could definitely come to mind, because knight f5, c5, you might feel like you hit an impasse. And queen d1, it's a backwards retreating move, but it has a very clear idea, right? You just want to take the pawn. You combine that with bishop d6. Once you see it, again, it's a move that has to come to mind, and then it feels very logical. And then the question is, does black play knight to c5 back just to keep that a4 pawn? Does black encourage you to take that pawn, let's say rook d8 or something?
Wait, but isn't there... It's a knight c5. I was thinking c4, but you're going to go with your rook b4 stuff.
Oh, yeah. I'm happy for that. Trust me, I want you to play c4 and just sack my rook for the queenside pawns. But maybe white has something very dangerous like knight to f5 here, for example. Rook to d8 allows queen g4 potentially. You know, it's all sorts of... White is playing on both sides because black... So you can definitely combine play on two flanks.
Robert, I'm going to be stunned if we see queen d1. This queen retreating move, it is just super high class stuff. And I see that Ding has gone into an almost 4-minute think on this recapture, which, at least from our analysis to both you and Fabi, 96 felt like the natural decision. Is Ding thinking, or is he just calculating the outcomes after knight takes e6? Or is it even an option to perhaps recapture with the rook? fe6 looks extremely ugly to me.
Yeah, no chance he's playing pawn takes e6. I mean, Fabi said 0% chance and then it happened, but just you can't play like this. And you see the eval bar reacting. White can probably even just take on a5 and take on a4, which is what you would do anyway if rook takes e6. White can just say, give me back my pawn, and this is a weakness. I can bring my rook to b1, to a1, to d1. I have options here. The knight is coming into f5. This looks really pleasant for white. You're playing for two results. If Ding defends perfectly, he draws. If he makes a mistake, he's going to be in some pretty serious trouble. But maybe it's not even necessary to recapture this pawn on a4 so soon. The knight coming to b3, as Fabi mentioned, is not a very big threat. So why not just play knight f5? Hop forward instead of liquidating just yet.
Big moment for Ding. He does need to recapture with the right piece. He is currently having a think. Yan Nepomniachtchi playing some flawless chess today. The game is heating up, and we're going to go into a short break while Ding takes a decision which piece to recapture with.
This right here is how I use Chessable and why. I've been using it for a long time. I mean, if you look up here, I actually have my streak. It says 1,231 days, right? You're gonna forget a lot of the things that are in the book. Chessable came around. When I got on Chessable, it's literally, I was already doing that. So this is now a game changer because I can do it faster. It's online, it's in front of me. All of my books are here. There's gonna be folders now so I can categorize by white, black, and tactics in game. But I literally have everything in one area. As you see, I'm scrolling here. This is why I like this. So they're like, how many Chessable books you got? I'm like, all of them. How I use Chessable is actually, I do a lot for the opening training. I do tactics on here. I do calculation. I do in-game. I do everything but the database. All my training on here all the time. Chessable is the wave. This is why I like to use Chessable. It's actually helped me. I remember even online, I was only like capping out at 2350, almost 2400 in Blitz and Bullet. My chess comm is 26 with a high of 2774 in Bullet. And I blame all of this, like success, really, it's just working on Chessable. Just being honest with you.
Ding putting on an impressive defense in game 9 of the World Championship match. He's just made his move number 30, which means that there is still a bunch of moves to be made before time control. The clock will count. Head in hands there. He knows this is a critical moment. And guys, I love how we go on a break and immediately we've got a bunch of moves that happen. A very different position from where we left it. Robert, should we just back up, backtrack, and see how we got here?
For sure, because at this moment, after Jan brings his bishop to c4 to attack the rook, we started praising his decision making to take this bishop. But now I'm going to take it back, because once this trade happened and black was able to play c5, after this queen e2 retreat, rook to b3, the queen jumps up to c4, protecting the c3 pawn, attacking the pawn on a4, putting more pressure on c5, though that is well defended for the time being. Black played queen to c6, and I don't really see the issue in black's position anymore. You have a very active rook tying down this bishop. c3 is threatened. The queen on c6 defends this a4 pawn. So, Fabi, I mean, is there anything here left for Jan Nepomniachtchi to start playing for an advantage once more? Or is bishop c1 backtracking? Is that a sign that things have not gone according to plan?
Well, this bishop takes c6 was a surprising choice, but it's especially surprising in combination with queen e2 c4 ideas, because if you wanted that, then why didn't he play the move that we also mentioned, queen to e2, instead of bishop takes e6? It most likely gains a tempo on the lines in the game, and very likely an important tempo. For example, if bishop c4, queen c4, knight e6, isn't white just up like actually 2 tempi in this case? And white can choose between knight f5 or queen takes a4 here. So that's a bit of a strange moment for me, because okay, bishop e6 made some sense in conjunction with queen d1, but not with queen e2. Feels like maybe he let his advantage, or part of his advantage, slip. I still feel like he has a more pleasant position after bishop to c1 in the live game, because, well, a4 is likely to fall, and then the question is, can black respond with rook takes c3 after rook takes a4, queen c3, queen takes a4? And the answer is maybe yes. It depends on the position, because e5 might also fall in those variations. I think like knight to f6 comes to mind here as a very natural move, just developing the knight again. Rook a4, rook c3, queen c3, queen a4. And if queen takes e5, probably there's knight d4. Maybe other moves as well, but yeah, knight d4 at least looks very... I mean, it feels like this might just head for a draw, because we're seeing a massive simplification of pieces. So then the question becomes, after knight f6, does white have a way to protect the c3 pawn? Because if he can get a4 without allowing rooks... Okay, he does play knight f6. And I was thinking like maybe bishop d2 to play rook takes a4. But then rook b2 is kind of disruptive, so it's not so easy for white as well.
It feels like it's one of these positions where if white tries to play on for a win too long, it could really backfire, and then black could have the upper hand. Let's not forget, black is up a pawn for the time being. The knights now are nicely centralized here. e4 is put under pressure. So I feel like for Jan, he has a full point lead in the match at this point. Making a draw is not the worst thing in the world. He didn't have a decisive advantage. He was much better. It's not like he's going to be kicking himself too much, perhaps, to just make a draw and get out of here. Enter Oreste, still a point ahead.
I don't think so, but he will feel like he had an advantage throughout this game. So I think he's still in ambitious mode, especially because if he could play rook takes a4 without allowing rook c3, white is definitely better. And not even a little bit, maybe even significantly better, because black can never play rook a8. There's always knight e7, so it starts to get difficult to defend your pieces. So the question is, will he find a way to make rook takes a4 work? Will rook e3 come to mind, for example? But if rook e3 feels wrong somehow, just feels very wrong, because the rook is blocking the bishop and allowing maybe some back rank stuff in the future, like queen d7.
Yes. Sorry, I was just going to ask you, because you're looking at these lines with rook a4 and these simplification. Is it because you don't like the queen trade here for white to pick up that pawn? Also, let's just point out, it's the obvious, but I'm going to say that currently black has an extra pawn in this position. So the a4 pawn needs to be picked up at some point. You're pointing out these lines of keeping the queens on the board. And I want to ask you, what would be the objective evaluation of a queen trade in this position? I do see that after queen a4, let's say it's captured, you recapture with your rook, the c3 pawn's hanging, but that could perhaps give white the option to also plant his bishop on b2 on the diagonal and go for the e5 pawn. How are you looking at these endgames for white?
Actually, I was thinking after queen a4, rook a4, maybe rook to a8 is a very interesting move. Because that a pawn could be a big asset, and if bishop to d2 here, I started to get attracted by the move c4. Because if white takes it, then the a pawn starts to run, and if not, it's difficult to say what white is doing. Like, this a pawn is very dangerous without being easily blockaded. And if white plays another move, for example, rook to a1 instead of rook takes c4, then it drops the e4 pawn. So c4 was attracting my attention. And
He goes
that's
for it.
Okay, this will be an interesting endgame.
Wow. Okay, so queen a4, a queen trade possible, and is that Ding's best option to actually trade queens with the rook on b3 hanging, the pawn on a5 hanging? I'm struggling to find another move. You've got to go for the endgame here with black.
Yeah, he will.
think-
There's no choice.
Yeah, I think you definitely have to. I mean, you can play queen b6, I guess. You can play it. It's not like losing on the spot, but it just doesn't make any sense. So the question is now, does he play rook c3 or does he play rook a8? It's two moves which come to mind. I think Ding will sit down. We already see himself getting comfortable. He realizes this is a point of calculation. It's a clear branch in terms of what you could play, leading to different positions: rook c3, bishop b2, or rook a8, and whatever white chooses there, which is unclear.
You know, I think that after rook 8, I'm so scared of your passed a pawn that I might give you this check anyway and then bring my knight to c6. Like, I just looked at the variation you demonstrated for us, Fabi. I'm like, no way, not me. I'm not letting you promote that pawn. So I think wrapping the knight around, attacking a5 and e5 at the same time, maybe that's the saving grace needed for Jan Nepomniachtchi. And I say saving grace not because he's losing right now, but because the trajectory of the game would start going in Black's favor after that variation you showed with c4. I really like Black's chances with the outside pass pawn.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right that knight e7, c6 is one of the most critical ways for white, and probably the safest way for white, because if you get rid of that a pawn, you're unlikely to be losing this. So you want to get that safety net first. And the knight on c6 also attacks e5, so it's a very multi-purpose piece there.
Is this queen a4, recapturing of the a4 pawn with the queen, kind of a hinting at a draw for by Jan? Is that Jan saying that I tried with the white pieces, I did the max I could, and now I'm okay with this game ending peacefully?
I'm still feeling his ambition a little bit in this endgame. I still feel like he's going to want to try because there's potential. In fact, there's potential for both sides if things go wrong. Because Black does have the a pawn, but on the other hand, Black has a lot of weaknesses. And, the structure is the more long-term factor. So Black is the one who might have some, immediate chances with that a pawn, but in the long term, you could, if white consolidates, let's say, if white could get, let's say, bishop d2, f3, rook e to a1, then structurally, Black is suffering a lot.
And we saw Jan's face, by the way. He looked displeased. He's sitting at the board, even though he's already made his move. Typically, he goes to his rest area. I actually think he's quite unhappy with the developments of this game, and he should be. He did have the advantage. He knew it. Ding knew it. We all were talking about it. It was not easy to make the most of it, to make progress, but you could tell that he wanted more from this game, and he had a nice position, a very Jan Nepomniachtchi-like position. But Ding Liren, credit to him, he has been a sturdy defender in this game. One of the big storylines of this World Championship, of course, has been the trading off of victories, but also the collapse, the lack of defensive tenacity that we do typically see from these players in high-level events. But Ding Liren, he's been digging deep after Game 7 debacle. Then yesterday, he doesn't win a position that he would win in most occasions. And we do see pawns are coming off the board right now after rook takes c3. And I think that Jan, he's resigned to the draw, so to speak, and he's not thrilled about it.
Yeah, and I think bishop to b2 is a good move, because if rook takes a5, I think Black could easily play for an advantage with knight to d4. You don't want to allow the knight to d4. It's too strong of a piece. So he's grabbing the e5 pawn, and Ding has something clear in mind here. Is it rook to b4? Is that the answer? It very well may be.
He says yes. You asked? Ding answers. Rook b4 on the board. So he's saying, take my a5 pawn. I'll take that central e4 pawn. Makes a lot of sense. And we're just seeing a bunch of liquidation in this position. So does that mean that it is heading towards a draw and perhaps very soon?
Yeah, it seems to be the case because I don't think white wants to play rook b4. Black can take with either pawn, in fact, but I would maybe suggest cb4 is the most natural way.
Ooh.
And
yeah, he takes on e5. I got scared. I thought he took on b4 and that actually happened.
No,
that would be
was
very
me.
scary for white.
That was me showing that there's no way he was taking on b4. You just can't afford to give these kind of pass pawns. And as Fabi said, you can take in either direction because now there are two unopposed passers that are quite advanced. That is just a non-starter.
Yeah, I think Ding is happy with this. I mean, he looks pleased. I think he was very worried that he was gonna risk losing this game, and Jan probably felt like he was close to getting a serious advantage. And now it just looks like this is heading to a draw without many chances left for either side. I mean, take. There's only 3 pawns left, and white can even trade off another pair of knights with knight to d6. So a lot of pieces are going to be coming off the board very likely.
And it does look like the rook trade is inevitable as well, right? With the bishop hanging, the rook on e1, you've got a trade on e4, I would say. Is there an alternative that Jan is thinking about? Well, he goes for it. Rook e4, knight e4, equal number of pawns, but there is a c passer. There is the c5 pawn. I don't see that becoming a danger. Fabi, is there a way to take care of it immediately? Is there a shutdown in this position?
I mean, I think knight d6 does kind of shut it down. Because take, you force the trade, rook goes to c8, bishop goes to e5 and to c3. And, I mean, the pawn is blockaded and it's not moving anytime soon. And this just feels like pretty much a dead draw to me. If the knight tries to go like knight f4 threatening threatening knight e2, then white can usually cover with king f1 pretty easily. And so on. So, yeah, he plays rook a4, also a logical move. I guess asking the knight, where do you want to go? And the knight can go to d2, but does it want to? Oh wait, knight d2 allows bishop g7. Okay, maybe we have to be careful. I know, but not
very careful.
No, it doesn't, because there's knight g7, rook g4, and rook t1. So you actually don't want that at all for white.
Oh, that's nice. That's a nice counter tactic, Robert.
It looks so good, but as Fabi gives us the end of the variation, check. The king can't escape because the knight covers the square. Once the king goes back, boom, discover a check, and you lose your rook or your knight or everything, and the game is over. So we're getting a little fancy with the tactics, but knight d2, something about it feels just weird. Like, even if you bring your rook over to g4, just going for the attack, and if you play g6, I may try to checkmate you at some point in the near future. So you have to be very, very careful if you are Ding Liren before.
There's a funny thing here. So rook h4, I think f6 is probably working very well for black. And I was also thinking that maybe knight g7 is playable, but I'm not. I think knight g7 probably knight h6 wins. So not knight g7. Let's not get too clever here.
That is funny. That Fabi's point. Well, what if I take with the bishop? Are you going to do this rook e1?
Rook e1, knight f1. I think actually white is risking here because there's knight g3, knight f5, but I think bishop c3 in the end sort of holds on. It's a miracle for white that it holds on, but okay, yeah, we're getting into the fantasy lines now.
But those are always fun. People love seeing how your brain works, Fabiano. Just let them enjoy it.
I would agree 100% with Robert here. And speaking of fantasy line, one more perhaps that I'd like to point out is that if you decide to retreat your knight to f6, then maybe the sacrifice with g7 works here as well. Because after knight g7, you can't recapture with your knight. The f6 knight is hanging. King g7, the f6 knight is still pinned. And rook g4 check. It looks like the tactics work out for white in this case as well. Well, knight now, and if we just come back to the live position as we have it, knight f6, knight g7 looks super strong for white. Knight d2 feels like an unnatural move. It might be the best one in the position, but knight d2, will you really make it from a human perspective, just watching your knight kind of trap itself on the other side of the board? A lone ranger there. But apart from these two moves, is there a third defense in this position for Ding?
Well, you can always play knight d4, but you don't really want to, because then you basically condemn yourself to defending 3 against 2 with knights. It's a draw, but there are more fun things to do with your life than defend this endgame. I think, at least. Maybe some people enjoy it. But here, yeah, g6 or something, and it's very likely to be a draw anyway. I think 4 against 3 gets very tricky, but 3 against 2 is probably not very tricky at all.
And just to finish off Fabi's point here, that any knight trade, rook and 3 pawns against rook and 2 pawns all on the same side of the board will be a draw. Knight endgames are most resembling king endgames. They can be a bit troublesome, but the rooks are not going off the board anytime soon. Even if they do, it still should be a draw. So I just want to point that out. It's a bit of a high-level consideration, but this would be a draw despite the material deficit.
Yeah, here for Ding, it's just, do you want to be... Like, knight d4 is just kind of a draw, but do you really want to do it? I mean, I would try to avoid that because I would have a feeling that it's sort of an equal position. Calculate knight to d2 for a bit feels like the, let's say, principled way of holding this game.
Yeah. And also this line with knight d4, right? You just can't keep the bishops on the board. You can't try to trade that knight and win that pawn starting with knight d4 simply because Black would have the option to take the bishop on e5. So you would have to go for this endgame, but it is a bit of a torture. It's the kind of position that probably Jan Nepomniachtchi will play for the next couple of hours, trying to grind down. And right now we see Ding, well, even if he knows that that endgame with the trades on d4 could and will perhaps end in a draw, it's not something that he wants to do. If not that, knight d2 feels like the only move. Knight g5, too much on the edge of the board. That knight can be pushed even further back. The rook can pile up on g4. Knight d2 is the move that Ding is looking at. The good news is that he's got enough time to navigate through these. Robert, what do you predict? Will he find this idea, or will he just go for the simplified version with knight d4 and say, yes, I'm a pawn down, I'm willing to suffer because I know at the end of the day, that is a draw?
I'm too scared to play knight d2. Like, I'm worried about my king safety with that rook going over to g4, but the more we talk about it, I don't really like the knight getting banished back to h7 in some variations either. So with all that in mind, knight d4 does make sense. I know it's a draw. I know it should be a draw, but then I have that work, that not fun at all work that Fabi referred to. So you have 3 options that and the problem is all of them are going to keep the same evaluation. They're all should be a draw. It's a theoretically drawn position. Now it's about choosing one. I feel like I'm a bit of a chicken right now, and I would go knight to g5, but I think knight d2 is probably a sensible reply as well.
Yeah, I think knight g5, but it might come down to this h4, f6, because after knight 4 to g5, h4, I don't know, knight h7 still allows bishop g7 business, which I don't want to allow, I think. At least I'm rather worried to allow it. Maybe the c-pawn ends up being very powerful compensation, but because maybe there's like knight to f6 here, rook g7, king f8, and the c-pawn starts to get powerful. Maybe, but I wouldn't play like this for sure. So I was thinking knight g5, h4, maybe f6 is the prudent way of holding this game. Because if the bishop moves knight to f7, I guess we're in relative safety. And if take on g5, it's very concrete. Fe5, white needs to play g6 most likely. Probably we can attack that pawn in some manner, like knight to f8 or something. And
It's starting to look scary though, right?
Oh, there's rook to a7 here. No, this is a blunder. Rook to a7. So not knight to f8. And not knight to f4 for that reason as well. So this is a little bit of an iffy direction, maybe. Maybe knight to d4 is where you put the knight.
You're playing with fire though, right? Even knight e7 check, your king has to go to one of the squares. You can't take it because of back rank mate. But the king just doesn't feel that safe in these lines.
Well, king h8 is just game over after rook a3, maybe. I don't know if knight e2, f4 is... But yeah, it's probably just game over. So king f8 is completely forced.
And then, yeah, this kind of position where you're surviving here, but if that rook lands on a7, you could find your king in some difficulty. It is a draw still. Most of these lines will be balanced for the most part, but yeah, it's just not an easy situation if you allow this pawn to g6. I think you'd prefer to avoid it if you can.
Yeah, let's just play knight d2. Let's see if... I mean, okay, I understand the hesitation with this move, but you still have to find some sort of idea with white, right?
Yeah, but don't rely on me to find it because I feel like I see the evaluation. I know you've already told me it should be a draw, but I'm just looking at this rook g4 stuff.
Yeah, g6. And rook to h4, f6 looks pretty, at the very least, safe for black. I mean, if not just better. So
what if I drop this here first?
Okay, can I play knight to b1? I was also thinking maybe.
Am I gonna go mate you now?
Oh, now you're invading?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is getting dangerous. Okay, not knight to b1.
Is knight e4 completely stupid here? Just hitting that bishop, and if you capture the knight, then I can take the knight on f5, and you don't have bishop f6 after knight e4.
Wow, if this works,
Rook
that is
h4 and knight d4. Yeah, I'm still surviving after rook h4, knight d4, I think.
Wait, rook h4, knight d4. I don't think you want that endgame.
Oh yeah, just trade everything.
Is that one pleasant?
Oh.
Peter doesn't mind.
Wow.
Yeah, I guess it's a draw. King g7, g6.
Nobody wants any of this endgame. No, I don't believe that Ding would voluntarily go for this. It just looks so lost for black, even if the Valbar says it's not.
You might think it's a draw, but not one which looks super pleasant. So, okay, he does have a choice.
He's
it looks like he's reaching for the e6 knight.
Yeah, he goes knight d4.
Yeah.
Wow. And that's the other option we were looking at. So he decides to just simplify the position at the cost of a pawn. You need a lot of confidence in believing that that position you can hold down a pawn. But Fabi, as you mentioned, 3 versus 2 is an easy hold for black. Are you expecting Jan to push this, to try and grind this down?
Oh, yeah, for sure he'll play it out. Without knights, I don't think that you really play it out, but with knights, yeah, you probably should play this one out. And if it's 4... So I once had this without rooks and 4 against 3. And 4 against 3 without rooks, I think, is probably losing for the side that's a pawn down without rooks. 3 against 2 without rooks, I think, is a draw without significant problems. So that's a good thing for black, that he can trade rooks. He played g6. I think we'll see knight e3 very quickly. Or knight to h4 maybe, but knight to e3 feels like the most logical. And then black can kind of quickly play king g7, put the knight on f6, and just wait around for white to just say, okay, show me the money, show me how you're going to make progress here, which is probably that there's no way to do so. But we're going to be sitting here a while covering this endgame.
Music to our ears, for sure. Covering a rook n3 versus rook n2 endgame. And Jan, well, he quickly plays knight e3. But you're right. If I'm Jan Nepomniachtchi, or if I'm his coach, I would say if you're in a position like this, you have to play it. It's likely going to be a draw, but you're not risking anything, and you're the only one who can win. So why not, right? Like, Fabi, if you had a position like this, would you play it out?
Oh, yeah, for sure. With the knights, even without knights, I'd play it out for a little bit. 3 against 2, I wouldn't waste too much of my time, because without knights, it's really, really kind of dead. But with knights, for sure, I'm playing this as much as I can. Yeah. And I'll play it slowly. I'll try to play g3, h4, king g2, and very slowly make a little bit of progress, but fully with the knowledge that 99 times out of 100, this is a draw.
Yeah. Well, maybe you're sure of the result, but the thing is, it's also a psychological battle, right? You're also saying, sure, this ends in a draw, but show me how you're going to do it. And you've got to still be slightly precise with black. Draw's fine as long as it happens on my terms, is what Jan Nepomniachtchi is saying with the white pieces. So trying to grind this down would be also a great match strategy going further into the match. They will be playing game 10 tomorrow, right? And Fabi, how much of a role does stamina and energy start playing at this point in the match? Because one thing is, yes, chess action, the over the board, but also it's so emotionally draining for the players, this environment that they're playing in, what's at stake here for them. So even if this ends in a draw, Jan Nepomniachtchi is saying it's going to end in a draw on my terms. You still have to defend for a long time. I will tire you down. How much of an aspect is stamina right now for this match?
I think that in general, stamina will play a huge role. But I think that the energy draining moments are the ones where you have to make tough decisions, or where you're worried that you'll lose. Here, you don't really have to make any tough decisions, because as we saw, for example, they were just like not thinking King G7 fast, knight e3 fast. It's a non-concrete position where they know that basically every move has the same evaluation. So they don't have to make difficult decisions, and also they're both fully in the knowledge that it's a draw. So it's a pretty stress-free situation. Maybe a little bit later on, Ding will have to think a little bit about one or two moves. He might make one or two semi-difficult decisions in this game, but for the remainder of this game. But overall, of course, this is one of the easier sorts of defensive tasks. You have a theoretical draw, and you don't have too much to calculate.
And if even bringing the knight to f5 and trading knights here, ruining your pawn structure, we saw that still is objectively drawn, a theoretical draw, then that means Ding should have this half point in the bag, and he'll be happy about it. I think Jan will be the side who is going to be frustrated based on the advantage he had. It wasn't nearly as big as the advantage Ding had yesterday, but it's still, he had pressure on Ding Liren. It seemed like Ding might get into time trouble. But just when we started to sense that Jan might be playing for victory, it seemed like he couldn't quite find his footing. And Ding Liren, on the other hand, he was able to stabilize and played some good defense. So I think ultimately a draw in this game would be a very, very good result for Ding Liren.
100%. And also just seeing how Ding has managed that Game 7 collapse. I keep coming back to it because as players, we know just the kind of effect that sort of an end can have on your mind. It's not about the result of the game. It's not about how Ding lost, but it's more about the way it happened. Just the complete inability to move. And then we saw him with the white pieces create his chances. Even though it ended in a draw, he was the one who was in driving seat. And then today, holding a really difficult position with black, keeping things under control. It could have gone anyway. And Jan tried to make his best, tried to create his chances, but Ding, super impressive with his defensive resource today. Very, very cool stuff there by Ding Liren so far in this World Championship match. Rook b4. I saw a featured chat, and our viewers believe that a draw might be agreed in just a couple of moves. It's very possible because tomorrow being a rest day, both players would be just happy to call it a day, go into the next one and say, sure, you fight it out, Ding will take the white pieces and we'll take it on from there. The big question here, we can see both the players have left their chairs. They've gone out for a bit of a break, a bit of a breather here. Robert, what's your prediction? Are we going to see a long rook pawn ending grind with the knights on the board, or just a few moves and a draw offer on the board?
I don't think it will go on that long, but if Ding Liren can't find a way to trade off knights in the near future, then maybe Jan will think I have some outside chances to win. But when you look at this, they both know it should be a draw. Ding, he's been confident in his decision-making. He gave away the pawn knowing that he will split the point with proper play. So I think that, this game will not last that long, but commentators' curses happen. And as soon as I say that, it means we'll be here for another 3 hours.
Wow. And Robert, some really fun news. We've got our very own James Canty in Astana right now at the World Championship match. We were with James earlier in the month for the Champions Chess Tour, and Mike caught up with James about his thoughts on all the action that we've been witnessing in the World Championship. Take a look.
Thanks, guys. And, well, you all know who I'm here with. FIDE Master James Canty, the Jedi. He's in town to be a commentator for the Lucky Stars event with Aronian and Kramnik and Bibi Sara and all of those stars. But the Lucky Stars event, that's a Madonna song. Any truth to the rumor that you sing this at karaoke?
Yeah, actually, you know what? I don't know the words, Mike, unfortunately, so I can't do that. But,
okay. Well, you're a little young. Yeah. Now, you were in Astana for the big Game 7. Were you yelling at your screen like Gotham Chess was?
Absolutely. In fact, I was happy to see the French. I was like, oh, I actually grew up playing the French. And I was like, if he wins with the French, it's going to be a wave of French players, and I'm probably going to hop on that wave as well because I did like the French for a while. Then he lost, and I was like, that is why I don't play the French. But at the same time, of course, it was really heartbreaking, to say the least, right? With especially him doing so well in that game, even almost having a winning chance at some point. But, of course, the time really got it to him. And time trouble is like for everyone. We all get in time trouble. And, of course, when that happens, you can make mistakes, and that's what happened in the game.
Okay, so real quick, BR Tour Guide, 24 hours in Astana. What's what's a good thing to get into? Give us some flavor.
Go to the mall next door. Oh my goodness, there's so much stuff to do, right? If there was a VR place where you could like play with virtual reality, a little bit of that. There was a lot of food, everything that you can think of was there, right? Also use Google Translate because I didn't know what I was doing. I was in the grocery store for 2 hours, Mike, but I was taking pictures and it was translating it for me. So Google Translate does have picture and it does help, but definitely go to the mall next door. And the expo's outside, and it's also cold outside, but at the same time, I love it here. Estanya, I'm having a great time.
Next door's mall also has a trampoline. Trampoline chess, are you in?
Let's go, bro. Let's go right now, Mike.
All right, guys, we're going to figure out how to do this, but back to you guys in the studio.
James Canty currently in Astana. Thank you so much for that fun interview, guys. Well, James is commentating at a side rapid event that is going on with some big names fighting it out. So much fun to see him there having a good time. And he's excited about going for some trampoline fun. I feel like that's a great word, guys, to describe how this match is turning out to be. It's a trampoline of a match. Would that be accurate?
Yeah, definitely. And I have to say, I like the idea of trampoline chess. You know, when we were commentating on the global championship, we were trying out some different forms of chess, but we didn't have the idea of playing trampoline chess. I think the only problem would be the logistics. We got to find a trampoline, and then we can make it happen.
That's
So how
the
would
only
it
problem.
work?
You know,
The only problem.
now you put a set on the trampoline and you jump up and the pieces fly everywhere. It would make great cinematography, but I don't know if you really want that to happen.
That's what magnets are for, Robert.
Oh.
Well, that could be one way of doing it, right? Guys, you've got the chess set on the trampoline itself, or you could do it the chess boxing way, where you play a few moves of chess and then you kind of compare who jumps higher on the trampoline. That could be a safer approach to this. I'm loving it. I'm loving the trampoline chess concept.
Knight to g3 was played.
Wow, that is an offer of the night. And if that happens, that's definitely a draw. FG3, you pick up that knight on E3. That's game over. But we're not expecting Yan to go for that. We're not expecting a capture on G3.
It's just such a funny move because you can move the knight anywhere. It's not like moving to f6 is bad, or g5 or d6, or but you put it on g3. It almost feels like a joke, like a little bit of teasing, because there's no specific reason to put it on g3. It doesn't actually like help your defensive task, I don't think.
It prevents rook d4.
And rook f4.
Yep.
That is a great trick. You got to watch out. No rook d4, rook f4 with a fork coming up. But I think every other move for white is fine. It just keeps the balance. I don't think that there are any critical moves in this position. And it's kind of still hard to imagine how Yan plans to create his chances. The one thing I want to ask you is that in this pursuit to try and trade off knights, the one idea that black can have is go knight f5. And let's say we have that structural change. If in that, let's just make a random move in this position and imagine and visualize the white knight comes to f5. And this structural change, does this offer any chances for white with the g-pawn moving to the f-file? Is this something that perhaps Ding should avoid no matter how badly he wants to trade the knights right now?
I would avoid this, but probably with no specific reason, because it does feel like the f-pawns are just as good as they would be on any other files. But I would still probably avoid this. I don't know if this is his idea, because if it were his idea, he could also have played knight to d6. I actually have a feeling he just wants to stop g4. He's just like, okay, I'm blockading your g-pawn so your king can't get in so easily, and king h2 knight e4 is a bit annoying. And then if white doesn't want to repeat, then you have to play, I guess, knight to d1 or something, which doesn't look super dangerous. So yeah, I think he's just trying to blockade that g-pawn, but he could also go for the knight trade. It does appear to be a draw, which is good to know in general, that, you know, even if you have the doubled f-pawns, you still draw rather easily in the rook endgame.
And yeah, I have one question for you, Robert, in these positions. You know, often when you know that the position is draw, but your opponent is still pushing a little bit, right? He's got, in this case, Jan's got this extra pawn. You would make a move like knight g3, or at least I would make a move like this just to see how ambitious my opponent really is. Is he serious about any winning chances in this position? Is he serious about trying to grind this down? So just give him a little bait to try to provoke to see a reaction. Is this something that you've experienced as well as a chess player?
Well, I feel like sometimes you can get complacent, and that's the really difficult thing. And Ding is not doing that, right? He's clearly making moves with purpose. He's bringing his knight into the action, so you can't take me, we'll just trade. But I've definitely had situations where I felt it's certainly a draw. I have no worries here. And then the game continues. I'm like, wait a second. Where was that guaranteed draw that I just thought I had? And then the game continues like, I'm worse. And then it continues like, okay, where did I go wrong? This is a problem. And there are some great technicians. Ulf Andersson, the legendary Swedish grandmaster, he would trade off the queens as early as possible and then grind you down in an endgame. And it's not just him. There are many illustrious grandmasters of the past who did just that. And I think that you just can't overlook anything. You can't take a result for granted. And Ding Liren's not doing that. And I think this is very instructive that he's not just making careless moves because, as Fabio was saying, White wanted to expand a bit. G4, King G2, all of that stuff. And he's making Jan's life more difficult. He is not just allowing that simple progress.
Yeah, really nice points there. I think we're going to find out how ambitious Nepo really is in this position. If he captures the knight, that's a draw offer by Nepo. He says, all right, I'm done for the day. Going into the rest day. We'll come back with the black pieces. But if he lets that knight live on, if he doesn't recapture on G3, it means we're in for a long grind in this endgame. And then all these points that you made, Robert, about Ding still playing it actively, not just sitting on the draw, not just taking passive decisions, but actually actively stopping Nepo's plans to expand on the king side. Those come into play. Once again, it's hard to suggest a bad move for White here, but I'm going to ask you, Fabi, is there a way that White can now start thinking about pushing those pawns? Not at the moment, but to try to expand the king side are the plans that we're looking at. The only possible plans in the position for White. You've got an extra pawn on the king side. You want to push it, but what's the path? How do you go forward with this?
Yeah, I don't think he'll take on G3. It's just letting your opponent off the hook too easily, and you just want to press it a bit, and FG3 is the equivalent of a draw offer. I think he might play rook to B3. Clear idea, clear threat, F takes G3, I defend the knight on E3. Force the knight to make a decision. Does it want to give a check on E2? Does it want to go back to E4, after which the position didn't change much, but maybe I can try G4? Does it want to go to F5, trade those knights? At least I give my opponent that decision. I was thinking rook b3, knight to e2, king goes to h2, and then White tries to slowly play g3, king g2, h4, maybe g4 someday, and try to advance a bit. It's not really about... Both these guys know that it's a draw with pretty much any move, as long as you don't blunder. But you just want to find a move which keeps the game going a bit longer, makes your opponent annoyed. That's why he played knight g3, I think. He's just kind of annoying him. Like, okay, now you have to find some sort of little calculation. You have to think about the position a bit, rather than just making automatic, immediate moves and not having to, worry about... He plays rook to b7, which doesn't really have a threat, I don't think.
Nope. You're looking for it. Where's the threat? Eventually, he would like to bring his knight in and team up in the f7 pawn. But as we've been talking about, knight back to f5 is a viable option. And I'm not just going to allow you to win this pawn anyway. I can bring my knight back to e4 where it came from.
Or just rook to e6. I don't see what rook b7 changed, so why not just make a move that doesn't change the position either? Ask your opponent what you wanted with rook to b7. And I don't really see it. Like, knight c4 is never an option because it allows rook e1 and knight f1 with perpetual... Actually, in this case, wins a piece, so you really don't want to do that. Knight to e3 or d2 and wins a piece. So, yeah, maybe he'll just play quickly rook to e6, I would think. Or not. Oh, he really goes for the rook endgame. Okay.
He goes for it, Bobby, and this is what we were looking at, right? That a knight trade, you really want it, but at the cost of what? And Ding is saying that he's willing to pay quite a high cost with a structural change, which could have been dangerous, but shows immense confidence in his endgame technique. And Jan doesn't even take a moment. He just denies the trade on f5.
Speaking of confidence, Jan, he knows his endgames, right, Fabi? He says, I'm not going to liquidate into a known theoretical draw. I'm going to continue to make Ding work.
Yeah, he's keeping the knights on. it's very logical. He wants to play g3, king g2 next, and slowly get that. The knight on g4 is not doing much, but slowly get it back to h2, f3, and yeah, long term you put pressure on f7. You want your opponent to play rook to e7 at some moment, at least give you the option of trading rooks, which I think is a complete draw, but at least it's a decision to make. But okay, why not rook e7? Let's just see this endgame a little bit without the rooks on.
It's funny that you bring up this move, Fabi, because I was just going to say that, in these kind of end games, we've been talking about the knight trade and how that is a confirmed draw. But the one trade that one might want to avoid is going into a pure knight endgame. And yes, if it was a 4 versus 3, we'd be having a different conversation. But with 3 versus 2, it's still very holdable. But it just feels like this might be a little more difficult to keep under control rather than the rook versus rook endgame. I would be very scared as black to go into a pure king and knight endgame. But you're saying that this just ends in a draw and there's nothing to worry about. Is it really that easy to go into this trade?
I wouldn't be overly concerned. If you put pawns on e3 and h7 in this position, you just like drop them on the board magically, then I think white's winning chances are very high. It's really not a pleasant endgame. But 3 against 2, I think that one pawn difference changes everything. Just too limited. There's too little material left. And I even think that f and g is a nice, like it's no worse than having h and g pawns for black. So here I wouldn't really be concerned, because what's white's idea? If you trade off one more pair of pawns, we're already in territory where you just don't have enough pieces left to win the game. And otherwise you try to, I guess, dominate the knight on e7 with your king, but feels unlikely. I think one of the main things is, if you like include e and h pawns, is that white could try to create a pass pawn, e4, f4, bring the king in, and then e5, and create a pass e pawn. Or yeah, he immediately goes for it. I don't think he's scared by this endgame at all.
But I think what you're
call by you, Fabi.
It's super instructive. No, it's super instructive what Fabi's saying, because if you did include, and I'm just gonna draw random colors here, in E and an H pawn, that changes everything, because then white can make a pass pawn, and in the process you have to go E4 and E5 and F4 and G4 and F5. You see the trades happen. Let's see a trade here, and then we'd see a trade here when the E pawn goes forward, but you'd be left with this H3 pawn. And that's the big difference, is with more pawns remaining to start with, liquidation doesn't happen as fast. But now, if you're going to create a pass pawn, we can just make some moves here just to kind of force it to happen. In order to actually create a pass pawn, white is going to have to like push this pawn up the board, but black at some point will likely be able to sacrifice the knight. Like, even in a position like this, where it's starting to look a little bit riskier, if you play g5, things look pretty locked up. But this is not what you want if you are black, because the white king will get in, and at some point h5 happens. And if I can give up one pawn, you see the evaluation going all the way up. And I was trying to show you an example of what you didn't want to have happen. Let's just move this here. Just something like this is not what you want, because it's two unopposed passers. Even though you're only up one pawn, it's kind of like you're up two and black is up one, but the two pawns definitely win the show here, and that would win the game for white. So there are some nuances here, Fabi, that I think we need to take into account, but Jan, he's not having any part of it.
I think you really don't want to fix your structures in positions like that, because when you put the pawn in f5, you fix it on a square where it's very weak. You can't easily, the more advanced it goes, the harder it is to defend it with your pieces or with your king. So when you were playing f5 in that position, you were creating a big target for attack in the f5 pawn. While, let's say, king g7, g4, king h7, h4, king g7, I just keep going back and forth. I'd even ideally like to move that knight from e7 at some point, because I feel like it at the moment is a bit restricted. But if white plays king g2, and I don't know, knight to c6, and king to g3, and plays h5 at some moment, black will, I think, happily take that pawn on h5, take, and most likely this is a draw in a variety of ways. I don't think that it's like one move draws here. I think it's most likely that many moves draw. And it's just because you don't have many pawns left. So if you play, I don't know what a normal looking move is in this position, but let's say knight to c6. I mean, I feel like you just won't have enough material left. But again, you do have to sweat it out a bit here. It's not like you're enjoying this process. It's just that you know it'll probably be a draw in the long run.
Hmm. Yeah, great call there by you, Fabi, pointing out that rook trades are also possible. Of course, the one endgame that you want to avoid is a pure king pawn endgame. When you're down a pawn, that would be completely lost. But Jan Nepomniachtchi making his intentions clear. He's definitely being ambitious here, even though he does know that this most likely will end in a draw. He wants Ding to sweat it out for a bit longer. We see that the players are taking it slow. They've met time control. And as this endgame progresses, we will go into a short break and be back to see the endgame action for the first time in the World Championship match.
I do recommend Meetup to a lot of my friends that are looking for different things. Wine tasting, movies, book club, meet a lot of new people, a lot of new friends, and it will make you more social.
With all the decisive action that we've been seeing in the World Championship so far, this is the first time that we've got a full-blown endgame grind going on here as Jan Nepomniachtchi plays with an extra pawn in the position, but completely holdable for Ding. Ding answering impressively. He keeps up the pace. He has the confidence that he will be able to hold this. And we've seen a couple of moves there which have happened. And a nice move by Jan, putting that rook on the 7th rank. So taking away that option that Ding perhaps had with knight to h6, offering a knight trade as the f7 pawn that you're pointing at is Standa. Interesting how black's rook is on the 7th rank, hitting that f2 pawn. White's rook is on the 7th rank, hitting that f7 pawn. But are we expecting Ding to do what Ding has done? Come back with the rook, offer another trade on e7?
Yeah, I see no reason why not. I don't know why the king on h2 rather than g1 would change anything. And after rook to e7, if rook to b5, rook to e2 is a repetition. And if rook to b2, stopping rook to e2, then knight to h6, knight to e3, and knight to f5. And we've seen this kind of dance before, right? So I don't see why it really changes much if he wants to play rook e7 at this point.
It doesn't change anything, but I think we've seen Jan cleverly stop Ding from making the immediate draw. Just to go back where we left it in the break, the threat for black, it's not threatening to win material, but it's threatening to exchange material that would lead to an immediate draw. Say the rook went to b8 instead, then knight h6 forces the knights off. If you want to keep the knights on the board, you drop this pawn on f2. Now you no longer have a material advantage. If you trade knights on h6, this is very easy theoretical drawn territory where rook in 3 versus rook on 2, same side of the board, no advanced pawns, no passers yet. This is just a basic draw for players of this caliber. So that's why Jan instead went rook to b7, saying if you now try to play knight h6, looks like a great idea, but it's terrible because after takes, rook takes f7, I get to steal my pawn and protect the pawn f2 at the same time. That means white is 2 pawns ahead. That is insurmountable material lead. That would lead to a victory for white. So that is why Ding Liren, he's thinking here. He wanted to play knight h6. It's likely he'll return his rook to e7, continue to offer trades, and I don't think that Jan can really avoid it for that long because otherwise we're just going back and forth.
Yeah, I think after rook e7, we either see the trade or we see the move rook to b2. Nothing else really makes sense, I think, because you either have to stop rook e2, knight h6 ideas, or you have to trade rooks. Trading knights seems to just be like the most drawish option out of everything. And rook e7, rook to b2, I think then we can predict knight to h6, knight to e3, knight to f5, and maybe at this moment Jan will find a different square for that knight at long last. Maybe he'll put it on, d5 or something. Eventually, he just wants to kind of get maybe now to f4. He wants to get g3, king g2, so that the f2 pawn is more well defended and his pieces have more freedom. It won't change the evaluation, but it's like you got to look for your small victories. First, you take your slightly better placed king, then you take some pawn advances. It's probably still going to be a draw, but you take what you can get.
And Fabi, you're talking about small victories. Now, drawing this game with the black pieces as the kind of start that we had in this game and the mat situation, even though the result might be a draw, is that in some way a small victory for Ding right now, given the mat situation?
I think definitely. Also, given the game situation, he was certainly in quite a lot of danger earlier on in this game. Out of the opening, he had equalized, but then a few inaccurate, possibly dubious decisions put him in very serious danger. And coming out of this with a draw, I think he'll be happy with that. One of the things that he can look forward to with a great deal of confidence is that with the white pieces, he is constantly creating winning chances. Game after game, he's getting winning chances. And even though he was unable to convert it in the last game and it ended in a draw, the most difficult part is first to get those chances. Against players of Jan's level, of Ding's level, you're not usually getting chances so often. So even to get that chance is already a big achievement in itself.
Yeah. And sometimes we see both players getting chances in a game. We've seen so many twists and turns and ups and downs in these ones. And Robert, what's your take on that? Just how unique this match has been, I'm thinking back in time, right? I'm thinking about Fabi's match with Magnus. I'm also thinking about the Karyakin match with Magnus or the Wishy Magnus match. And you might get your chances in just a couple of games. You might get them in 2 games, in 3 games, maximum, just a handful of times. But in this match, in every single game, it's been both players having that opportunity to strike, showing amazing resource, showing defensive technique, also incredible tactics. It's been so unique thus far.
It's been a roller coaster, and nobody could have anticipated a match where the players would trade victories, and Jan would go up by a point, then Ding would equalize, and Jan would go up by a point again, and then Ding would equalize once more, and then a third time Jan went up by a point, and then a third time Ding Liren, he was able to try to stop it, but the third time hasn't happened yet, right? He is once again down by a point, and he needs to catch up. He does have a couple victories to his name. He has been playing quite decent chess in the last 3 games, even though he lost Game 7. That's really such a critical point in the match. But I do want to take us back to Game 2 in some ways. Like, he went outside of his usual repertoire, and Jan punished him. Like, Jan Nepomniachtchi is playing great chess. In this game, Jan was on the verge of taking a 2-point lead. If he posed a few more questions to Ding, I really thought that Ding might have had troubles keeping up. But for Jan, the way he's played in general throughout the candidates and in even the last World Championship, I think that final result is super misleading, because in the first 5 games, and then even most of the way into Game 6, Jan was every bit Magnus Carlsen's equal throughout that match. And then Magnus decided to take control in that end game. It was a long game, and finally Magnus was able to win it with a material imbalance, and then the match actually was easy enough for him from there. So I just think that Jan, he's proven himself to be a worthy contender no matter the opponent, and Ding Liren is finding himself sitting across the board from somebody who is really determined to win that World Championship title, who is not going to back down no matter the type of game that is played, and who continues to lead. He has not trailed for a moment in this match.
Yeah. This is the match of their lives for both Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren. It is the ultimate dream of every chess player to become world champion, and here they are, the two of them. They've been such gladiators throughout the match, and you pointed out that Ding has made a comeback twice in the match already. Jan taking the lead, Ding striking back. Jan taking the lead, then Ding strikes back again. Currently, Jan has that 1-point lead. Now, the patterns that we've often seen with these two players in different events, for Jan, when it's going well, he almost seems unstoppable. He's such a beast, and it just feels like he gets more aggressive, more confident, and very difficult to deal with over the board. But for Jan, sometimes we've seen that when things don't go his way, when there is a difficult moment, he struggled in those. He struggled to come back from those. Meanwhile, Ding, in many events, he tends to have a slower start, sometimes even dropping some points, but then he becomes a total beast at the end of the event, getting closer to the finish line. Do you see this dynamic as perhaps having some effect in this World Championship match? Fabi, if Ding is able to equalize for the 3rd time in this match, will the momentum shift completely in Ding's favor?
It's hard to say because it's been so back and forth, and we've heard a lot of after every Jan win that now Jan is going to win this match for sure, and then Ding wins, and suddenly Ding is a favorite, and it doesn't seem like either player has been able to fully pull away or fully show their dominance. The last 2 games has shown a clear trend for Jan that it's all starting to go his way, but this game I feel like is putting the brakes on that a little bit. If it's going to stop his momentum a bit, because he was very close to creating serious chances in this game, and it was really looking dangerous. We talk about positions that aren't like lost or anything, but still you can start to see the contours of how it starts to go sour for one side or the other. And in a lot of the games in this match, we've seen that the good day for one player has coincided with the bad day for another. For example, in the second game, Jan played a perfect game. You can't criticize a single move. But Ding played a lot of either questionable moves, bad moves, or just like it looks like he lost the plot and he just wasn't fully there. And there's a few games I could point to where it feels like one side got stronger as the other side got weaker. In the game yesterday and the game today, it feels more of that kind of typical top level back and forth. Even if there's mistakes, it's like mistakes by both sides, and neither side is running away with it. Neither side is playing perfectly, but neither side is playing terribly. It's a lot of back and forth. And also today, it felt like one of those games where one side gets a chance, they press the chance a little bit, but they don't make the most use of the advantage, and then it kind of simplifies into a drawish position. Of course, I don't mean to speak about the game as though it's in the past tense. It's still Ding is still working hard to prove the draw, but he did turn a very very dubious position into one which is objectively drawn.
Yeah, very interesting what you're saying, and definitely Ding is sweating out a little bit. He is almost 13 minutes of a think tank in this one, and we were just thinking, right? It's a position that we've seen before, at least the idea of just simply offering a rook trade on e7. And very often during the course of the game, as the game progresses, you're into the end game, you've had your struggle of the opening of the middle game, trading off, well, and also countering super attacking ideas, which you have to be very precise with at times even offering an exchange sacrifice as we were seeing in this game. And then you come to this end game. How often is it that you kind of start double guessing, doubting your own confidence in your ability to hold this, and sort of seeing ghosts in the position? And I'm asking that because rook e7 is something that Ding has done before, but he's thinking for 12 minutes when he has the option to actually repeat it in this position.
Yeah, I'm surprised by his long thought here, because I don't see the position having changed too much compared to what was it, 3 moves ago when he played rook to e7, or 2 moves ago. And okay, so when I was playing Magnus in the first game, I was dead lost, but eventually we got to a rook endgame, which was a draw. But I was feeling a lot of pressure in that rook endgame, and I knew, of course, it's a draw, but I was really feeling so under pressure because it was just like I'm losing the whole game. I'm absolutely exhausted, and he's still posing some practical problems to me. We both know it's a draw, but you still have to make the moves. I think that was a bit more complicated than this endgame, but it can get in your head, and once it gets in your head, it's not so much about the position on the board. It's are you panicking? Is your head working right? I'm surprised that he's not playing rook t7 quickly. It's not like long thought here is going to change anything. There's nothing to calculate. It's all the secrets in the position can be pretty much figured out within the first few minutes, right? No concrete variations to look at. Just okay, I trade rooks, and I either consider whether the rook trade is good for me or not. And he doesn't offer the trade of rooks at the moment.
And he ran away. He made his move and sprinted elsewhere. Maybe to get a refreshment, maybe just to stretch those legs. But I have a question, and it's not for the two of you, so don't get too excited. It's for the chat. I'm curious what chat thinks Ding Liren will play with the white pieces tomorrow. We've seen him essay a bunch of different openings. He is not somebody who's trying to be predictable. So come on, get involved. Let us know what you think Ding Liren will play. I don't typically ask the chat for recommendations, but I have changed. I'm a changed man. I've grown. So please let us know what you think. Ding Liren will choose the white pieces after the rest day tomorrow.
That's a great question, Robert. And I know that you said it's not for me and Fabi, but you know what? I'm going to take it anyway because we've been seeing such amazing opening surprises by Ding. And that's been one of the unique features of this World Championship match that you were mentioning, Fabi, for you, the three big conclusions. One of them, just the kind of opening approach that we've been seeing by the players. And I'm going to predict at least the first move. It's going to be 1d4 by Ding. Fabi, I'm going to ask you as well for your prediction when Ding starts with the white. And let's just, for now, imagine that this one does end peacefully, needing that 1 point to equalize. What do you think he'll start with?
I think an English reverse Sicilian is very likely. It's a rich area where you can search for ideas, and we already saw one of those reverse Sicilians, and it worked out very successfully for Ding, right? He came back from a deficit in the match to win a very nice game. And the Nimzo with a3, e3, it's good for one game. It's not going to happen again. The whole h3 business that he tried and didn't work out will never happen again. And probably Ding will never even play it his entire career again, because I don't think he wants to see that whole line. But the reverse Sicilian, it's Ding's territory. Jan is a little bit of a predictable target there. He can kind of predict where Jan might go, and it's rich positionally. So definitely a place to look for ideas. If they find an idea, I think that's a natural place to strike. But I say this with low confidence. I wouldn't bet much on it. It's just that I think it's a logical place for him.
Wow. All right. So I'm going with 1d4. Fabi, you're going with 1c4. Robert, do not assume that you will be let off the hook on this one. You're the one who brought up this question. So I'm going to ask you to make an opening prediction for Ding with White.
Yeah, I'm not the unreliable lad that just typed in chat, but I don't think we will see a Sozin Sicilian, because I don't think that even if Dingliren played e4, which I don't think will happen, that Jan would not play the Sicilian. There's no reason why he would do that. It's too risky of an opening, especially in the Night Orbs. Why take the risk when he is up in the match? So, no, we're not going to see a Bond Cloud, Bill. I mean, come on. Let's be real here. We're going to see a delayed Bond Cloud. The Goobinator said G4. I think people are just having fun now. I asked a serious question. I wanted a serious answer.
I have to say, that guy's name should be the Grobinator. What's the Goobinator?
Nice.
Well played.
Smooth.
Albin counter gambit is more Jan's choice. So if Jan has a moment of delirium, he might decide to start sacrificing pawns in the opening with black, but seems rather unlikely.
The Ding Gambit of Time. Oh, is this David Cronenberg? I see Crow in the username.
Wait, did Cronenberg direct The Crow?
No, I don't.
No,
but
that was with Brandon Lee.
No, but the username was Crow Tweet, so I thought CRO was just short for Cronen. Bobby, you took it. You come on, man.
I went too far.
Yeah, you're like the Fly.
That's a good movie.
Yeah, we saw it together. Well, not for the first time. We'd both seen it before, but we watched that at the last World Championship.
Yeah, that's right.
You guys are watching movies at the last World Championship?
Oh, we
hit all the animals. We saw Pig, we saw the Fly. We were just going species after species.
And what was that? We probably shouldn't talk about that Norwegian movie, the Trip or something like that. That was like a.
Yeah, let's not talk about the plot of that one. But that one's
a little too adventurous. But Bigfoot, who is producing the show, says I play the B3 special. Learned that on Chessable. Well, they do seem to like B3 on Chessable, even though nobody actually plays it. And Ding has played King of Fate.
Wow. Yeah, Adiban would not have been too happy to hear that comment on 1B3, Robert. But of course, some amazing options here for Ding that our chat is mentioning. I doubt we'll see 1G4, 1F3, Bong Cloud. But then what's to say about this World Championship? It feels like whatever you expect, the opposite of that happens. It's been an unpredictable opening affair so far. And right now, we are in this endgame affair with Dinglirin coming back with the king. Perhaps once again, with the idea of falling back with the rook, offering a rook trade. In this position, do we see any chances here for white to try to defend f2? The only thing that comes to mind is you've got to push the king side pawns. Jan's got to make that happen if it's a real try for anything in this endgame. Fabi, what's the way that the pawns on the king side can start rolling down the board?
Well, the thing is, white has to deal with a very direct threat, which is f5. That's why he played king to f8. He wants to pick up the f2 pawn. So if white plays g3, f5 just wins a pawn, and white will no longer have any winning chances. And if white plays king to g1, then the rook gives a check and goes back, and that doesn't lead anywhere. If the king goes to g3, I feel like maybe f5 is still an option, but I'm not sure. But it also just allows knight to f5 check, so I'm not sure. Maybe king g3 is an option. f5, knight f6, knight e4 seems to trade the knights off. That's good for black, or at least favorable for black compared to what we currently have. So this is one possible direction. King f3 is also a move here, for sure. And looks double-edged. I don't know if I would go for this with black because f5 is a rather committal decision. So maybe king g3. I don't see other logical moves because you have to deal with the f5 threat.
Yeah.
You know what I'm thinking? Even if white plays, like let's say white plays rook to d7 after king to f8 in the live position, Well, this kind of invites 94. I was even thinking like maybe f5 is still possible, but I don't know if he would ever go for it. Oof, just loses on the spot. Wow.
And I'm wondering why. What's the killer blow here? Do you take the knight on d6, and is it because the g6 pawn is hanging?
That's a good question. I didn't see an immediately huge problem with this.
Interesting. Take the knight, take the knight. And what's the big move here?
This is confusing. It doesn't look like it's a winning position, but somehow it
You just
is.
go.
Oh, it's just
Sorry, Robert,
HG and rook
h4?
g6?
Oh, HG.
Oh no, this is not. I was
I
like,
was thinking
yeah,
about
this.
h4.
Yeah,
in the initial pos-
H4 is winning. You're absolutely right. H4 is the win. And then
And the g4 pawn's going to fall, right? Even if you defend g6, king g3 is coming next, and you're going to eventually lose the g4 pawn.
yeah, you're if king f7, king g3, and if rook f2, rook g6, and you lose that. So we're finding good ways, or at least I'm finding good ways for black to lose. You're finding good ways to refute my good ways. So rook d7 is also an option. King g3. White has a few things to consider here.
Interesting. But yeah, what you're pointing out, f5 is actually a real threat here. King f8 is not as harmless as it seems. At first thought, I thought he just wants to offer another rook trade, but you've got to be careful in these endgames as well, especially when you're playing the world's best players. And right now, Jan Nepomniachtchi is having a think. Will he go for rook d7, trying to set up this nasty idea of provoking f5, but it might be a very bad choice? Or will he come with the king? Or we might see a repetition. King falling back to g1, give a check, come back to e2, give a check, come back to e2. What are the chances of the game finishing with a repetition here?
Well, Jan has no reason to do that. So, he can play on in a million different ways. He doesn't want to end this day just yet. But I actually think that oversight that we were talking about with rook d7, pawn to f5, this is actually very hard to recognize. Once you're in the moment and you see the eval bar off to the side, you think, oh, white's winning because of h4. But two separate pawns are under attack. So when you get to this point in your calculation, you think, do I take on g4? I go up 2 pawns. Do I take on g6? Well, if I take on g6, they take on h3 and then take on f2 next. I'm not going to get away with it. So I feel like it's actually such an easy thing to overlook if you're playing a long game, a very intense game, and you just missed the move h4 and suddenly you're lost. So I think that Dingleren still has some work to do after this rook d7 move. He can just move his knight away. But with the rook on the 7th rank and f7 in its sights, he still needs to be a bit careful. The game is not completely over just yet.
When I asked that question, Fabi, about what are the chances of giving the repetition, I saw you were smiling. Was that because you were going to say a big 0 this time?
Yeah,
this
but
one as well?
I was going to say 0, but then I remembered the last time I said 0, it happened. So now I'm going to leave it at like half a percent chance. So I have that safety net in case. No, but the thing is, as Robert said, like Jan has no reason. He can always make a draw. Yeah. There's no reason to acquiesce so quickly, especially when it feels like Ding is feeling the pressure a bit, right? He's been taking his time. He might as well. The thing is, like, when your opponent creates a threat, at least you can now respond to his threat. So the threat is f5, so Jan has an intellectual challenge to solve, which is at least can I stop f5 and immediate draw? Whether that's with king g3 or rook d7, it's an interesting piece of calculation for him. So there's no reason for him to end it at the moment.
Bobby, what's the most drawn position you've won against another super GM?
I won like knight pawn against bishop, but not against a GM like 2600 GM, but not against.
Okay, so still, that's obviously
in classical chess.
Yeah,
it's super rare in classical chess that you win these things at all. Like, I can't really think of many. There's simplified endgames like this almost can never think of. Like, I mean, rook and bishop against rook is kind of common that people mess that up and you get winning chances. And so he plays king g3. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
You had rook and bishop, if I remember correctly, twice at the U.S. Championship. One game ended in a draw, the other you won, right?
No, so what you're thinking of is Gareev had it twice.
Oh.
And the first game he had, he drew, and then he plays me the next day. We get it. I had the rook and bishop, and then I beat him.
Yeah.
And I don't know exactly what happened. It was such a long, chaotic game, but somewhere he gets confused in this rook and bishop, and it turns sour for him. I've had rook and bishop in a very crucial game against Peter Swiedler in the 2016 candidates, and it was 2 rounds to go. I was tied with Sergei Karyakin, and my tie breaks were worse than his because at the time the tie breaks were not a playoff. The tie breaks were whoever had won the most games, which is also coincidentally whoever has lost the most games has the better tie breaks. And he had lost a game, and I had won 2 and drawn the rest. He had won 3 and lost 1. And so I kind of knew that my tie breaks are bad. I need to get ahead of him in the score because I'm playing him in the last round as well with black. So it's going to be very difficult to win that game. And I'm playing Peter Swiedler. We reach rook and bishop against rook. It's a draw, of course, at the start, but then I'm like getting some chances, and eventually I get a winning position. I get what's known as the Fildor position. And I don't win the endgame, and it's obviously very crucial for the tournament results because I need to beat Karyakin in the last round with the black pieces. I don't manage to do that, and Karyakin wins, qualifies for the 2016 World Championship. And then I studied that rook Fildor position and a lot of other rook and bishop against rook endgames for like a few weeks straight, basically. So I would never forget, and I think I will never forget. But don't don't quote me on that. I might forget it someday.
I didn't want to burst your bubble, but I think I also remember another rook and bishop endgame you had.
Which one?
Olympiad 2018. Is that right?
Yeah, but that was against Duda.
Yeah. Why do you have so many rook and bishop endgames?
Oh, I have a ton. I once beat Levon in a rook and bishop against rook. I've had like a million of them.
I find them super hard to defend a rook and bishop versus rook when you're playing on seconds. You definitely want to be the side with the extra bishop. Defending it can be such a nightmare. Mess those position up so many times. And I just feel like when you're the one who's got the extra piece, it's also equally hard to get that mating net going, to get that position where you're actually winning by force. And very often what we tend to do is just avoid going into a pure rook and bishop versus rook because they're so difficult to actually defend. And on that topic, I want to ask you, Fabi, for a world championship preparation, right? Of course, opening is a huge part of it. But what about these end games? What about these kind of typical setups like a rook bishop versus rook or rook and pawn end games? Wow. Okay, we've got a big move. So I will wait on that question because the move that you were pointing out, f5, a structural change, hitting that knight. But the f2 pawn is defended. But just to finish my question, Fabi, I was going to ask, how important is it in part of preparation to actually look at those kind of positions before going into a world championship match?
In terms of, we did a lot of general chess training and a lot of training games and so on. Not a lot of general endgame work. I don't think that's been like I have done training in that area, of course, but never like specifically for that world championship. I don't think. I think a lot of it was working a lot on openings, playing a ton of training games, and I felt like I was in good form that entire year. So all the training, it was working off throughout the year. I was having very good results and always felt kind of sharp in all my tournaments. Jan quickly plays king to f3, which we kind of said this was, and now he's frowning. He's trying to get into Ding's head a little bit, I guess.
Well,
what does Ding play?
Ding is wondering if rook e7 still holds because he can force the rooks off, and he does it. But you mentioned this earlier, and that's why I was nervous to say it, Fabi, is that pushing the pawn to f5, there is some drawback to that with the fixed pawn structure, but Ding has calculated that in this position, it still should hold.
Well, what he's doing with this last check is that if black plays rook to e8, now he will be forced to trade the rooks. But he's very happy to not have black's king on e7, because then the king on e7 will go to f6. The king, if it's on e8, if black takes on e8 with the king, then knight to e5 is super annoying, because then you have to play g5, and you don't really want that. it might still be fine, but you really don't want to make that commitment. Or you have to play knight takes c8, and might also be completely fine. But okay, it's a little bit of a problem to knight e5, king g7, king f4, king f6. Doesn't look tremendously dangerous, but yeah, white can give a check on d7 and it's still a bit annoying. And check on c5 or something. Yeah, it's always going to be very drawish, but at least white was able to provoke this f5 move.
This one's already dangerous, right? Like in this position, you need to calculate this way ahead that this pawn isn't getting to h7 quickly enough, because after king e7, I guess f5 is hanging. But the point is that it's hard to deal with all these threats, right? Like you protect f5 instead, h4. Like, how do you save this game?
I have no idea if you even do save this game, and you certainly don't want to go for it. Here, maybe the draw is f4, so that after h4, king e7, h5, king f8, I'm in time. And if you ever play king f5, then, or king g5, there was probably like some f3 or something.
Yeah, just throwing this pawn away and this way, so ruining the structure. That makes perfect sense. But I guess we're illustrating that it can actually come down to the wire here, and you have to be really, really cautious before just trading pieces and assuming that you have the draw. And that's what I was mentioning earlier with complacency. You can't do that. You always have to calculate if you're Ding Liren, and he's doing that. Right? Rook a8 check. He didn't automatically respond. He could bring his king up if he feels that's safer, but he's not assuming that rook e8 is a draw. He is calculating to make sure that that would be the case.
And I also want to say Jan's been really good with just trying to create some small questions in this position. We've been talking about what a dead draw this is, right? We've been talking about it's almost a foregone conclusion that this will end in a draw. But he is making Ding think a little bit, decide whether this is the moment that he wants to trade the rook, whether if he moves the king forward, the knight comes back, and we see some improvement in Jan's position. The king is ahead of the pawns, the knight is in a good centralized post, and black has made, well, at least visually certain weaknesses on the king side that can come under fire, as you're saying, as you're pointing out, Robert. The king can move to f4, to g5 at the right opportune moment. And the most important thing is that Jan is forcing Ding to think. It's not as if Ding can make automatic decision. Right now, this is a big one. He needs to figure out whether going for this rook trade and again taking a big committal push with that pawn on g5. You move your pawn once, you can't take it back. That is just how it goes. And well, after that long think, Ding is ready for it. He's confident. He says that I've calculated this. Trade on e8, the only move. Is knight e8 an option also, or will he go for this idea of recapturing with the king and then pushing the g pawn?
I'd be scared to put the pawn on g5 for sure, because the more you push them, the weaker they get. But on the other hand, you are avoiding any sort of king f4, g5 invasions. You know what I just remembered? I don't know how this came to me, but I remember that there was a game, Anand Carlsen, and sorry, Carlsen was white, Carlsen and Anand, and it was played like a long time ago. I don't know, some Vikings tournament, long time ago. I think might not have been Vikings, but Carlsen was like winning, and then suddenly it's going to this endgame, rook knight 3 against knight 2, and I remember these pawns. I think it's the structure with the pawn f5. It suddenly like reminded me of this, and Carlsen won that game. It was a draw. It was drawn, and then suddenly final mistake happens. Like it starts to get a little bit difficult, and then one objective mistake turns evaluation drawn to losing. And I don't remember the details of the game, but just like vaguely remembering this game, which Carlsen won. I don't know if someone could do the research here, and someone from chat maybe could figure out how this game, exactly how it went sour for the knight and 2 pawns. But I suddenly remembered this game, and so there's definitely some scenarios where it goes wrong for the weaker side, for the side of the 2 pawns.
I think I was commentating that. I feel that sounds very familiar. So it must have been in the last 5 years, but I can't recall exactly when it was, but I know it was. It was even one of the games that was on tour. So it wasn't Vikings, but not actually in Vikings. So it was in like Leiden or something. But I can't remember the year, but I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I can't remember either, but Vichy was playing maybe, I don't remember if it was a long time ago or if it was like 2019.
That sounds right. Let's see if the chat can verify that for us. But that sounds pretty accurate.
I'm just like,
analysis. By the way, it's on the board. Just want to say that 95 G5. You've been calling out this endgame. You see G5 played. The only way to defend the pawn. This can potentially create weaknesses on those pawns. Is there? If white was to go h4 here, sacrificing the pawn only to regain that f4 square, but the more pawns that do get liquidated, the more pawns that get traded, black gets closer, a step closer to that draw, right? So h4, you got to hold on to that.
yeah, h4, gh, king to f4. It's still a bit annoying because if king to e7, then white gets this knight g6, knight h4, which also looks like a draw, but black is sort of paralyzed. I guess black can play knight e4, f3, knight d6, and g3, and now black has to play king to e6 and then king g5. Okay, it's, you know, you're definitely hanging on by a thread at this point, but it's probably still a thread which holds. Knight to f7, king g6, knight e5, and so on. So there's danger here. h4 is an interesting option, but it feels a bit like you don't want to take this concrete approach just yet. You still want to wait a little bit. You want to kind of poke around a bit more.
And you know, there's an alternative is if you could play f4 right now, that would be very dangerous for black, because if I could spring free an outside pawn, so just to sort of show what that looks like if I get a situation like this. No, exactly. It is winning for white if you could get f4 in. So the king being on f3, that is what prevents white from winning this game. And so that means after the move king to e3, okay, king f8 was, I was just trying to illustrate.
Let's look at that one a little bit. King to f8, because I don't think it's like obvious how white wins, but take king to e7, let's say. I think it's just the move knight to f3, rather than king g5 even. Maybe king g5 is also good, but knight f3, king f6, knight to d4, king to g6, h4, king to f6, and h5, and you have gotten into Zugzwang.
Wow.
And so this is the type of way that you could lose these endgames potentially if you're being careless. So yeah, as you said, king to e7 would be necessary after king to e3.
Wow. Yeah, it's just amazing how one little difference can change the evaluation completely. So in this position after g5, king e3, king f8 is, we knew it wasn't a good move. We were just trying to make a quick move. King e7 is important. And this king gets to f6, I guess, just in time in many of these positions. But even this looks kind of worrisome to my eyes.
Yeah, for sure. You know what I'm thinking in the live position? This move g4 is like rather dangerous looking. I think that black has to play king to e7, g takes f5, and king to f6. Because if you take on f5, I think you lose with king g4. Knight f5, king g4, king f6, and now it still says draw, but knight d7?
Nope, it's saying win now. You go. So I know what you're going to do. You
go around.
Dirty devil.
You do the little tour.
Oh.
King g6, knight g5, and you're up 2 pawns. So wait, what's the draw after king g4? Because the computer was saying that there was something.
No, I think it was just I was moving and it didn't react just yet.
No, it says this is somehow holding for black. Oh, knight to d6 holds it.
Ooh.
Okay. Yeah, it's I mean, at that point you're in an easy process of elimination because other moves are obviously bad. But you know, there's danger. We're already in territory where one move might draw, one move might lose.
Wow. As it's getting closer to a draw, it's also important for Ding to be precise here and to find these precise defensive resources. We're seeing 2 ideas for Yan to continue posing problems. One is the one that you pointed out, Robert, sidestep with the king and threaten the move f4, which Ding would have to precisely navigate. It can get really dangerous. And after king e3, black also doesn't want to further advance his own pawns, creating more weakness on that king side. And the other idea that Fabi, you're pointing out, which also poses a very direct question in the position, is g4. How do you handle the tension on the king side? Once again there, Yan with his death stare, as we just saw. We see the clock situation. Well, Yan's got about 55 minutes, Ding around 30 minutes, still about 6 moves left to make time control. How difficult will this be in these last few critical moves for Ding to be precise in this moment? Let's say whether g4 or king e3, do you expect Ding to handle it without too much problem?
I think that this is already like Ding has probably seen all of the lines we mentioned. He sees g4, king e7. He's already seen it in advance when he decided to go for this. He's seen this f4, king f6 stuff. It's good territory for him because it's very concrete, direct calculation, and it's one of his very clear strengths, for sure. And I don't know if it was the best approach, but once he's here, I still think that this is so likely to end peacefully. The other thing is that maybe with white, I would try king to e3. King e7, king d4. Just want to go around and keep as many pawns as possible on the board. This is what would come to mind to me as an option for sure.
And Fabi, just to get it out of the way, king e3, king e7 is the move that you're recommending to fight against the threat of f4. But is it really bad for black, instead of king e7, to go f4 himself to fight it? It's very scary because you kind of make a weakness, and I see it's not a good idea. And I'm guessing that's because you just simply slide back with the king. And then when you go h4, you're actually going to end up losing both your kingside pawns.
I have a feeling this move is bad for a number of reasons. One is that the king can go to d5, and you don't want that king to be there, because then you'll slowly get, your knight will be forced to go, and then the king might invade via e4. The other reason is, as you said, like maybe king to f3 and h4, and then taking on an f4 is going to be very bad for black. And then you just pick up that h4 pawn. And I'm even thinking that maybe white can just like sack the knight on f4, play 3 pawns against the knight. It's borderline losing from what I know about the endgame.
Wow.
I don't know if it's like always losing, but very often this is like a losing endgame. Here the computer says that it's kind of a draw, but okay, obviously white doesn't have to go for this, but I don't think that you want to allow this. You know, I would never want to allow knight against 3 pawns for sure.
All right, so looks like king e7 would be the right way, and the only way that Ding has to find to counter the threat of f4 if Jan goes for the idea of posing this big question with a sidestep from the king to e3, opening up the path of that f pawn. 2 big choices for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Go for g4, another direct question, or sidestep with the king. And we see Jan, he's kind of looking into nothingness right now. What do you think is going on in his mind?
That's a good question. I think he wants to play for a win, and he's trying to figure out the variation that challenges Ding the most. And no, I mean, that's the thing about chess players. They may seem like they're lounging, that they're about to take a nap, but they're always calculating. So Jan isn't just sitting here looking away. This is his calculation phase, right? He is really trying to figure out a variation that challenges Ding the most. And he's seeing, do I push the G pawn? Do I push the H pawn? Do I move the king and push the F pawn? Do I push no pawns at all and just march my king in first? He just wants to make Ding's life difficult, because the last thing chess players want to do is to hand their opponent a result. You never want to lose the game, so you don't want to blunder, but it's very important to these top players, and Fabi, you can speak this more than I can, of course, that when you have an advantage, it's not even necessarily about winning the game, because it's not a winning advantage, but you want to press and press and press, make your opponent suffer, make them prove that they can defend and get that desired result rather than just handing it to them.
Yeah, this is one of those positions where, given enough time, you can basically figure out every detail of the position, every possible draw, every trap, every way that you could win if your opponent messes up. And with the amount of time he has, which is over 50 minutes, he could figure this position out several times over. So that's why he's in a relaxed calculation mode. He's calculating, of course, but he's not doing it in a way that he would calculate if he had 5 minutes on his clock, which is that he would be concentrating on the board intently. He's sort of, you know, he understands the position as a draw, but he's still trying to figure out all the details, and he doesn't have to be super laser focused at the moment. Now he's sort of like getting into the, you know, now I'll start to look at the position again. It's also a bit of acting, of course. It's like, if there's a win here, I'll find it, and I don't even have to stress out doing it. But yeah, I've felt this mode a lot myself. It's like, okay, we've reached a position where I just have to calculate it out. So I'll make my poses, you know, think this way, think that way, and eventually try to find some idea in the position. He has only like 3 moves that would even come to mind. One is king e3, one is g4, one is h4. Well, probably king e3 and g4 are the main moves to calculate. g4 is like a direct winning attempt. It's either winning on the spot or not, right? We saw black basically has to play king e7. Because if you push the pawn, then h4 comes. And if you take on g4, then king g4 will likely win the g-pawn. So g4 is the first move that comes to mind. After you reject that, you move on to king e3. After you reject that, you start to get disappointed.
I loved how our chat pointed out while we were talking about chess poses that is the modern thinking pose. Well, the original thinker, it is all about, well, I think it was all about philosophy and contemplation, but this one's nothing about that. In 2023, the modern thinking pose is indeed about the chess position, as you're pointing out, Robert, that very often chess players tend to look away. And they might not even be looking at the board, but the only thing in their mind, the only thing that they're actually thinking about is indeed the position on the board, calculating and navigating through these variations. We see Jan once again looking away. He is trying to decide which is the option that perhaps gives him the best chance and perhaps makes Ding really think in this position and offers the biggest problem for him to go wrong. It is a critical moment because, once again, if Ding is able to navigate it correctly in just a few moves, we will have a result for game 9. I'm still thinking Jan will decide between one of these two options that we've been looking at, g4 or king e3. Do you think Jan is also just trying to come to terms with the fact, because I know that this happens when we're playing, right? What has happened before in the game? The fact that he had all these opportunities of capturing that rook on b5, the fact that it could have been a more difficult task for Ding Liren to hold this game. Is that something that plays on a player's mind while in the end game, all the missed opportunities of what has happened? Because sign me up for that club, happens to me all the time.
And I think Fabiano has shown that chess players have great memories, sometimes to a fault. So it's hard to forget what has happened in this game, and sometimes hard to forget what happened a decade ago in some random game that was next to you. But in this context, Jan Nepomniachtchi undoubtedly is upset about how this game has gone because he did have the upper hand. He was playing very well for good portions of the game, and then he let that advantage slip. And what I like about this is it demonstrates a determination, not just to coast to the finish line. If draws are presented to him, he will take them and he will win the match by a point. But he is not saying, he's not resting on his laurels saying, I have a point lead, that's going to remain. He is trying to end this match under his own control. He wants to win games and get to that finish line. So I think that Jan, he should be a bit upset with himself. That's the sign of any chess player in any situation. And I think that whether or not he's a Rodin sculpture, that he is trying to find a way here to win this game. He knows that it should be a draw, but there is wiggle room. There is an opportunity for Ding to go wrong, and he wants to capitalize on it if he can trick him.
Yeah, I think he's still in the game mode, not in the disappointment mode. That might come after the game. If this ends in a draw, then he might be disappointed, but hopefully for his sake only briefly, because I think one of the good qualities for a chess player is to be able to get over things quickly. And as we all know, as any chess player knows, you're going to have to deal with a lot of disappointments, a lot of missed chances, and you don't want that weighing on you for the tournament or even for the rest of your career. You want to be able to get over it quickly. And I'm sure that he'll be able to, clear his mind of the potential missed chances. They weren't even that big, especially compared to, let's say, Ding's chance yesterday. But the potential missed chances that he might have had in this game, just clear his mind of that and move on to the next game, the next task, next opening, whatever it is. So, but at the moment, he's not thinking about the previous moves in this game. He's just thinking, do I have some winning chances here? If so, what are they?
That is the big question. Where are his biggest chances in this endgame? Undoubtedly, Jan knows that draw is the most likely result, but he's going to try and milk this one out till the very end. We've often seen Ding being the one in driving seat, regardless of the fact that Jan is the one who's leading the match. Regardless of the fact that Jan has this 1 point lead, if you just look at the games themselves, very often Ding has had the upper hand. So Jan really enjoying this position. He does have the extra pawn. It's a game for 2 results. So one can totally understand his desire to try to play this out till the very end. And I have to say, I haven't seen Jan take this much time in the opening or the middle game as much as we're seeing him in this end game. Is that something that surprises you, Robert?
No, I think that Jan has played a very good game for the most part. Of course, he spoiled some good chances, and he is going to regret it after the game, as Fabi is talking about. But he remains up one of these. So why not enjoy his time where he's got an extra one, and he's going to hold on to it and try to get it to the other side of the board and get a queen. So I think that Jan, even though he had some more chances earlier on, I mean, a draw is not a bad result when you're playing such strong competition like you're against Ding Liren. And he had the upper hand throughout the majority of the game. He has nothing to really be too hard on himself about. And I think it also changes the trajectory, because in Game 7, he was worse for most of it. He did win in Ding's time trouble. In Game 8, he was completely lost. At some points, he gave up a rook. It was a desperado. It was a bluff, and it worked out. But he actually was worse for the large majority of those two games. And then here in Game 9, he says, well, I'm just going to be ahead for the most part. He played some great moves. He had some good decision-making, and he may not score a full point, but I think it's a very good change of pace, if you will, for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Wow. On that note, I have to bring it up as well. Robert, check this out. I'm wondering if Fabi has one too.
I don't have one, but I just want to say that I'm glad you guys have the mini pawns, and that you don't have the Danny-sized pawn hiding under your desk.
No, we don't.
Because that would be very disturbing.
I've got the kid pawn and I've got the baby pawn as well.
Oh, I have the baby pawn, but it's somewhere else, so I need to go find it.
Well, right now, the player with the real pawn is Jan Nepomniachtchi in this endgame, 3 versus 2. He is really trying to grind this down. Guys, how difficult is it for Ding to be in this position, right? It's been a long day for him. He's had to defend from the very start, from the opening. Another black, by the way, where he didn't manage to equalize completely out of the opening. So still struggling there a little bit with the prep when it comes to the black pieces for Ding. So what do you think is going on in his mind right now? How confident is he feeling about this to be able to hold this one?
I think that he's feeling very confident. I mean, the variations that he has to calculate, he's probably already gone through them several times, and it doesn't seem like White has an abundance of dangerous moves here. We mentioned some of them. But I feel like Ding has already calculated to his heart's content, and he's not probably overly concerned. He knows that the position is an objective draw, for sure. And now it's just a matter of, what will Jan try and responding to that. But I don't think he's concerned in the sense that he's worried his position is bad. I'm sure he knows that it is a draw.
And the more Yan thinks, probably the more confident Ding is getting of his chances. It will be a big relief for the Chinese superstar to keep things under control, to go into the final 5 games as with trailing with just a 1-point margin. And he also starts with the white pieces in the next one. But currently, Yan in a big think tank, almost 20 minutes. I don't think, Robert, we've seen this happen in the World Championship so far.
It's rare. I mean, Jan Nepomniachtchi doesn't go that deep into the think tank unless he senses it's a very critical moment that he can't just work out with his very quick calculation skills. And so he's looking at this end game. He's just trying to find chances. He's trying to prolong the game, even though both players know it is objectively a drawn position. So for Jan Nepomniachtchi, it makes sense to me. I think he's doing the right thing. It's also instructive for the many players who are trying to improve their own game. When you have a situation like this, and you may think it's a surefire draw, try to find ways to challenge your opponent the most. Don't just trade off the pawns. So just to show something very quickly of what would be a very easy draw for Ding Liren is like, let's say you play this h4 move and you give this pawn up, and then you bring this king and you bring this king here, and I get this check. So essentially my point is you may give away all the pawns, and even if this knight comes here to win this pawn, this is actually as easy as it gets for Ding Liren. He knows his one task is to sacrifice this knight for that pawn. So as soon as your pawn pushes up to g4, I am taking it, and that is a draw because you can't win with a lone knight. So I made it look simple just because I was making very rapid moves. But for Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's like, I don't want to allow that. I want Ding just have a couple tough choices. And we showed in other variations that it can get tricky, even though the limited material should allow a draw with best play.
Wow. And Yan really trying to figure out what is the biggest problem that he can pose in the position. This is his last chance. This is that critical moment where he can ask the most difficult question to Ding and just hope and pray that Ding might not be able to find his way. But it looks like this one will be heading towards a draw, and Yan would maintain his 1 point lead. Well, going into game 9, this is game 9. These were the odds that Yan had approaching game 9. And this is how it would change based on the results of how this game would end, the outcome of game 9. If Yan would win today, it would be a 94% odd to Yan winning the World Championship match. With a draw, our Chesscom stats team gives it a 78% chance to win the match in favor of Yan Nepomniachtchi. Coming into the game with odds like this, what is Yan's mindset, Fabi?
Well, I think that for sure he is a big favorite, regardless of whether he won this game or drew it in the match, just because we're nearing the final stretch and he is ahead. And for the last few games, I feel like he has been the better player. Like for the game yesterday and for the game before, it really feels like Ding was the one making more mistakes. That being said, this game is a confidence boost to Ding, I think, for sure. And it's going to come down a lot to that next game with the white pieces that Ding has. Can he continue to create chances? He's not going to have so many games with the white pieces left. And you can't really count on winning with black. It's just too difficult, usually. It sometimes happens. We saw that second round, but usually it's too difficult. So will he be able to create more chances? That's really going to be the telling factor.
That's going to be the big point in the next one. But there is action on this one. Well, Yan chose a third way to go for a direct approach. And this is a line that we were looking at. A potential pawn sacrifice on h4, but it's a temporary one. You just separate black pawns only to go and pick them up a move later. The idea is not only to separate the pawns, but also to get that key f4 square for the white king. And this was a line that we looked at earlier. Fabi, Robert, king f4 can appear on the board at this moment, hitting that f5 pawn. And if black tries to advance with his own king, there is a check on g6, forking that king and that pawn on h4. I do see Yan reaching out. He's made the move. King f4 on the board. Knight e4 a possibility, as we've been talking about. King e7. Which one are we expecting by Ding?
So I have this little funny line to show. Knight to e4. I like the move. f3. Oof, apparently it's very bad. But f3 in my idea was knight to f2. And if king takes f5, then h3 makes a draw. And if king to e3, there was this little trick. That's the only reason I wanted to show this line. King to e3, h3. And if king takes f2, huge blunder, h2 promotes the pawn. Of course, white would never fall for this. But I actually think that knight e4 loses maybe because of knight to d3. Maybe that's why the refutation is.
And after knight d6, you just want to go king e5? Is that your point?
Or is king g5 a better version now? No, apparently it must be king e5 then. King e5, king e7, and is it just f3?
Or knight f4, knight g6? Is that an idea? f3, I like it as well, but...
Yeah, knight f4, I was thinking knight to e4, but then f3 is pretty good.
Then it comes with a tempo, right?
Yeah. I'm not sure why f3 draws, but I guess there is some very good reason for it.
Yeah, that's a good question, because f3 looks so strong after king e7, and I'm wondering, maybe we should just try and find out why precision is required. Why is f3 a check?
Oh, it's knight c4, yeah, and knight takes king f5, knight e3, of course, yeah. So you can't fall for this. So knight f4 actually defends that really important g2 pawn. It allows all these sort of f3 things without dropping the g2 pawn. Although there is actually, if you play f3 in this position, let's just make like a neutral move like king d7. f3, knight c4, king f5, knight e3, king g5, knight g2. Oops. Knight g2 loses. Yeah, you can't do that. h3, and it's typical sort of pattern for how the knight gets dominated by a lone pawn. So yeah, all this is fantasy, but it shows that Ding is thinking. I'm sure that he'll figure out knight e4, knight d3, but he is still thinking about the move.
But this is a critical moment because knight e4 also feels like such a natural move that you could be really tempted to play, right? Because you want to try and trade off as many pawns as possible in the position. You want to put pressure on that f2 pawn. So it's not super hard, but Ding definitely needs to find it. We saw that after knight e4, knight d3, the eval bar gives a massive advantage to white, and Nepo could be staring at a win if Ding falls for this. So the other option that we were discussing, well, perhaps the only move that Ding has in this to keep the position balanced is come forward with his own king. Get that king moving to defend his pawns. So king e7, and here he's got to navigate and evaluate what happens after the check, the knight capturing on h4, because visually it does look uncomfortable. Your king and your knight, it almost feels like a zugzwang, right? Your king and your knight is stuck defending that f5 pawn.
Yeah, and white can also maneuver if king e6 here. I think maybe black should provoke f3 instead, but here king e6, knight to f3 starts to get a bit annoying because king to f6, knight to d4. And yeah, I guess you go to g6 and it's still either side is holding on, but it doesn't look super pleasant. King to e5, knight to f7, it's again this idea. And the king to e6, knight to g5. So it's a little bit of an unpleasant endgame, but probably white just doesn't have enough resources. There's just too few moves left in his position. You know, white has so few pieces left, and that's the main issue. I think that Ding will not fall for knight to e4. I think he'll play king to e7.
I mean, after defending so heroically, knight e4 would be too much of a heartbreak to take in this one, Fabi. Robert, what's your take on this? How difficult is it to be precise in this moment for Ding?
I think that he is doing the right thing. He's continuing to do this. Anytime he has a move that's in line with his previous plan, he knows he's ultimately going to play it, but he double, triple, quadruple checks, because if he makes an inaccuracy now, it's not just that's the game over. You lose. We just saw knight e4 is a losing mistake, and for Jan, he will capitalize on it. So I think that Ding will play king to e7, but he is just trying to verify that these lines work out, because I think from a distance, from afar, it looks like there could be some Zugzwang that costs you the game, and so he's just trying to put his pieces in the right squares.
Wow. Yes, this is the moment. Ding needs to be precise now, or things could turn around very drastically for black here. Ding has to find the move king e7 to keep everything under control. We're going to go into a short break, but when we return, we'll find out if Ding has been precise. We love that pose, but there's thinking to be done. It's been 5 intense hours of play in Game 9 of the World Championship match between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren in Astana, Kazakhstan. And currently, after a heroic defense for majority of those 5 hours, Ding Liren with that final moment where he needs to find the precise move here. And he's got to make that move with the king, stepping 1 step forward. Or it could all be for nothing. It could all be in vain. It is a big moment for Ding. He has been thinking for 10 minutes here. Fabi, you said that Ding should be able to navigate this without too much trouble. Robert, you as well echoed the same sentiment. But a 10-minute think, does that get you guys a little worried for Ding here?
Yeah, I'm thinking that knight e4 could be a trap. I don't know what the thought process would be. I'm trying to figure out the thought process. Like knight e4, let's say you see f3, knight f2 is like a very clean clinical draw, but knight d3, why would you prefer that? Like, let's say you play knight d6 and you completely miss the move king to e5. You think only king to g5. Maybe you think that's an easier way to do it because then you play king to f7 or king to e7. And if not king e5, like maybe it's in like knight d6 here. And if not king to e5, if king to g5, then you think king e7. And you think this is a much easier thing because after king takes h4, black's king gets to f6, and there's no king on f4 anymore. So I'm trying to like work through the thought process of how you could come to the conclusion of knight to e4, and this could be a way. You have to miss king e5, and then you have to think this is an easier path to a draw. So I do see some contours for, everything's easy for us because we see the bar going up and down. These are really complex endgames. It's not clear to the players. I'm sure they both know that this is a draw, or at least they have like a very strong suspicion, but they don't know exactly which move is a draw, which is not, right? So they have to think on their own. So it's possible to make a mistake here. It's not out of the question. In a rapid game, I might even not even be surprised if it happens that someone plays knight to e4. The reason why it worries me is because obviously he is not 100% confident that the most obvious move, king to e7, knight to g6, king f6, knight to h4, he's not 100% confident that this is a draw because he's thinking, I will get zugzwanged at some point here, and I'll have to, like f3, because you don't want to allow knight to e4 check. f3, king f6, g3, and I have to allow the king into g5. And this is where his hesitation lies. He's thinking, oh, I don't really want to allow this, and he's worried. King e5 here, for example, might just be a losing move because of f4, king e6, king g6. Although, yeah, this for example, is losing. I don't know how black was drawing, to be honest, but maybe there was some way. So this is the stuff that he's worried about, and then he might see the move knight f7, and it might make him feel confident instead of king to e5. He might see knight to f7 check, and then he thinks, okay, king g6, knight e5, but still, you see this king to g7, and you still feel a bit worried about the position. Even though, yeah, you assume that it should be a draw somehow, but you're still a bit worried, like, what's my next move here? f4g.
I was trying to do this, Bobby.
That's a beautiful way to draw, but g4 instead of g takes f4, right?
Right. I'm just trying to show everybody that king and knight versus king will not be a win, but as Fabi is saying, I was trying to trick, and he says no, and g4 is just too strong. The pawn will push, and the king helps escort it to the other side. That will become a queen, and the knight on h4 defends the f3 pawn. So Fabi, I mean, you're right that this is actually very deep. This exact variation here, like at this moment after king g7, you think, all right, if my king moves, I'm losing contact with the f5 pawn. If my knight moves somewhere, say back to c6, is there going to be some kind of f4 and a potential zugzwang going forward? What's the deal? This knight can also reroute at some point. So there are so many things to consider here. It's not straightforward. The engine often misleads us in the sense that we get a sense of security because we know without any degree of questioning that it's this evaluation, that it's even, that it should be a draw. But when you're at the board after this grueling, not just this grueling game, but this whole match, the atmosphere is intense, the gameplay has been a struggle, it's definitely somewhere you can go wrong. And look at Ding's reactions. He's looking at the clock. I'm getting a bit nervous that, I'll bring it back to the live board, that he could make an error here.
I want to explore that position a bit just because it's like kind of personally fascinating. After king to g7, knight to c6,
Guys,
because
he's reaching out for something. I'm sorry, Fabi, but yes, you have to continue with this analysis, but every time he reaches out, I'm just so terrified that he might pick up the knight. And because we've seen those lines, it would be game over. And this isn't any game, right? As was seen in our favorite feature chat as well. If Jan Nepomniachtchi wins this, it could very well mean match over as well. So it's a really critical moment. Ding has to make the move king e7. And every time he's reaching out for a piece, heart is slightly fast. Fabi,
Yeah,
sorry, continue with your line.
no, I think we all want to see a draw here because it would keep a great deal of intrigue in the match, while a loss for Ding would be pretty disastrous. It wouldn't decide the match, but it would make it really tough for him to make a comeback. So I do hope that he makes the move king to e7 because it would be a tragic way to lose. But he's looking very concerned, very nervous, and when you get nervous, that's the moment that you make a.
He makes another move. He makes h3, and I see our eval bar doesn't move. So things. What is h3? First question. It's a pawn sacrifice. Fabi?
Well, that pawn was gone one way or the other. So after gh3, does he just want to play king to e7? I guess so. h4, king f6. We didn't consider it, but it seems like a perfectly reasonable way of trying to make a draw, and maybe even easier than the kind of long lines that we were considering, right? Because now h5, knight to e4, and then if the knight gets to d5, that white king gets pushed back, f3, knight c3, followed by,
maybe there's a
knight to c5 to avoid the knight d7 check. Yeah, You're absolutely right. And now knight to e6, and the king gets pushed back, and black makes a draw.
Okay, we did see a capture on h3, king e7 play quick. So, it's funny. We see brilliancy as sacrifices for checkmates, for huge moves that win games. But, this allows him to potentially make an easier draw because these pawns are not connected. Connected pawns are always useful because they can protect one another. A pawn's best friend is another pawn. Now that the pawns are split, this knight will be able to jump around and start attacking them, and that should give Ding the ability to hold the balance. So h3 may be just a great choice, even if the evaluation bar doesn't react. It's just a really good move that makes it easier for him to accomplish his task.
Yeah.
Well, it's very good for him. Sorry, Tanya.
No, complete your thought. Fabi, please take over.
I was going to say it's very good for him that the evaluation bar doesn't react because he doesn't want to see the evaluation bar react at all. But yeah, it looks like a very practical choice.
Because in these kind of positions, if the eval bar starts reacting, that's going to be very bad news. It's either going to go from balance to completely winning for white. And h3, just impressive defense there by Ding. We were looking at these different options and it wasn't on our radar. This move wasn't a move that we actually looked into. So it just really shows the kind of focus and resourcefulness that Ding is bringing to this game. Just how important it is to find these ideas that just makes his process of defending this very crucial game as easy as possible. And we saw the eval bar say it approves, things are still under control. And Robert, a really nice point made by you, that why give up that h4 pawn for free when in the process you can actually disconnect white's passes.
Yeah, I think it's a great choice. And I think that, now that it's on the board, I'm like, I kind of want to hit myself in the head and be like, duh, that just makes so much sense. But I love learning from the best players in the world. And for Ding to have that recognition that even if the alternative was still a draw, this makes his life easier because these pawns are split. And that variation that Fabiano brought up, where you get to maneuver your knight around. First, you protect your pawn, but you're going to end up maneuvering your knight around to c5. You're kick this king out of here. And the pawns can't defend one another because they are isolated rather than on adjacent files. So I think it was a really, really good choice. I see you saying chat said h3. Chat says all sorts of things. I'm supposed to believe you at every turn, but no, on this turn, it was a great move indeed. So Dingley Wren and chat, round of applause.
I love it. Well done on that.
I'm wondering
chat.
here. I'm just kind of wondering, like, what is White's best try? Because obviously, Jan is still searching hard for the idea, and I think Jan would probably beat chat. No disrespect meant. But I'm thinking the move knight c6 is still an interesting try here.
Take a look. So your idea is to give a check, and then you want to just start trying to create those zugzwangs that we were looking at, putting pressure
Exactly.
on that pawn on f5, jumping back to d4. So let's say if black was to come forward with the king to f6, you want to start already putting a lot of
Let's
pressure
start with
on
knight
the f5
d4.
pawn. Knight e4,
And knight e4, f3.
knight f2.
Knight to f2. And if h4, you get knight d3, and you're stopping it all. Yeah, that leads to a draw. So is there a bet, maybe f3 after king f6? So not knight to d4. So I give that check. King to f6 and f3.
Can I take away the d4 square with knight b5? I was thinking, but Robert, I saw you head towards f7. That also looks like a good idea.
Yeah, I was just
But
trying.
here, h4, is it super easy?
I was wanting to get my knight to a checking square, but you just took away all my squares.
Don't play knight h8 because then knight to e5.
Well, it's funny. Even king g6 is knight e5, right? Just trade them off.
Yeah, well, that's game over immediately. But wait, knight h8, knight e5, I'm actually not sure if that, like, king to e6. It's not obvious to me why, like, black is completely relegated to passivity, but how do you exploit it? It's shocking, no? King e6, h5, king f6, h6, king e6.
Oh my god. That's insane that position holds.
I mean, this is ridiculous. Like, you blunder knight e5 and somehow you still survive. Wow.
Wow. Yeah, but it's so difficult to put your knight on h8 voluntarily and just from far away, just convince yourself that you will be able to hold that position. So you've got to try and think of all these angles when you choose the move that you want to pick up. Knight c6 check, Robert. And in that variation, I want to take a look at the other option. How important is it for black to actually voluntarily go to that h8 square? Is after f3, because knight d4, we saw knight e4, things are fine. Is knight b5 a big inaccuracy? It's not. So,
it's good.
Yes.
That's a good move. Sorry, I was just saying that it's approved and you're stopping white's main plan. So, Fabi, take that. Knight b5.
I'm coming for the checks,
I like this
Fabi.
move.
Knight c3, coming in.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So it's not only stopping knight d4, but black's only task in this position is get the knight to e6 or d5, give a check there. And once you give that check, once white's king is forced back, you no longer have any attacks on the f5 pawn, and you really can't, like, being one pawn up is not enough. You need to win that f5 pawn. So if you're no longer attacking with that with your king, you won't be able to find a way to break through. Knight b5 is a nice move. I don't see any ideas for white here. You can play knight to b4, but then knight c7 again stops knight d5 check and prepares knight to e6, and I think at this point we can already call a draw pretty much. So what will Jan try? Knight c6 doesn't seem to be working out as a great test. He's definitely concentrated, thinking hard here.
Does it help to start with f3 in the current position as we have it? f3 and then wait for your king to make a move and maybe a better jump with the knight?
Yeah, this is very logical because king f6 allows knight to d7 possibly, and king to e6. It might not really lead anywhere, but it's another thing for black to consider, so you might as well. I still think that I don't see where the knight's going. The knight really needs to, like, the c5 check doesn't work out. You kind of need to first put black in zugzwang with the knight on d4 and then get your king in. It's not about checking the black king around so much.
Robert, and look at Jan. I haven't seen Jan in this pose so far in this World Championship match. He's really trying to find his best chance in this endgame, where it lies with Dinglerin with impressive defense there. Robert, what do you make of Jan? The amount of time he's spending right now, how focused he looks in this position. Usually, even in bad positions, Jan almost looks dismissive. He comes on the board, he makes a move fast, gets up immediately. He's got this confident demeanor regardless of what the actual objective eval is. Right now, this is a very focused Jan, Robert.
He can sleep all day tomorrow if he needs. It is a rest day in Astana, so he doesn't have to come to the chessboard. He can rest his brain, and he must be exhausted because this is a long match. But I think part of it is that he really respects Ding Liren. So when Ding gets the white pieces, Jan's like, uh-oh, what am I going to do? Because let's talk about the last 3 games that Jan had the black pieces. In game, I'm losing track now, game 4, was it? That was when Ding won with white. In game 6, Ding won with white. In game 8 yesterday, Ding probably should have and would have won with white in like 98 out of 100 games. But Jan did survive that one. So Ding Liren has proven that he can take down Jan Nepomniachtchi when he gets the white pieces. So Jan doesn't want to just sit here and be like, okay, I'll be fine in 2 days. I'll totally be okay with the black pieces, because evidence has shown that he has not been very okay when he gets the second move. So I think that it's both focusing on the extra material in this game, but also giving that nod, that credit to Ding Liren, like, hey, I need to beat you when I have the white pieces because you may beat me when you get white.
Yeah, I think that's why Ding should be happy with this result. If he makes the draw in this position, and it seems like he is not slipping up, he's heading that way towards a draw, he can be happy because not only has he beaten Jan twice in the last 3 games with the white pieces, he's also, as you mentioned, gotten a winning position in that 3rd game, which he didn't convert. But the interesting thing is that he did it with different openings every single time. One was reverse Sicilian. He didn't get an advantage from the opening, or if it was a very small one. Then he got a London system. People don't play the London to get an advantage from the opening. They play it to get some sort of tough, long fight, right? And there he actually did get some sort of advantage, but it was a rather small positional one, which eventually turned into a big one. And then he plays a super sharp Nimzo, all different approaches, different openings, but somehow each game he's getting chances. It's actually quite inspiring, I have to say, that he's somehow finding opportunities under every rock that he looks under. So London here, Nimzo there. It's for like a top player or a strong player, it's inspiring to see how he's managing to outplay such a well-prepared and strong opponent as Jan.
And very often in these World Championship matches, we've traditionally seen the approach of having these openings and then finding a sort of a slight deviation or an offbeat track much later on. But players tend to stick to the main structure of the starting moves, right? In your World Championship, we very often saw the Petrov appearing. We saw Magnus stick to his Sveshnikov, the Rosolimo happening, and then some deviation down the road. Even in the Jan Magnus match, we saw the Catalan being repeated, the anti-martial being played out. But here from the very start, from move number 1, we've been seeing new openings by the players. And I feel like Ding has been the one who's been leading that brigade. And of course, his team with Richard Rappo has got a big role to play in that. Some of these openings that we've seen happen often seem to be like a one-game try, including the London, where he convincingly, it was a crushing victory with the white pieces. Or even the fourth move h3 idea that we saw in the Queen's Gambit decline by Ding with the white pieces. Fabi, can you tell us a little bit about these one move opening ideas that we see at the biggest stage being played out and the importance of having those in your repertoire for a match like this one?
Yeah, so the reason why most opening ideas these days are one game tries is because let's say you go back, 15 years or 18 years, and you're analyzing with something like Fritz 8, so some engine that people might not even be familiar with these days, because everyone knows about Stockfish now, and Leela and all that. But back in the day, you play the first move e4, and then you decide you want to analyze the Najdorf, so you respond with c5, and Fritz says blunder. White has an advantage of 0.8, and those were the days where you couldn't really trust engines in the opening. You actually had to go super deep and really dig and dig and dig to figure things out. And even after an enormous amount of digging, it would still take a lot of practical games and wins and losses and trial and error for people to figure out the right approach in opening. Now, once someone plays an idea against you, you enter it into the computer, and the computer gives you every single answer. It tells you the truth in every position, or as close to the truth as you can possibly imagine. So the analytical work now, the burden is much lower. It's much easier, and that's why you can't really repeat tries, because the computer just tells you the answer right after the game. That's even if you don't know it before the game, because, for example, we saw in the last game that the Nimzo that they played, Jan actually knew the line in quite a great deal of detail. he knew what was going on. It was just that he didn't remember exactly precisely all the details of the position, right? But if Ding plays that again, Jan will come, super well equipped and remember every detail, and there won't be a single place that Ding could surprise him in that Nimzo with E3 and A3. That's why you have to jump around, because these are all one game tries. It's not because chess changed, it's because our analytical tools changed.
Yeah, wow. And we see this line also being played out that we were looking at. So Jan goes for a direct approach, gives a check on c6. And just to close on that topic that you were saying yesterday with Anish and Robert, we were talking about the E3, A3 Nimzo approach. And Anish mentioned that you are the specialist of that Nimzo. How did you feel that being played out and the way that it was handled with the white pieces by Ding?
Well, I picked this whole variation up because Grishuk played it against me in last year, one of the Rapid Chess Championship games, and he beat me rather convincingly. Like, I basically didn't know what to do. I got crushed out of the opening, and I started to play with the white pieces, and I had quite good results, even after my opponents knew that I was playing it. Still, the computer is kind of always saying black is doing well, and it's one of those positions. I know I just said, like, the computer sees everything, but it's one of those positions where the computer tends to overestimate black's position a little bit. So sometimes people search for those spots where you can be misled in analysis, because even though the position is objectively good for black, it's still practically very difficult. So if you're not analyzing super careful, then you can still run into difficulties in terms of what you analyze might not be as easy as you think. So that's why I picked it up. I recognized, as Grishuk did, although I have to admit he did it before me, that the variation is very difficult for black from a practical point of view. But the approach that Ding went for, this early 92 G3, was actually an idea of Aram Hakobian's, who maybe not a player who, like, everyone in chat would recognize immediately, but he's a strong grandmaster, and it's sort of his specialty. So I think when Ding prepared it, his inspiration was not Grishuk, it wasn't me, it was actually Hakobian.
Robert, we've got some moves on the board. So this is a line that we were looking at. And we thought that this allows the black knight to jump to e4. Robert, would that be just a game over situation with this ending in a draw coming into the activity with knight e4 right now for Ding?
It is, and Ding knows it. I can see he wants to move. Like, he is about to grab his knight. He's at the hop into e4. He doesn't have many moves. That's the good thing about his position. He knows it should be a draw, and he doesn't have too many options, which means that the options that he will realistically choose from at this point are going to still hold that draw. So knight to e4, going after the f2 pawn, that makes perfect sense. You just want to trade all the pawns off. And even if white pushes the pawn to f3, which has been valuable in some other lines, you can bring this knight to f2, go after this h3 pawn. Please take my f5 pawn. I'll gladly take your h3. We're just swapping off material, and it should result in a draw. And after h4, knight d3 check, get your king out of here. And you see Ding, he's hovering. He really wants to pick up that knight. And I think he sees that the end is near in a good way, that the draw is about to occur.
Yeah, that's... I think knight e4, he's getting... We already saw his hand sort of hovering. He's getting ready to move that knight there. I think it's coming right now.
It's coming. Incoming knight e4. It's happening. He reaches out for the knight, pulls back with knight e4, as Robert pointed out. Put that pressure on the f2 pawn. The more pawns that get traded, the closer to the result you get. It's on the board, knight e4.
f3 is the only reasonable chance, I guess. And then you mentioned the move, Tanya, knight to f2, going deep into the enemy camp, but attacking h3 and attacking the d3 square. So after h4, you have this very important knight to d3 check. Otherwise, you might be in trouble, but knight to d3 check chases the king away.
Yeah, because the other check, you could actually end up trapping your own knight after knight f2. And if white was to go h4, you've got to be a little careful, because knight h3 check, the king comes back and starts hitting the knight, and there might be no way home after that, Robert.
Yeah, just to show that if you get a little bit tricky here, you tricked yourself, because the king comes back, the knight goes to g1, and the knight covers e2, which means that this king can step right back. The knight is trapped. It's lost. That would be a win for white. But Ding, he has this one under control. He goes knight f2 and h4, looking pretty forceful, like king to g3 back. The knight still goes to the d3 square. And yeah, Jan knows that this game is about to conclude. A fair result, I would say.
I mean, Jan had his chances early. Ding was saying, no, I'm not going to lose this one. I'm not going to suffer a 2-point deficit. And a new score sheet, he'll have to put his name atop it, but soon he'll also write the result down.
Not only putting his name on top, he will have the signature soon. He has navigated all the critical moments to perfection. What a Herculean defense this has been by Ding Liren in what has been the longest game of the 2023 World Championship match so far between these two players. Knight d3 check given. Jan Nepomniachtchi falls back with the king to g3. So no draw offers yet. But I also don't see a way to kind of force matters here for black. I don't see a repetition. I don't see a way to trade more pawns. So are we expecting Jan to continue playing for a while, or will that surprise you a little bit?
I think we're gonna still be here for a little while. it's still a position where you can just try for a while without any risk. You might as well, right? I mean, it's just good equity, I guess. We can't blame him for playing this on, but it's not a position where it feels like Ding would go wrong under any circumstances, unless like some blackout happens. I really feel like Ding is going to draw this, but just out of pure obligation, Jan is going to try to win as well.
Yeah, he has to, right? He's up a pawn. There's no reason not to keep going here. Typically you don't want to tire yourself out, but tomorrow is a rest day. He can relax. And I think that's part of the reason why he's played this on so long. If he had another game tomorrow, I think he probably would have just allowed a draw earlier, but he's spending his time. He's really working at the board. And I always like to credit people who do that, because if the game is going to be a draw, you can extend your hand early or you can play it out.
And speaking of rest days, I'm trying to think, do we know what the players have been up to in this World Championship match during the rest days? Because there's often such different approaches. When I was in Dubai for the Jan Magnus match, Magnus was completely different. During the rest days, we'd see him go out, play sports. He would play basketball, football. Jan, a little more secretive. One of the rest days, he even went and got a haircut, I remember. Fabi, what was that like for you? Are we seeing a repetition right now?
Is he gonna go? I think he's gonna go knight f4. Yeah, we're still gonna see some more moves. So, like, I actually have some inside information on what Jan and Ding have been doing during the rest days. I hear they've been going to the trampoline park with James Canty. I mean, don't ask me how I know this.
There.
It's just
you got us there, Fabi.
So during the London match, we were going to get massages. That was like our way to relax. We would go to get a massage and walk a lot. We were in the city, so I know that Magnus found some place to do sports, but we were just walking around the city mostly. And there was still a lot of prep work that had to be done. And I was sort of telling guys like, Rustam and Christian were there with me. And I was telling them basically what directions I thought were interesting and what directions deserved work. So yeah, there was a lot of chess work to be done, but we were trying to find some relaxation as well. And we didn't have a trampoline park, unfortunately.
I see the trampoline park is still on Fabi's mind. Definitely need to get that trampoline chess going, Robert. And there a small bullet dodged by Nepo, by Ding Liren. You definitely don't want to trade off the knights. That would be a lost king pawn ending. But I think any other move, keeping the knights alive, and it's still a draw. Ding Liren decides to get the knight on the queen side of the board. He goes knight b4. And now, Jan, Robert, is he trying to get the king from the other side? Does he want to march up the board from e3, d4?
If he could, he would gladly do that, especially because this knight on f4 makes sure the king cannot pass. The king can't go to g6, the knight covers the square, and even if the king went around to h6, the knight stops from going to h5. So this king is the only piece that can help in terms of trying to win the game. But even if it were on d4, unless you're getting a trade of knights, black will just keep checking that white king and go after the pawns. Like if this king were on d4, the knight would come to c2 and maybe even over to e1 to go after your pawn. So I just feel like it's worth an attempt, but it's futile. The defense by Ding Liren has been spot on.
Wow. And while Ding thinks of his next move, I have another question about trampoline chess. Robert, which one would you prefer? Trampoline and chess or chess boxing?
It depends who my opponent is. Am I fighting Fabi? Like what's going on here? 'Cause if it was Fabi, it would definitely be trampoline chess. But if it was somebody who got on my nerves a little more, then I guess we have to go into chess boxing.
Wow, that's fired there. What do you think, Fabi?
I'm still trying to stay away from chess boxing, at least for a few more years, trying to protect the head. And someday maybe we'll see. But trampoline chess seems pretty safe as long as I don't fall on my head. I'll probably come out of that game alive, so that would still be my pick. But you know, I had such a good time watching the chess boxing event that Ludwig organized in, I think it was November, right, in Los Angeles.
December, yeah, December.
December, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's fun. It's fun.
As long as someone else is in the ring.
Yeah, I mean, well, I want to see people that I recognize. Like a lot of the streamers, I didn't know them, but when Andrea and Dina and Lawrence and Aman got into the ring, then I was personally invested. I was like, okay, this is fun. This is exciting, you know.
Yeah, you guys were there watching it live. I caught some of it online and it looked absolutely amazing. But I want to ask you, Fabi, if you had to have a chess boxing match, who would you pick as your opponent for that? I've got to put you on a spot for this one.
So like, you know, I've said that Anish would be kind of we're probably in like similar weight categories, I guess. But I've spoken to him and he has not only no interest in chess boxing, but he actually dislikes it. So I don't think that he's a willing opponent. So I'm not sure. I don't know. But I'll think about it for a few years and then we'll see.
Not a willing opponent, but Robert, both Fabi and Anish are your very good friends. If they actually took to the boxing ring with chess boxing, who would you be rooting for? Would you have a favorite in that one?
Well, I thought you were going to ask me who would I choose to fight. So I'm glad you asked me this version of the question. Who would I root for? I think the chess world wins to see this happen because so many people would watch. You know, it would be a lot of fun for all who are going to be entertained, except for maybe Fabi and Anish, who both don't want to be there. But, you know, for everybody else, actually, you know, Fabi, I do have a question for you related to chess boxing. Which of like the top 10 players would make the best matchup?
Between me or just like in general?
No, just you don't have to be involved because I know you don't want to be. So just choose people.
I was actually going to say that if I was like fighting Hikaru, that would be an interesting one. And that would also probably get a few views. But in general, let me think. So top 10, who's like currently top 10?
It doesn't have to be exactly the top 10. You know who all the best players are, so.
Okay. Let's do something fun like Grishuk against Kramnik. Although I think Kramnik would never ever do it, and probably Grishuk wouldn't either, but that would be a fun one.
Oh, wow. Speaking of a fun one, are we seeing a little repetition here? A knight check and a jump back to d4? Or will Yan just dodge it one more time and play the king forward to f4? We might be seeing a result at this moment if he comes back king e2, knight d4 repetition.
Yeah, it's looking difficult to find ideas here. King f4, knight d4, knight c5 maybe? You can give that one a try?
Yeah. Though this knight can also give a check.
Yeah.
Back here. The knight's just going to dance around a bit. Also, I just thought of a potential chess boxing match. So, Fabi, what do you think? I don't think either of these players would do it. But in terms of age, weight class, strength, Dominguez and Grishuk?
Dominguez Grishuk. That would be interesting, but I feel like Grishuk probably is maybe in a different weight class.
I don't know. I just approximated.
That would be fun. I was also thinking like, okay, let's go like Jan. I mean, we're watching the World Championship, so we might as well include Jan in the chess boxing. Who would he fight?
Maxime?
Oh, but Jan is definitely in a different weight category. That's not. But Maxime is a good one. He Maxime against Anish.
Chat is saying Magnus versus Anish. That would be fun to watch.
No, I mean, Magnus definitely outweighs him by quite a bit, so I don't think that would be fair.
All right, just
King
a little
back.
king dance and a knight dance going on. But he could give a check and then come back to d4. It's hard to go wrong in this position. But it's been amazing to watch just the way Ding has actually kept this game under control. Some very difficult moments, starting from the opening up to the middle game. And now we see he's probably going to just come back with that knight to the central square d4. And once again, the same position as we had it. I think Yan is slowly but surely giving up on his ambition here. And as I say it, no king e3, no repetition. Yan goes for a different path, putting that knight on f4.
Why not? Let's keep this game going. What's the record for longest game in World Championship history? I saw a featured chat about it. I think it was around move 150. So we're on move 72. They have 41 minutes left for Jan. This could go on a while, everybody. So, buckle in, have a good time. Maybe grab a little bit of a snack. I'm not hungry. I don't know who would say that. But, enjoy yourself because this is an end game. And for newer players, you often don't reach end games. And white is up a pawn. So I do think many people would wonder, why is white not just winning? Why is white not better? It's because the pawn can't go very far. At some point, white can push this pawn to h5. But as soon as you do, the black king will step into g5. And then the pawn can go no further. So, whoa. Ding, as soon as I say that, brings his king into the game. And I guess after king g3, he'll just bring his king right back to f6.
And I'm just wondering, Robert, on that point, can white actually go h5 simply? I'm thinking if you take on f4, h6, and you might not be in time to catch that pawn.
Oh, you're not?
You're not in time. But you just go back king f6, and you're actually happy to have provoked h5. Although there's still h6 there, so the king cannot approach the pawn, but black probably just plays a move like knight to c6, I guess. And the pawn also can't advance. So you'll play knight to e5, you'll play knight to f7, you'll eventually corral that pawn. It'll take a little while, but you'll get there eventually. Although this formation, it's like there are some dangers in general. Not in this position, but sometimes you would see this formation and you would think like the pattern kind of sets off a few alarm bells.
Agreed. It looks like it could be a winning configuration, even if in practice it is not. But Ding, he has this one under control. He's just bringing his king into the center. He is ready to sign those score sheets when the game concludes. But for Jan, he's just trying to figure out a way. Can he still be challenging here? That was one good attempt by Tanya. Like, just throw the pawn up the board. The black king would not take the knight. It would have to go backwards. And that wouldn't be the end of the world for black because, as Fabi said, when you push the pawn, that vacates control of the g5 square. So let me go right back over and try to snag that pawn. So I do feel like Jan knows that the result is going to be a draw. He is just trying to test Ding a little bit. And I guess, Fabi, you played a world championship, right? When you had a position that you knew should be a draw, maybe you're up a pawn like this, how did you determine when to call a day?
Well, I think I was more on the defending side of some of these. I had one endgame which was very, very clearly like I needed to play for a win, and I exhausted every possible try I could there, and I was even objectively winning at some point. And then Magnus had one rook endgame that I remember was very unpleasant, and he basically exhausted that to like until it was bone dry, until there was not even a single try left. And that's kind of Magnus's general style, that he's going to exhaust a position. He knows it's drawn. There was at some point a question during this match because we had a position that was, typical 0-0-0 evaluation, and we both knew it was drawn. But still, Magnus tried a bit, and he was kind of moving back and forth and so on. And in the press conference after, one reporter asked him, "Did you know that it was a draw?" And he was like almost offended by the question. He was like, "Of course I know it's a draw, but it's still, I'm trying to squeeze a little bit out of it because that's how you win games, or you try to win games." I mean, likewise here, the players know that it's a draw, and they've known it for a while, although I think at some point they were both kind of questioning, like at that moment when Ding was thinking about h3, certainly it wasn't 100% draw in their minds, but at this point they know it's a draw, but still, okay, you try to squeeze every little last bit out of it. So I have a question, because we know that this game will not be the longest game in World Championship history. They're not going to play another 80 moves. But isn't the longest game the one that we covered, Game 6 of the 2021? That is the longest, right?
Yeah, Rakesh actually put it. It was a featured chat. That was Game 6 of the 2021 World Championship between Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi. So that is indeed the longest game in World Championship history.
And it beat out some game by Korchnoi? Was that like, or who was the previous record holder?
You're asking me to remember that? You kidding me?
No, I just remember we had this discussion 1.5 years ago, but I can't remember which the previous record holder was.
I don't remember our conversations from yesterday. Let me go check our WhatsApp messages. But you expect me to remember this? Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about, but I honestly don't remember. I think it was a Korchnoi game, but I can't say with any degree of certainty.
Yeah, and that Game 6, it was not just any game. It pretty much decided the whole World Championship last time Jan Nepomniachtchi was on this stage fighting the match against Magnus. And Fabi, you were talking about press conferences, and we've been so lucky as chess fans where we've had the thoughts of the players. The players are obliged to be at the press conference, share their thoughts, their emotions after the match. And it's been amazing to watch these two in these press conferences. But I want to ask you from a player's perspective, right out of a game, and sometimes the game lasts very long, sometimes the result doesn't go your way. I know that you had 12 draws in your match against Magnus, but it's still a duty that you have. You have to go for the press conference. How is it from a player's perspective dealing with that, and of course the questions that are asked?
Yeah, it's not always fun, but we kind of accept it as a occupational hazard. And also we're, top chess players do pretty all right financially, so it's pretty normal that we have professional responsibilities and that we give a little bit back to the public, and that we sometimes, even if you're very upset, you should go to a press conference. Sometimes organizers are very lenient with that, and they don't want to torture the players. But for a World Championship, I think you definitely expect that the players show up to a press conference, give their thoughts. I mean, this is a once in 2 year event. It's not every day that you have a World Championship, so it's expected that you want to hear the thoughts of the players after. And yeah, like my personal sort of I wouldn't say relationship, but my personal opinion of like press conferences and chess has been pretty mixed. I remember sometimes going to a closed tournament with all the best players in the world, and then they open it up to the press for like the pre-tournament press conference, and then it's just cricket, and not even a single reporter asks a single question, and then you just feel like, what are you doing there? I mean, you have Magnus, and you have the number 2 to 10 player in the world, and you're not asking any questions, then what's the point of like even having the press there? So I think it's generally good, to have engaging press conferences. It's good for the outside public, it's good for the spectators, and so on.
Yeah, Robert, as a commentator, is there a moment that you can remember from all the press conferences that we've seen that has sort of left an impact on you, what we've heard from the players?
Wow. Okay. Well, there are definitely some negative things I can think about, but I'll take this one and think of a positive. When Magnus lost to Hikaru at the Speeches Championship final, but still came on and did an interview. This was his own choice. He actually volunteered to come on and talk about it because he had such a good time playing that match. And he was talking to me and Daniel Naroditsky for like a half hour or something like that. So that is actually one of the best moments, I would say, from a post-match interview that I've been a part of. So I think that, Fabi's right, that it's necessary for chess to continue growing and succeeding, and for the public to get the players' thoughts, because in chess, unlike in, let's say, professional sports, you don't always get a moment where you can pinpoint, okay, in that basketball game, why did you make that spin move there into that double T? Like, that's not what you get in them, and it wouldn't really make sense. But in chess, because it's complete information game, it's all laid out on the board in front of you. We do get a lot of analysis, get to hear players' thoughts, their fears, their concerns, their overconfidence at times, and I think that's just human nature, and it's really great to see that unfold. So I like press conferences. I wasn't used to them when I played. They were few and far between, but I love that every big chess event that we have, we get to interview the players and see their raw emotions, because it humanizes them in a way that I think chess historically has not benefited from.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with everything that you just said. It's so special to actually get their thoughts and their feelings after a game. And we're super lucky to have that when the players answer and respond to these questions. I was actually watching that interview, Robert, that you and Dania had after the Speed Chess Championship with Magnus and Hikaru. And it was brilliant to see because even though Magnus lost, it was clear just the love that's there for that format and for the games that he had and the competition, the rivalry between these two. That was incredible. But I think uh, the other moment that actually came to my mind when you mentioned the Magnus loss, I thought you were going to refer to the 2016 World Championship match, where Magnus was the one who actually lost the first game to Karyakin. He's the one who was trailing Sergei Karyakin in that match. I think it was game 9 or game 8. Chat will correct me on that. But what happened after that? We saw the emotional toll that took on Magnus, and he came for the press conference and immediately just decided that he did not want to be a part of it. Sergey was doing his interviews, and Magnus actually walked out of the press conference. Very often, Fabi, there is this emotional turmoil that goes on in players, and sometimes you just don't want to face any of it.
Yeah, I can understand his frustration, how upset he was. I think he even accepted a fine for that because it was kind of obligatory, and he was fined a certain percentage of the prize fund, 5%, which is quite a lot of money. So he must have been pretty upset. I mean, of course, for Magnus, it's not about, let's say the World Championship is much more important than just the money itself. So I can understand his frustration, how upset he was. On the other hand, it's kind of expected that you do follow through with it. And I think with time, he sort of curbed his emotions when he was losing a little bit. He's not as upset usually when he loses as before. I think we see the same in, like, let's say Hikaru and other players, that with time, it just becomes more, I guess you're more used to it. Also, you put things a bit more in perspective. Like, you realize, one loss is not the end of the world, as very often young players realize or think that, I just lost this game. And I remember when I was like 12 years old, I would think every single loss is the end of the world. It's like some great tragedy. And I don't even remember these games that I played when I was 12. But yeah, with time that changes for sure.
Do you remember the game we played when we were like 10 and you beat me in Argentina?
Yeah, I remember that game.
Oh, so you don't remember your games when you were 12, but you remember that game when we were like, I don't even remember how young we were.
I remember the games that I win, Robert.
Oh, okay. Well.
No, so I actually remember when we were playing in New York, because for members of the chat who don't know our origin story, like we both grew up playing in the same chess scene in New York City, and with the same chess coach, Grandmaster Miran Sher, and so we played a lot as kids. And I don't remember the result. I just remember the opening. It was that fried liver attack. It was some crazy game when we were like 7 years old or 8 years. I don't know, something like that. And I don't remember the result, but I remember the room that we were playing in. It's like a very, very vague memory, just like scattered details.
That sounds like a setting for a horror movie. So I'm a little concerned for the two of us. I don't think we've ever recovered. But I just want to, sorry to bring you into that conversation and then sidetrack back to the game. But I think there was a nice idea by Jan Nepomniachtchi that's instructive, and he just moved his knight away. But if we can bring up an analysis board quickly, this was kind of a cute try, where if Dingley Ren got very active and tried to bring his king up to h5, this is going to backfire because the white king would slide up to h3 to defend the pawn, and black is in Zugzwang. If it were white's move, then white's in Zugzwang. You would have to move your knight away, otherwise you'd lose your pawn, and the black knight would enter. But in this case, black has to move back, the white king enters, you lose this pawn, you lose the game. So I just wanted to point out that variation.
Yeah, that's a very relevant detail, and the writing's on the wall. It's a draw.
Yes, and exactly as you pointed out, it was a mutual Zugzwang, and Dingleren managed to get his knight. The f-pawns were swapped, and handshakes. Game 9, and we see that Nepomniachtchi. Did you see that? He feels it. He's disappointed with this result, with how the game ended. Shaking his head in disbelief there. A big moment, a big missed opportunity. He feels it. And wow, I haven't seen Jan like that after a game, Robert.
He probably felt that was a potential match clincher. If he won this game, had a 2-point spread over Dingley Ren, then
Jan was probably like, I'm going to be the world champion. But Ding Liren held his ground. He was not going to allow Jan to take this game. And that's huge. I mean, that emotion we saw from Jan, that is a bit surprising. I mean, he was never that clearly won, but he was never winning. He was just better. And to see that from him, I mean, I don't know if that's a good sign, actually.
Maybe he thought that the night ending was winning at some moment. And because it was close. And maybe he really felt like he was very close to winning, and maybe he thinks he missed something, although that wasn't the case as we saw. They played absolutely correctly, and the game was always balanced in the end game. Yeah, maybe it was just that he felt he was close throughout the game. It's just like he was always on top, but just never quite enough to win.
Yeah. And starting from the opening itself, Jan Nepomniachtchi had his chances. He tried, but what an impressive Herculean defense by the Chinese superstar Ding Liren, holding his own in a marathon game. And that means we will be going into game 10 with Jan Nepomniachtchi having just a point margin. And Robert, you pointed out a win in this match would essentially a win in this game would essentially mean a match victory. Ding would need a miracle out of that one. Now, while the end game phase was one that we knew would end in a draw, but the opening and the middle game had some big moments, some big chances there. Robert, take us through these critical moments that we saw that demanded full attention and fantastic defense by Ding.
Yeah, Fabiano, interject wherever you find an interesting moment, but the opening stage was in anti-Berlin. I almost forgot because it was so many hours ago, but after knight f6, Jan Nepomniachtchi wanted no part of the main line, so he made the move d3, which has become the main line. So Fabi, after this opening stage with bishop c5 and c3, where was the first critical moment in your eyes?
I think that the first critical moment was probably when Ding played the move queen to c7. It's quite deep into the opening phase, but this is all quite known theory. And this knight to b8 maneuver that Ding played was known, and rook to the e1 here. And I think it's still theory with rook to d8 and h3. And I saw a bit of surprise when Ding played c6 in this position. But it's still a very normal move, and only when he played queen c7 we were surprised. Or even knight to a6, I think we were already quite a bit surprised that the knight was going in that direction. But queen c7 especially, we thought the knight was going to c7. Suddenly, he blocks the c7 square for the knight, but he's playing so quickly, it's clear that he has prepared this. Ding has, and we saw his idea was to play bishop f8, knight c5, but we were still surprised by this direction from Ding.
Yeah, it was an interesting choice from him, and then he followed it up after Jan's. I really like this move after a bit of time. Bishop a2 is a mysterious move. It did block some key variations from Ding Liren. We talked about one of them being that if the bishop dropped back, white would only then bring the bishop to e3, and after knight c5, a move like rook to d1, if you play bishop e6, white then gets to take on c5 and ruin your pawn structure with bishop takes e6. So it's kind of a waiting game at this stage. But Fabi, after bishop a2, we saw the move b5, taking advantage of the bishop not being on that diagonal. And I think this was maybe the first really critical moment of the game where Ding Liren played rook b8.
Yeah, rook to b8 was a move we were critical of, and I think in hindsight, absolutely correctly so. It led to a lot of difficulties for Black, and it was the whole reason why he was on the back foot the entire game. If instead he had played the move that you suggested, bishop to f8, a pawn sacrifice, and we were also considering taking on a4, but I especially like this move. And if white takes the pawn, the move is preparing knight to c5, and if white takes it on b5, the knight to c5 comes anyway, and it has a direct threat of bishop to a6, trapping the queen, along with ideas of knight to d3, and although white is up a pawn, the concrete factors in the position give Black more than enough compensation. And he would have had no troubles. I don't think Jan would have taken the pawn, and we would have seen a totally different kind of game. Instead, Ding played rook to b8, which was a crucial tempo, because he defends a pawn which probably wasn't going to be taken anyway. And now Jan had time to play knight to h4 and get an initiative, and this is a position of one tempo. If Black is getting bishop f8, knight c5 in one go here, he's doing great. But if not, then he could come under a dangerous attack.
And he brought his bishop back. The queen came up to f3. This was what you were indicating should happen a while back. After b takes a4, Bishop takes h6, a very big moment in this game. If the pawn took on h6, the queen gets to take the knight. That pawn on g7 was doing double duty, protecting h6 and f6 at the same time. This would be a huge issue for the king, especially with the bishop waiting on a2, trying to deliver a checkmate with a potential rook lift, a knight jump, a rook swing, and that would be a mating attack. So instead of taking on h6, we saw that Ding, he goes in with his knight to c5, and after knight g6, grabs his pawn on b2. This was some brave stuff from Ding Liren.
Yeah, I really like how Ding played this part of the game, especially knight to c5. I think that was very important. And the point was not to take on b2 immediately, because you very crucially need some intermediate rook to d3 tactics. So rather than take the pawn immediately and allow bishop g5, which would be very, very dangerous for black, he played knight c5 with the idea of disturbing white's harmony with the move rook d3 at a crucial moment, for example, after bishop g5, rook d3 here. And then we saw a line which we kind of thought was possible, but we weren't 100% sure, because after knight c5, white had a lot of potential options. We were talking about bishop g5 here, we were talking about rook b1, we were talking about some crazy stuff, sacrificing everything on the king side to break through. But the way Jan played, very logical. With knight to g6.
It was indeed, and I mean, I think just this press conference is about to start, so I'm noticing that. And so just to go to this moment here, I think this was a huge moment in time where instead of taking this rook on b5, we saw a trade of bishops. And after that, it felt like the advantage was never really there. This would have been a totally different game had he taken on b5.
Absolutely, a very exciting game. We've got the players in Astana. Let's head over and hear it from them at the press conference.
With a question to Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan, you seemed quite disappointed when the game has ended. Can you please share your thoughts about the game?
Well, it was, I guess, not much after the opening, but I guess after like this rook b8 move, I thought like he should have played bishop f8 and second pawn. But after rook b8, knight h4, I think that there is like very, very nice initiative for white. I mean, probably there were like different ways to build up. Maybe I should have tried not bishop takes h6. I played it at tempi, but maybe something like knight f5 also made some sense. Yeah, capturing on h6, but it looked like so nice. But actually, I never could find like any decisive blows. A lot of nice tactics, but I mean, okay, I ended up going for this dry position, and I mean, from some distance, I missed this rook b3, rook b4, and yeah, it looks drawish though. Of course, I should have posed more problems in the endgame, but yeah, somehow it was not so simple to move my pawns forward, and yeah, I guess the knight endgame looks maybe dangerous for black, but probably a draw.
Right. Thank you very much. And Ding, how did you feel about the night endgame? What was the evaluation? I would like to ask journalists and the audience a little bit of silence. It's really difficult to hear. Please. So I will repeat the question to Ding. How did you feel about the night end game, and what was the evaluation of the position after the rook trade?
Well, first I thought it was an easy draw, but I realized it's not so simple, especially after the position he played king f4. If I go knight e4, it might lost because knight d3, knight d6, king e5, and he had many waiting moves here. Also, if I go king e7, I expect also a lost position. He has 2 pawns, and then he can go king g5 if he has a chance. And during the game, I thought maybe h3 is the only move to save the game.
Right. To talk a little bit from the beginning. Today you had the 20 minutes advantage on the clock right after the opening. Have you felt comfortable with your opening choice today?
Yeah, this line I prepared some time ago, But then maybe rook b8, as he said, is too slow. I totally missed his idea knight h4, queen f3. I should have played bishop f8, but I was afraid of take, queen takes, knight c5 and b4, and I couldn't find the continuation after this position. Maybe I have some chance here. I should spend more time on this position.
Right, thank you. And Jan, you had a long thought, and then you decided to play bishop to a6, bishop to a2 on the move 16. Can you please walk us through this moment and share the idea behind this move?
Was no idea. I mean, actually, I wanted to play, let's say, put my knight on c4, so in case of bishop f8, meet with bishop e3, knight d2, knight c4. So I was struggling to find a useful move. So maybe I should have just played, I don't know, like bishop d2, bishop f8, and here rook d1, and then bishop e3. But of course the position is like very dry, yeah, so it slowly becomes like drawish. So I felt like maybe bishop a2 is tricky, yeah, so I combine like, I prepare like knight d2, knight c4 at some point, and also let's ask black if black can make a useful move as well. So perhaps, okay, I could try something like b4 at some point, yeah, like prepare b4, but yeah, I mean, these Berlin structures are dry, yeah.
Right, and also at this moment when you decided not to capture the exchange, the rook on b5, and instead you decided to capture the bishop, light square bishop, what was the reason that you made this decision why you didn't capture the rook on b5?
Well, I probably thought it's just too good, the position after. After I grab an exchange, it's if I'm not winning by force, it becomes like I wouldn't say double-edged, but it's tricky, of course. Yeah, okay, like those pawns. And I mean, black has some plan. Yeah, like knight goes to f6, like another knight maybe to b3 or something. Okay, I mean, it should be winning, I believe, for white. I mean, at least some nice chances. But it wasn't clear, and as it was in the game, I'm a little bit missed the idea of queen c6. And I mean, it takes a while to capture this a4 pawn because, yeah, this rook takes c3 tactics is quite nasty. So perhaps I would just have played something like bishop c1 instead of queen e2. And I guess it should be like very nice, very pleasant position for white. But yeah, alas. I mean, also in this endgame, yeah, suddenly after rook e4, maybe I should have tried f3 or something, yeah, like maybe to keep up some pieces and then, okay, come up with this idea rook a4. And yeah, but I think it was like never something very real, and yeah, he defended well, it seems.
Thank you, and doing also the same position when Jan decided to take the bishop on e6. Which move you wanted more to see on the board? Bishop takes the rook was your best option that your opponent could play, or bishop e6?
Well, bishop e6 came as a totally shock. I thought he would take the rook, and then maybe rook d1, knight f6, and then to see what happens. But takes the bishop, it's totally shock. But actually after that, he's still better. It was not something that I expected, that I'm hoping for. Also, I have to fight for the equal after he takes the bishop.
Right. Thank you. I don't have more questions for the moment, so I would like press to ask the questions now, please.
Thank you, Mike Kleinschus. People are really enjoying the number of different openings played in this. I'll start again, the mic.
Just a second, we need to change the microphone. We need technical help because the microphone is... Okay.
I'll start again. Ding, I think people have been really enjoying the number of different openings that we've seen, but even Fabiano Caruana said that it must be really hard to remember all of your preparation when you keep changing openings. So especially because you're getting different structures. So have you been able to memorize or recall all of your preparation, or has it been difficult because you've been changing openings so much against e4?
Yeah, sometimes it's difficult, but today the idea is, I remember the idea of Queen c7 with something, with Bishop f8, so the idea is very clear to me, so I just feel, I recall it during the game. I just need to, didn't miss the move order. I just need to recall which was the best move order to reach this kind of position.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Next question, please.
Эльмира Мирзоева, телеканал Матч ТВ. Вопрос к Яну Непомнящему. Ян, расскажите, пожалуйста, о сегодняшней партии и насколько для вас сегодня был неожиданно выбор Берлина со стороны оппонента.
Hello, everybody. We are from Match TV, and the question is to Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan, why did you choose Berlin position? What was the reason behind?
Ну, мне кажется, после дебюта белые намного не рассчитывают в этом варианте, но как-то удалось поставить проблемы. Вот. Ну и мне кажется, позиция была очень перспективной, но я не видел ничего решающего ни в один момент. И довольно сложно было выбрать из типов преимущества. Вот. Ну, мне кажется, довольно неплохо соперник защищался. Хотя, наверное, игру можно было усилить. Вот. А касательно Берлина, нет, это не стало сюрпризом. Ну, все-таки это один из основных дебютов моего соперника, и тут странно, если бы я удивился.
Well, actually, it wasn't a surprise for me, because whites had a good position, and they didn't have much problems. And actually, there were perspectives, and there were not any decisive moments to have some decisive advantage. So the Berlin was okay for me, and it's normal to have it in such games.
Thank you very much. Next question.
Leoncho Garcia from El País. I have a question for each one, please. Ian, what feeling weighs more now in your mind? You keep your 1 point advantage one more day, or you lost a good opportunity to win again? And for Leland, from 1 to 10, how do you evaluate your self-confidence right now?
We go with Jan first.
Thank you for the question. I guess it's like the same, like try to make good moves, try to do my best, and yeah, and see what happens.
Thank you. Dink?
Well, the confidence of what to win the overall match or to win the next game?
Confidence in yourself.
Confidence
in yourself.
Myself,
in general, I guess, right?
Yeah.
But it has to be something to win the match or to win next game.
To win the match.
To win the match? 5.
Thank you.
You saw the face of Jan, right? I saw something from this side. Do we have more questions?
Yeah, this question is for both players. I've actually heard several people online say that at various points in this match, they're actually yelling at their screen while watching, which I've never heard of before, but they're so emotionally invested in the game. And I'm curious, have either of you ever watched someone else play a chess game and you've gotten so emotionally invested that you yelled at the screen or anything like that? I can maybe start with Grandmaster Jan Nepomniachtchi on that question.
Thank you for the question. I guess like every online tournament, like doesn't matter if I play or if I follow, I'm constantly yelling something, yeah, constantly cursing and so on, yes. Yeah, but jokes aside, yeah, it's quite nice that people are, yeah, find the classical chess and the match so exciting.
Thank you, Dink.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Have you ever watched a game online that was not your game and you were so excited about what was going on that you yelled at your computer? Like you were cheering for someone or wish they had found a particular move?
Sorry, can you repeat the question again?
Do you get excited when you watch other people play online?
Watch other people play online.
Yes, people are getting very excited watching your games.
I'm not excited to watch the other games playing online.
That's fair enough, I guess. All right, do we have more questions? I see we don't have more questions, but we have Twitter segment, and Jesse will bring some of the questions of the spectators in social media.
Hello, Jesse February here. My first question is from Alex for Ding. Are you more confident in your time management now compared to your previous games?
Well, it's connected. The time management, the quality of the moves, the length of the calculations, it's all connected. So I spent less time to calculate today, but the quality you see dropped a lot.
All right, thank you.
Next question,
My next
please.
question is for Nepo. How many pink shirts did you bring with you?
For real, yeah? Enough.
Alrighty. All right, so after the game, do you ever go back and watch the commentary or read comments on social media to see what people say? This question is for both of you.
Jan, let's go with you first.
Frankly, I try to restrict myself because once you start the problem is like so many people making commentary, on every like major chess channel there is separate commentary. So once you start digging into the topic, it basically there is a chance it will consume the rest of your free time. So better not to even start.
Right, thank you. Ding, if you would like to answer this question. After the game, if you watch commentary or some comments?
Yeah, sometimes I will follow it because despite of this, it's very hard to totally keep away from all the social media because the tournament's so long. Even if you decided not to follow, but at some point you're back to the same routine at some point.
Right, so you have not uninstalled any social media applications. How about you, Jan?
Sorry?
Because I think in one of your interviews you said that at the previous World Championship match you have uninstalled some of the applications. How about this match? Have you uninstalled some of the applications to focus more?
Yeah, I guess a couple of weeks before the thing. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have more questions, Jesse?
Yeah, I have one more question. So given how exciting the match is so far, would you ever consider writing a book about it?
Okay. I mean, since I'm still a player, not an author, I guess yeah. For now, my duty is more simple. Yeah, just play some chess.
Right, that was the question to Jan, or we also want to know about Ding?
Sure, since
what about your writing skills?
Yeah, it's not my job.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have more questions from press? I will not ask more questions because it has been a really long day for players. Tomorrow will be day off, and the next round will resume the other day at 3 p.m. local time. So thank you very much for coming here and answering our questions.
The players having some fun there at the press conference. Always really nice to see. And as Jan mentioned, he has to play some chess. Well, he has to play his best chess because after Game 9, this is where we stand in the World Championship between these two amazing fighters. Ding Liren is trailing Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan Nepomniachtchi with a 1-point lead. A colossal Game 9. A big, long fight. Finished in a peaceful result. It ended in a draw. The game was full of ups and downs, and that means Jan Nepomniachtchi goes into Game 10 as the leader of the match, but leading by the smallest margins, just a point. Ding, he has done it in the match before. He has managed to strike back twice. He needs to do it one more time to level the score. Very interestingly, he mentioned that he gives his confidence in this match a 5 out of 10. And Fabi, I've got to ask you, we saw the frustration and disappointment in Nepo when the game ended. Is this a huge confidence boost for Ding?
I think it is definitely a confidence boost, and we said before the game even started that this was an important game for him to stop the bleeding a little bit, because the last two games were both rather disappointing, to put it mildly, if not tragic, for his chances in the match. And yeah, it's very important that he didn't lose the game, especially since he was in significant danger. Not ever objectively lost, but definitely in danger. And I think it's also good news for him that he has a rest day, because he's going to need to prepare something very poisonous, very venomous for Ian. He's going to need to try to strike with the white pieces, so it's important he has a rest day to get his variations in order, get some ideas. You know, he has his team of seconds. We don't know the entirety of his team, but we assume that he has a bunch of people who might be searching for ideas here and there, searching for chinks in Jan's armor, and certainly rest day helps with that.
Yeah, it comes at such a crucial moment right before Game 10, where Ding will start with the white pieces. Now, Ding had this monumental task to hold and defend this game, while for Jan, it was very frustrating being close, getting to that initiative, but not being able to make the most of it. Robert, how do you see these two players handling this rest day, and what will they need to do to reevaluate, to step back, to come back to that Game 10 with Ding starting with the white pieces?
I actually think that Ding will have a pretty happy rest day. He drew this game with the black pieces. He was in some danger in the earlier stages, but he held on, and he actually didn't make it look too difficult. It was pretty surprising by how confidently he handled that game after having a disadvantage. So heading into Game 10, where he gets the white pieces, let's not forget that this is a longer match in 2023 than it was in 2021. They added 2 games of classical chess. That's good news for Ding Liren, who now has 3 games with the white pieces remaining, whereas Jan Nepomniachtchi only has 2. So if Ding Liren can play like he did today and yesterday, he will have good chances to even up this match, because he is playing pretty good chess. He just needs to keep that confidence level even higher than a 5 that he said.
Yeah. We saw a very interesting take in the press conference there about the approach that the players have to the commentary. Now, as you mentioned, Robert, going into the rest day, very critical point for both of them, and a much needed one. But also this talk around them following commentary. 2 very different approaches there. And Jan mentioned that he actually deleted certain social media apps before the start of the World Championship match. Fabi, I want to throw one question to you right now about how important is it to actually disconnect from the social media and from this pressure that builds around the match before this big stage?
Yeah, I think this is a common wisdom. That's what I did before my match with Magnus. I didn't have any social media. I didn't even have my phone. I think I could still like talk to people on rest days sometimes, talk to some friends, but I wasn't checking Twitter or anything like that for sure. And before the candidates which I won in 2018, I think also I was basically taking a pretty big rest from social media before the tournament started.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so a big rest day coming up for the players, and this is our schedule going into Sunday is when we will be back with Game 10. But it is so important for the players to make the most of the rest that they have after the long game that we've seen them fight it out to the very end. In Game 9 comes at a very critical point, as Ding, who is trailing Jan Nepomniachtchi by a point, he will start with the white pieces in Game 10. How crucial is that, Robert, that he gets that time to really prepare for the Game 10, because he needs to maximize every single opportunity at this point?
it could be even more important than we ever could have guessed because of this preparation leak. I mean, if that really was the accounts of Dingley Ren and his second Richard report, that means they need to throw that out the window and come up with something new. The good news is he gets the white pieces. He has a lot of time to prepare, but Fabiano, he could speak this better than I can, and he said this before. Oftentimes, preparation helps the player with the black pieces because, you get to work on your opening lines and or think what might be coming, and that way you can work to combat that. So I actually think that the rest day comes at a good time for both players. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he has the lead. He is a fantastic fighter, and you could see that bit of dejection on his face, not maximizing the potential of his position today. But I think that both players, they're going to go into the rest day, and they have chances. Jan's are better. He has the lead, but Ding is not out of it.
Not at all. It is a match wide open. Jan leads by just a point. The frustration on Jan was indeed clear after the game and even during the press conference. Now, Robert, you mentioned that this is such a critical junction for Ding to actually use the rest day to come up with the best opening ideas. We've seen him come out with surprises in the World Championship so far, but it's also been such a long match for these two. And Fabi, after playing a game that's almost touching a 100-move mark, being in this position where you've got to defend for a long time, how key is it to also focus on getting some rest in the rest day, actually, and not just about the chess?
I think that's the most important thing. Coming into the final stretch of this match, it's going to be nerves, it's going to be tiredness, and all the associated things that come with that. Because once your emotional state is a bit off, your nerves are a bit frayed, then everything can fall apart. It's not about the chess part. You can be the best chess player in the world, and you can start to play mistake after mistake, not for any chess reason, just because you're not physically or mentally there. So that's going to be super important. They both need to be rested tomorrow. I'm sure they'll do some work. They'll do some checking because it's just hard to stay away from chess during a match. You're looking at the openings. You're wondering what you're going to play your next game. So they're definitely going to be involved in the prep, but I think the majority, like 90% of their day, should just be pure rest and trying to recover a bit of energy.
Yeah, who knows? They might even find themselves in the trampoline park. But we will find out. But definitely Game 9 had the upsides for both these players. Ding showing fantastic defense, but for Jan Nepomniachtchi as well. He really created his chances out of the opening. He was the one in driving seat, asserting pressure throughout. But the result was a draw. Robert, who do you think is happier with the outcome of this game? Team Ding or Team Nepo?
Well, I like the way you framed it. Jan Nepomniachtchi asserted himself. He may have won Game 7, but it's not all about the scoreboard. It was Dingley Ren who actually was outplaying Jan throughout that game before the stumble at the finish line. So I feel like for Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's proven to himself that he could outplay Dingley Ren. That in an opening that his opponent knew better, he still had the upper hand, and he has a 1-point lead, so a draw, every single draw gets him closer to a match victory. But for Dingley Ren, a draw with the black pieces, 3 white games remaining, I think both sides can take some positives away from today, and I think we saw it in Dingley Ren's reaction in the postgame. He is a happier person today than he was the day before, and certainly more so than in Game 7. So I think that both players, they can be confident. They have been playing some great chess. There are so many ups and downs, and there are so many ups and downs to come.
Yes, can't wait for all the action as we will return with Game 10 on Sunday. Definitely, it was a dramatic day of chess. And one thing that stood out to me was that Ding is still perhaps struggling a little bit with his opening with the black pieces. We saw him sort of fail to completely equalize today as well with that move Rook B8, and then it was all Jan. He really tried to push this to the very end, but in the end, Ding Liren's defense was up to the task, and he keeps the balance, or at least the balance in a way that he only trails by a point, and he starts with the white pieces. I know one thing for sure. We've been talking about expect the unexpected, how unpredictable this is. You know what? I'm going to make a prediction, guys. I think we're going to have a decisive result in Game 10. And simply because this is such a big moment for Ding, with the white pieces, we've seen so many decisive games. He needs to go all out. The task is cut up for him. Meanwhile, Jan Nepomniachtchi will try to hold ground, as he does. We will be back with amazing action from Game 10. Robert, Fabi, today has been fantastic. I know it was a really long game, and it's been a long day for everyone, including the players and our chat as well. But it's been fantastic doing this with you guys. And chat, while we leave you, we will be back on Sunday. Take a look at all the fun that we had in Game 8 and Game 9.
Wait! He just took panic. He panics. Wait. I told you I didn't like the position. But Jan does it.
And he
It's
does
the
it.
only chance.
Goes for it,
The only
he
chance.
finds it.
And that deserves
Amazing stuff.
the double exclam.
He's let Jan back into the game. It looks like things are not going his way at all anymore.
If there's a draw, I think that that is actually a very good result for Ding.
And I do think a loss today would be a backbreaker.
We see e45. Now here's the question. Are we going to see another anti-martial or are we going to see Berlin? I think that a Berlin would be a really smart choice by Ding. So we're going to see a very solid game for both players.
I understand the impulse to defend your pawn. Ding there invested a lot.
Wait! He just took panic. He panics. Wait. I told you I didn't like the position. But Jan does it.
And he
It's the
does
only
it.
chance.
Goes for it,
The only
he
chance.
finds it.
And that deserves
Amazing stuff.
the double exclam.
He's let Jan back into the game. It looks like things are not going his way at all anymore.
If there's a draw, I think that that is actually a very good result for Ding.
And I do think a loss today would be a backbreaker.
We see e45. Now here's the question. Are we going to see another anti-martial or are we going to see Berlin? I think that a Berlin would be a really smart choice by Ding. So we're going to see a very solid game for both players.
I understand the impulse to defend your pawn.
Ding Liren invested a lot of time at that moment, but rook b8, that was a mistake. Jan didn't even think, by the way. He moved. He went queen f3. He's not taking. He's not allowing Ding to defend that kingside. He's going for the attack. There are many options here for Ding Liren, but they don't feel like opportunities. Jan Nepomniachtchi right now, he's the one dictating the action, and he may very well win this game if Ding Liren does not find a solution.
Wow,
Yeah.
this is an insane position. I just want to put this in that getting these lines in this attack out of a Berlin, honestly, only happens in the 2023 World Championship match between Ding and Jan.
And we do see pawns are coming off the board right now after rook takes c3.
It is heading towards a draw.
I see you saying chat said h3. Chat says all sorts of things. I'm supposed to believe you at every turn, but no, on this turn, it was a great move indeed. So Ding Liren and chat, round of applause.
I think Jan would probably beat chat. No disrespect meant. It's a draw.
Did you see that? He feels it. He's disappointed with this result, with how the game ended.